Mic check, 139. Mic check, 139. Yes, the body's moving, the body's moving, the body's moving. So come on, happy Sunday, family, happy Sunday. Welcome to the Nines, R&Ps. Big up yourselves. It is 6:07. Today is the 7th day of the 5th month, 2023. As ever, I hope you've all had a blessed day. Yeah, as we do over yesterday, we give thanks and praise to the Most High. You understand? For allowing us to see another day, because no one knows the hour, the second, or the minute. Yeah? So big up yourselves, family. Welcome, welcome. Tell the people themselves with their bot. Big up yourself, Mr. Love, Stu Bunch. Big up yourself, ever. And come on, man, let's get it, man. Let's see what's going on the Sunday, yeah? Charles is king and all kind of thing. Well, go on, kissed by the sun. Big up yourself, sis. Come on, let's see what the family is say. Jeez.
There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. If you listen carefully now, you will hear. This could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. Things are not the way they used to be.
Oh, stop.
I won't tell no lie. One and all got to face reality now. Though I try to find the answer to all the questions they ask, though I know it's
Impossible.
go living through the past. Don't tell no lie.
Boom.
There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. Can't keep them down. If you listen carefully now, you will hear. That's a natural mystic flowing through the air. This could be the first trumpet, might as well be the last. Many more will have to suffer, many more will have to die. Don't ask me why. There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. I won't tell no lie. If you listen carefully, now you will hear. There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. Such a natural mystic flowing through the air. There's a natural mystic flowing through the air. Such a natural mystic flowing through the air. Such a natural mystic flowing through the air.
Yes, family. You don't know how we do. Come bless up the place, ice up the place, make sure the vibes are right, but no, the little devil them, and all that good stuff. Cause you know, say energy is real. You get me? And not all energy is good energy. So yeah, man, big up yourselves, family. Big up yourselves. So we're not gonna tower too long today. Arsenal are 2-0 up. That's good for Arsenal still. Arsenal 2-0 up for the football fans. And it's away at Newcastle still. So, yeah, man. How you mean, man? Big up, Bob. For real. So, yeah, man. Like I'm saying, happy Sunday. I know, obviously, we've had the coronation over the weekend. I don't know. It didn't seem, I mean, not that it was something I'm interested in, but I don't know. It didn't really seem to capture the nation, as it were. And, yeah, it seemed like there was quite a lot of demonstrations as well. Not my king and all that good stuff. And, yeah, so that's quite interesting as we go into the new phase of life under, you know, a different rule in the UK. Yeah, Charles and his little child. Anyway, I've never liked Camilla, to be fair. But yeah, it just goes to show how times can change, right? Because when she first came on the scene, it was said or thought that she could never be queen and all this good stuff. And obviously, if you don't know the story of, you know, Edward and Mrs. Simpson and how he had to really abdicate the crown to be able to, you know, marry a divorcee, etc., etc. And now decades later, yeah, it could be argued that the whole thing spun upon its head. Yeah, because obviously Charles divorced Diana, you know, married his mistress, and now she's now, I think they took the name Queen Consort off. I don't even know what her proper title is still, but yeah, man. But yeah, I don't think Charles is going to make a very good king myself. He's far too self-absorbed. And for myself, when we brought back Andrew back into the fold straight away, yeah, you've already flopped your show, man. You actually went back. And I don't know the whole thing, but I feel like he's gone back on a few of the things that his mother, i.e. the Queen, put in place still. So, already. What do you mean I'm a hater? Go a girl. I'm a hater. Go a girl. But yeah, man. But yeah, fuck it. Fuck Charles anyway. Charles did die in the way he did her, man. You know what I mean? I'm not a royalist by a long shot, but for me, done the way he did her, man. I'm not business board him. I'm not business board them. You get me? And from them I deal with Harry the way them I deal with Harry, whether he's a jacket or not. I'm not business with them. I them I deal with the ginger boy, so I didn't even see him on the balcony. People kept saying he was there, but me never see him on the balcony, virgin. But yeah. So yeah, big up yourself anyway, D. You're going more to your business. But yeah, man. But obviously, and remember, people, tomorrow's a bank holiday. So those of you that may be used to getting up for work or school, please do remember that tomorrow you've got another extra day. So yeah, man. So obviously, we're happy for that. Still, we're happy for that. So yeah. So we're saying, so today, like I said in my title last week, for those of you that were with us, we asked the quote-unquote man them to put us under the microscope and to give us a list of things that, you know, they had protestations about. And we did that. Personally, I thought there was going to be, you know, far more stuff. And do you know what I mean? It seemed like a bit of a... what's the word? A task, let's say, to even get what we did get out, to be fair. So, yeah, man, I think in the end, man, them sort of come to the conclusion that there's not that much to be boring about, man, but we're going to get into it still, and I've got my list right here. So, yeah, we're going to go through it, and hopefully in a little while, the ladies are going to jump on, and, yeah, we're going to answer to our protestations, as it were. So yeah, man. So that we are going with today still. Like I said, happy Sunday, family. Hope all is well. Everybody pop their on fire. If not, take off of the fire already. But yeah, man. So whilst we just get me cool enough, getting in, let the people know so with the boat, we're gonna play to tune. If I can find my thing. And yeah, you don't know. But yeah, man, it's all good, man. I know the YouTube streets are alive and well, you know. But you know, sir, you know, there's a chattings. If nobody now talking near me, you know, I'm going with nothing. And you know, sir, right now, yeah, the Church of the 9 is bustling. It's bustling. But yeah, man, go on, do it thing. And I'm hopefully you're not really hearing too much background noise. But yeah, these YouTube streets, man, they are a serious thing. What? Them YouTube streets are what? Jeez.
Welcome. Why? Chronics, left and right, just a come, left and right. Hey, ooh, yeah. Boy. And them say, here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. I start recruit, soldiers for Selassie, army. Hey. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. You're not for oxygen, at the general issue in a warning. Job people them a ball, said them tired of mediocre. Evil a go fall when we tried in Ethiopia. Believing from down, cause them life no easy boat. Even one can say it's not an easy go. Operation occupy the motherland, calling all soldiers to kind each other down. From creation, he writing a job plan, but chronics can't do it alone. So I'm recruiting soldiers coming from near and far, I choose executing. Selassie I works and the Rastafari true. And then say, here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. I'm on a start recruit, soldiers for Selassie I army. Hey. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. You're not for oxygen, at the general issue in a warning boy. Waving the banner red, green and gold. It is such a honor prophecies unfold. Discovered on stones, on trees and scroll. And even in the stories that Jesus told. Rasta youth must inherit the earth. Can't sit down, just send me for work. Bring the fire in a room, just send me for purge. But I can't do it alone. Rasta recruiting near and far, executing. Selassie I works and the Rastafari true. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. I start the crew, soldiers for Selassie I army. Hey. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. You're not for oxygen, at the general issue in a warning. Hey. Left or right, that's all that I come.
Yeah. You wanna say
Left,
something?
right, that's all that I come.
Come to tell the people them say hello, boy. No bother with that. Tell them, yo, this is the 9 son in the building. Alright. Yeah.
Marching on, boy.
You might ask if you don't know about him.
And here comes danger. Rastafari send me come. I say we sent by the Savior. Here comes trouble, my friend. And here comes danger. Ooh, no. Hey. And then say, here comes trouble. Here comes the danger. Here comes trouble. Hey.
Here comes trouble.
Here comes trouble. Here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior. Welcome the Rasta.
Yeah, family, you know, we do this a warm up, And plus my people they're back already in and out. But you know what, going over here, so. I tell you, boy. yourself, sis. Come on.
Go on. There is no redemption inside until we people have our rights. Curfew fever burn through the night. Babylon won't sleep tonight. People, our backs are now against the wall.
Ooh. So yeah, man. But me actually say, you see how my girl say, yo, backs against the wall and then way there. What I get to realize that one, and I've said this before anyway, you know, in 2023, not everybody feels like that. Do you know what I mean? For certain, not everybody feels like that. And, you know, when you feel comfortable, yeah, you know, anything can reach you. Hey, you get me? When you feel too comfortable, anything can reach you, man. And I would suggest that we're living in a time and a land of, you know, comfortability, yeah. But I guess one thing that we need to remember in that regard, right, is that if we are too comfortable now, what does that mean for the generations underneath? You see what I'm saying to you? Because I'm saying, well, bam, if you're too comfy now, that might mean that you're not even putting in the necessary work, yeah, for the generations below. Because at the end of the day, that's what it should be about once we get to a certain age, right? Yeah, once you've lived your life kind of thing, you've done all your highlights and show reels. After that, it's supposed to be about building for those to come, right? So, yeah. But, yeah, is everyone on that type of mission? You know, that is the question. Well, not is the question, but that is a question. Do you know what I mean? Because, yeah, I hear some things and I'm like, ooh. But the most important thing that we have to remember as well, right, is that everyone does their thing a little bit different, innit? Yeah. And I think if there's one thing that we've been learning, even in these YouTube streets and the journey that we shared together, is that, yeah, I keep hearing things like we're not a monolith and this and that. And I get it. I definitely get it, man. And yeah, going forward, boy, me I tell you. But yeah, everybody does their thing a little bit different, Reggie. And yeah, one thing we know for sure now, my thing and your thing may not be the same thing in it. And it maybe took a long time for us to come to these realizations and conclusions, but at your things, boy. Yeah. Whoa. Every man do his thing a little way different. Yeah, every man do his thing a little way different. The things I do it in a different way from you. The things you do it in a different way from her.
Every man do his thing a little way different. The things you do it in a different way from a high.
Yeah. For sure, in the family, people do their thing different, you know. Some people do their thing clean, some people do their thing dirty, you know. But yeah, we live and we learn, man. We live and we learn.
So don't matter what color, race, or creed that he may be. Don't watch mine. No.
We said, Divine, you do your thing a little bit different.
The way different. Big up, sissy.
Come on. All the way different. We say you do your thing clean. I am a 1 in 9. I am a 1 in 9. Everyone loves me. Come on, BBB, yo. Arsenal just got to win, BB. They just got to win. They just got to win, son. They just got to win. But yeah, man. Listen, family. I am a 1 in 9. Even man don't exist. All right, cool. So listen. Let's get into this. So Divine, remember, so last week, we put ourselves under the microscope because, you know, we thought it was the right thing to do regarding all the protestations that we kept hearing through these YouTube.
I remember.
And we asked certain people to come true, this and that, and they certainly did that. And we even had your husband on, you know, my special guest and all that good stuff, who I thought would have had the most to say. But what do you think? Do you think he came with, did you think he came with that smoke that you was expecting?
I thought it was a whole buffoonery. That's what I thought.
Oh, you thought it was a buffoonery. What make it say so now? Oh, so you just put something there.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just doing something in the background, but I'll put a link in the back for us to get to after we've got through this listing, yeah? But give me a sec. 1 sec.
Cool. Okay. All right, so whilst Divine just doing what she's doing, like I said last week, we put ourselves under the microscope for varying reasons, you know what I mean? And we had X amount of man them came through and gave us their list, as it were. And in that regard, and in chronological order, the first thing on the list was that as women, we should share men. So that's the first thing that we're... Oh, shit, we said that too loud. But that's the first thing that we're going to discuss still. If, as women, we should share men. So let me say question 1. Not even question 1. Let me just put it as it came. Women should share men. Arsenal got the win, boy. They got the win. Right, so I'm going to put that there. So that was the first thing on the list. Now, I see Cotton in the chat. I know it's a bit early still, but I don't know if Cotton wants to come in and tell us what she thinks of the first one. And I believe, don't quote me, but I believe the first one may have come from my brother Born. I believe. But don't quote me on that. So yeah, so the first one that was put on my list is that we should share men. And I'm not quite sure what the thinking was behind that, to be honest. Divine, did you? All right, when she comes back. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind that, but women should share men. Now, obviously, I found this to be quite interesting. Oh, big up yourself, Devon. Long time. All right, no problem, Cotton. I know you're doing your motherly duties and that. And big up yourself, Devon, man. Long time. So, yeah, women should share men. Now, why would a bunch of men put that at the top of their list in terms of women's participation?
Sorry.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So I'm just starting the list, Bab, and the first one, and I think it came from your husband. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Wait, are you taking anything that clown had to say seriously? Is that what we're doing?
It's on the list, Bab.
Okay.
And we're going through the list, and it wasn't taken off the list. Even when we sort of ran through it in conclusion, I didn't hear none of them say, no. So do you remember why it was put on the list?
No, but I can take a wild guess.
Go on then, Bab. Take a wild stab.
Well, if you struggle to get one, you'll be more, the more you have, I guess, the more you can pick from. Greed. Okay. Selfish reason, selfish gain, greed. That's it.
Okay, so when it was being spoken about, it wasn't spoken about like in a way of like raising the community, building a community.
Did you hear any of that? Or
no, I didn't.
Oh, okay. I thought I missed something. Okay.
But that's why I'm just making sure myself that I didn't miss anything. If it was like from a building perspective, a progressive perspective, or if it was just straight carnal knowledge, as it were.
There was no real motive for it other than, from what I took from it, selfishness and greed. So, regardless of that, hold on, sis, bloody hell.
Okay, Cotton he was saying if there are not enough good men, then so basically it seems that the vibe was if the complaint is that there's not enough good ones, then those that are good, then share them.
That was the reason. Sorry, I'm back. Was that the reasons given?
Seemingly, that's what Cotton's saying. Yeah.
Okay, you see what it was, sis? Even when he was talking throughout all the screaming and shouting and crying he was doing throughout the whole damn show from the time he jumped on, I just couldn't take anything he was saying seriously. So you lot are going to have to refresh me on what he said and the reasons behind it, because I tuned out after a while. I'm not going to front.
Right. Well, like I said, didn't it? The first one was that one there about, sharing of men. And the reason is what he said here, that if there's not enough good men, then to share the remaining ones. So is that something that we think is feasible to keep on the list?
Sis?
I've got my red pen here, innit? So it's about what stays.
No way. Are we even going to contemplate this? All right, let me ask you something. Would you tell your sisters to share their husbands?
Absolutely
would you
not.
Would you advise your friends to share their husbands?
I would not.
Would you advise your anybody, family members, friends, anybody to share their partners.
No, not off the top of my head, I wouldn't.
So why are
However,
black women required to have to
well,
do
I
this?
mean, the thing is, the person that said it has actually got a daughter. So I don't know, maybe he thinks that there's some currency in such a thing. So that's why, you know what I mean? And I'm glad you asked the
Women
question.
saying this is a hard pass. We're saying that's a hard pass. Next. Do you have
All
anything
right.
sensible on the list? Because we're not even going to
I'm
consider
just
this.
going through it, Divine. I'm just going through
Yeah,
it, man.
I'm just saying, can we get to the sensible ones? Like, because
No,
he already
but
knows
hold
we're not
on.
going to go down with that, so allow it.
It took long enough to get there. Yeah, so we've got to at least, you know, pay some attention. There may be ladies out there that don't mind. Okay, the next one, number 2 on the list, was to not openly put down the men.
Now that's something we can definitely work on. That is actually a good thing to put down on the list. That makes sense.
So then my question then becomes, which is fine, that's fine, but do you think that is something that we do though, openly do?
Yeah, after responding, we do. Of course, when we're responding. But we're just not going to just wildly just be coming out here, just be doing the most. No.
Because I think that in our, let's call it our YouTube history, I don't really think that I don't think that that's something that we can be accused of, myself.
Well, when they say put down, you've got to remember, sis, when you use their own words and then you re-question and remind them about it later on, and you're doing it on a public thing, they're saying that we're putting them down. Even though it's factual, they're going to say it's putting down. So yeah, we can go under that if that's the case.
So then in that instance, what do we do? Hear, see, you know, what's it say? Hear and be deaf and see and be blind type of thing.
Of course. Right back now, says you got to understand, we've got no friends. We've got to have our own back. So when you're seeing, you're hearing, you're blind and you're deaf, leave them to it. Yep, we can do that. We can definitely do that one. Not put that. Yep, we don't even have to respond to them. Definitely.
What, even if they themselves are being disrespectful?
Sis, everything comes full circle. Always remember that. Look at the history of YouTube and understand what I'm saying. We don't have to do it. Somebody else will. Trust me.
Okay, so we're going to put a tick next to openly putting down men. All right. I am doing this in pencil, I'll have you know. But all right. That's an interesting one still. So them for lick shot and we can't fire back.
No, we're going to stick. Oh, again, you missed a part of it. Remember, we came to that.
I don't know if Brother Kale's out there, but I would love you to jump on as well, Brother Kale, please.
Right. So remember, I was telling you about the other panel we was on. So we came to an agreement in it. So yes, this is why I'm saying yes. Not because of anything you're saying right here, right now about how they behave, but because of the other agreement. You know what I'm talking about. So yeah, we can definitely do that. Yeah.
Right, that's interesting still. And it's because of what I've heard of recent. That's why I find that interesting. But okay, we'll move on. I think this was Buddha's, and this one was not not underestimate yourself or not over project. And this was Buddha, and this is his thing was basically like, if you hear something and you know it's not to be true, or you think it's bullshit, instead of responding, just let it pass.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. That's a good one. Because in a sense, he was telling us that we're overcompensating, which other women are not required to do. So why are we doing it? It kind of gives off with the whole, we've got to you know, the way we will always say we've always got to work 10 times harder than everybody else to prove ourselves. It's kind of that same sentiments he's coming at us with. So he's
what
saying,
about when lies and narratives and things like that
lies and narratives are always going to be told, sis. And if that's what they do, let them have it. But when you've got factual evidence, that's a different thing. You remember, you've got facts, they've got fiction. Always remember that.
Okay. But don't you think that might encourage some just to tell more lies and bigger lies and more grandiose lies because they're not being
Spread
checked?
away. You spread it like it's margarine. You don't care.
All right. Excellent. Number 4 on the list was accountability and the taking of.
Yeah, that one I remember came from Beefy, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he looked like he was having a fit in the chat. I was like, Bridget, if you're not even going to jump on, just harsh, yeah. But that was his one, accountability. He says we don't take no accountability in that. Okay.
Accountability for what, though?
I guess the what I got from what they were saying, things like picking the wrong man, especially when Jessica was speaking, those kind of things. That's what I picked up from it. So, do you know what I mean? Accountability for, I don't know, single parent households, anything they fling at us, basically that. They kept taking accountability for it.
Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna put a question mark by that one still. But yeah, taking accountability for picking the wrong men. I guess women could do that.
Okay, we've got to take accountability for supporting white supremacy. We've got to take accountability for all sis. It's just all, whatever they throw.
Okay, I got you. Number 5 was exercise more patience.
Why, Jaja?
Exercise more patience.
How much patience is black women? That's a good thing I heard the other day as well, actually. So our sister put the question, how much more patience is black women expected to have? We are done. So how much more patience is required? That should have been something we should have asked back. Who said that one?
I can't remember. I'll soon tell you though. I can't remember, but I chuckled when I heard that one though. I gotta be real.
I laughed. I fell out. I'm not gonna lie. That one to me was the sweetest one. Patience. Of all the things you're gonna ask the most suffering women on the planet to do, is have more. How much more patience do you need? I'm done. Anyway, we'll get to that part later on. But yeah, patience. Sorry, I'm out of patience. For me, as a black woman, me done with the patience thing.
So you're saying you've run out of patience, yeah?
Yeah, you can throw me out of the black woman group there. Yeah, I'm done.
All right. I can't. I think that everything's okay. We said only you.
Man, you're a black woman. You're superwoman.
All right. No fucking superwomen out here. Allow it, man. About patience.
Superwoman. Goodbye. So we're the only ones that are not supposed to have feelings, not supposed to have emotions. We're not supposed to have that. We're supposed to be just there. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got patience, man. Plenty of it.
I actually believe that is actually how some men feel. And if you go back to, some of the stuff that Kel's said, you know what I mean? I actually am coming to that conclusion, sadly. When we look at certain things, and even, when we look even online, yeah, man, it's a mad thing, It's actually a mad thing. And that's what I'm hoping that he's about still. because I want to go into, when he talks about the sort of pathology and the whole Roman Greco and all of that type of thing. Yeah, I want to jump into
you want to go into that, right?
We have to, because there's something. There's something, and I don't know if it's something that only affects certain, but there's something. Considering our most, recent history, this, that, and the other. However, let us not digress. Number 6 was single people not talking on married people's issues, and I think this was
interesting. That is who said that?
I think that came from the chat, and I came from the chat, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. And I believe, because obviously we had Jessica on the panel, and I think obviously she comes from the sort of space whereby Pearl and them type of people there are talking about, relationships and this and that, although they themselves are not
claiming to be gurus and giving out consultations and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
So yeah, I think even the consensus, but the vibe is like, how can these sort of single, no child people then be talking about situations that they have
never experienced, or
yeah. And I guess there was a nod to Pearl in that regard, because obviously she's in a space where she's talking about relationships, this and the other, but she ain't got as far as we know, no track record of a long-term relationship and no children, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, right. I think that's why that came up, and obviously Jessica was giving her sort of narrative on what she thinks should happen in certain situations. However, she herself has not been there yet, so it's all very theoretical. Because I'm sure we could all agree, like, theory and practice are two different things, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can say anything.
You could say what you would have done or how it might have been, but you never know until you've walked those. Yeah.
Once you're in it yourself, so yeah. So I actually agree with that one, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? Because you're not gonna take advice from, like, you're not gonna take law advice from an accountant, for example. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that can stay then. Yep.
Right. Number 7 was to let the men lead. Yeah. Again, I think that came from your husband, I think. But that one there, and bless up yourself, Fiona. Happy Sunday, girl. Happy Sunday. Let the men lead. So I would initially say, I don't think most women have got a problem with letting a man lead if the man can show where you're going. What do you think to that?
Yeah, I'm tapped out on this one, sis. You got this.
What do you mean you've tapped out, man? Tap back in, man.
No,
right.
No,
talking about married people was from Young Caribbean.
Oh, was it Young Caribbean? Okay.
But again, he knows about that kind of area, innit, Car? He said he's been following them people there, innit? So that would make sense still. Especially, make up yourself, Buddha. Well,
Big
go on.
up Fiona.
Buddha Bing. All right, I'm sure he'll click on in a bit. So
so
you're saying you're
something
tapping
in the
out.
background, but big up Buddha.
You're tapping out on letting the men lead, sis. But why are you tapping out, though?
I think they've been leading, sis, and this is what that's why we're in the state we're in. That's what I personally feel.
Sorry. So you're saying it's that they have been leading, and this is where we are right now, yeah?
Right.
Right. Okay. I think for the most part, I'm inclined to agree with that. Um. So Fiona says that we are living under a failed patriarchy. That's why. So do you think the
Wow.
average
I
man?
wish Fiona would jump on and elaborate and give us more to that. Pick up Fiona for that still. I wish you could jump on, man.
Do you think the average man knows how to lead, Bab? And I'm asking you this now because this is where I guess your Friday sessions come in, right? In terms of this question, would you say?
Huh? I lost.
Now I'm saying the current question, yeah. Well, not question, but point is letting men lead, right?
Right.
And I'm saying I think we both acknowledge that I don't think that's something that women are reticent in doing, yeah. Especially if
When did women say that they can't lead or they shouldn't lead? That's what I'm trying to hear. I
when
don't remember,
indeed.
especially black women. When have we told them they can't lead or they shouldn't lead? I don't remember ever getting that thing to tell a black man.
That's a good point as well. So why do you think they would have put that down then? Because there must be a reason.
Oh, definitely there's a reason, but I'm going to reserve my judgment until after we've gone through that. Let me try and hold back here. I just want to hear what they said. Be
Oh,
refreshed on
so
what
you
they
want me
said
just to go
first.
through the list before and then we
Yeah,
can
because I
go.
can't
Oh,
remember
all
what
right,
they
cool, cool,
were.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, let me go through it. So number 7 was let them lead. Number 8 was put the kids first. That came from Suge. And I think his thing was like some women weaponize children
That's a fact. Yeah,
when
that's a whole
relationships
fact. Yeah.
break down. So yeah, I think that's a fair point still.
And that has to stay. Yeah, yeah. Because if the children, if women are weaponizing their kids against a man, that's the worst blow you can give a man is to use his own children as a beating stick. You get me? So yeah, that one definitely is a decent one and must stay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that still. And I probably didn't maybe realize how many women maybe do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. This
Yeah.
that thing there, especially where we would say the United Kingdom and America, because they will have I guess what they would say, this whole system to use to their advantage. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas back home, women will even try some of them something there. You mad? They're not doing that. Do you see what I'm saying? So definitely, in America or Europe, I should say, mainly the UK and America. Yeah, definitely.
And do you think they're able to do that because of the system then? I.e.
I
the
think there is certain parts of the system that definitely they could use to their advantage. For instance, I could, and I've heard this example be given before, so I'm going to give it. Yeah. So I had a woman. No, let me not say the show. I'm going to want to send the people them over there. So I'm going to put it in my perspective. So I'm going to say after I found the woman, yeah, and I'm with a guy, and then me and the guy after, I don't know, 2, 3 kids down the line, what, 11, 12 years later, and I decided to have fed up with this relationship. I'm not feeling fulfilled in it no more. I want him out. And for instance, he don't want to go, or he wants to try and make it work, but I just don't want him around. I'm fed up. I'm over it, kind of like. Then I can I don't know, do I don't know, let's say random stuff. Call police saying that I'm being abused in the house, or he's hitting me, or he's threatening the kids, or use any excuse, I guess, to rack up let's just say criminal, what's the word for it, crime reference number, that's what I'm looking for. Then I can probably use that to my advantage and say that I need an injunction against, do you know what I mean? And these kind of things will prevent him from seeing his kids. So there's many different avenues that I have heard and seen women use to their advantage. So yeah, that definitely can stay, sis. Welcome,
right.
Brother Kel.
Yeah, bless myself, Brother Kel. Yeah, fair
Don't
enough, Divine. I actually agree with that. Again, I didn't maybe think it was happening as it does. You know what I mean? At the frequency which it does, but seemingly there are certainly some women out there that are not doing the right thing, man. So yeah. So what's that? That one is what was that? That's number 8. Number 8. So do not weaponize the children. So yeah, good. Number 9 came from our brother Code. This one,
Are we taking anything he has to say seriously too?
Nah, man, we have to take brother Code seriously, man, because he came up with proper ones actually, and his one was marry before you carry.
Again, are we taking this seriously too?
No, definitely. I took that seriously from brother Code, 100%, man.
I didn't, and I tried to raise it on the panel. That's the one time I definitely did come off mute to raise that. You see, black men. This is why I say I don't think black men know what they want, because the echo sentiment throughout black men as a collective is they don't want to do this marrying thing. They don't want to be tied down to this. That's the echo. Yeah, you do have pockets of black men that do want to do it. But I'm speaking majority overall. The consensus is they're not really into this. Women are taking away their money. Women are marrying, trying to use them to level up or doing all kind of things. So marriage is not really at the forefront. And I got to be careful because I've got to pick certain communities in the black world. Definitely marriage is still strong and thriving, but I'm just speaking mainly, again, the UK and Americas. The main consensus for black men is no. So for black men to now say marry before you carry, it's an oxymoron, because you're the very same ones telling us that you don't want to get married. So which is it? Hence why I had to bring it up. When I heard that, I was like, oh Lord.
Right, so that's interesting because obviously that came from a gentleman that he himself has got a couple of daughters, and even that, Divine, because that's interesting again, right? Because if you as a man have got daughters, yeah, and then you want the best for your daughters, isn't that something that should be promoted as men?
Yeah, but then there's an excuse, is the system. So therefore, what they do then to try and make it sound good, like they're still giving you what you want, but they're getting what they want, really, is let's just jump the broom and call it marriage. Yeah, right. Like,
All right,
sorry,
fair
go
enough.
on, but we're not in slave times, yeah. We're not on the plantation and we're not jumping no broom.
All right, number 10, which followed that, I think they're taking a minute, was don't choose bad men. Number 11. Now this one caused some consternation, and at the end it was it taken off the list or stayed on the list? But it was keep your not to speak about interracial relationships.
I remember that. That was Natty. That was Natty. I remember that one.
And there seemed to be a lot of back and forth between the gentlemen about that particular one. I think that was the most back and forth there was actually of all the list. And I found that to be quite interesting. So yeah, the next one was actually from our brother Kel that's with us now, which is to limit the ABC talk or LGBT talk and its influence.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I can see where it's coming from. Maybe was Fiona's put that was taken off to rotted, mad thing.
What was taken off?
The same interracial one.
Oh, the interracial one.
Yeah, I am my brother's keeper and all of that good stuff. And the last one, and like I said, I didn't feel like it was like an exhaustive list, was to lower expectations, to have more situation awareness, and have realistic expectations. So that was the list, and that came up to 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. So that was the list, Divine. Like I said,
Oh
personally,
boy.
I thought we was gonna get something a little bit better than that, a little bit more thorough than that, because to
Do you know what
me, a
it
lot.
was? You know what it was. It's really and truly
Mm,
we was missing an honest black man. If we did have Reggie on this panel that day, because I asked him in the chats where was you, he said he didn't know, he didn't see the show. But you see, if Reggie was on the panel that day, my God, there would have been 199.9.9 questions and listings for us to do. It's because we had no black men that were, and this is why I said from early in the show, like, are we serious now? Like, are we going to get to the real things? Because we've been hearing the complaints across line, but no one don't want to come and tell us what it is. So get to it, you know what I mean? And nope. But Reggie was here, we would have had all 500 things on that list. Trust me.
I would say that day was more to do with proving a point and just kind of arguing. You know what I mean? I don't think that
That's a fact.
they wanted to, be truthful. We know the reality when it comes to our women. What the problem is how do you correct our women correctly? You know what I mean? And that's what I was saying, man. It's that if we follow the code of conduct of understanding female psychology, then we can correct our women properly. What you get with the unsynchronized black men is that, and we spoke about this before, Sister Naifa, in regards to the childhood memories, what they suffer with, right? Is that they want to shout, and then, you know, our sisters are going to shout back, shouting, and then when that doesn't win, the next solution is physical. You understand? So how do we do that? There's a method, but the unsynchronized black men, they don't want to learn that. You know what I mean? They want to just kind of say, well, I know what I'm doing. You don't know what you're doing. Because if you did know what you're doing, you would stop when the sisters are being unsynchronized. And there's a way to do it. We've all got daughters, we've got mums and etc. So we know we've seen our dads, the ones who understand what masculinity is, the way they correct our mothers, nans, and aunties, etc. You know what I mean? But I don't believe the black man can do that. Unfortunately, he feels very. It's more like an aggressive approach. You know what I mean? And this is what we have to try and limit.
But question, Kel, yeah, and this is just going by certain things, especially what I witnessed last night. Yeah. Do you even think black men even see black women as actual women at this point? Or do you see that, or do you think that black men, when they're talking and going back and forth with the black women, they're looking at them as black men, not black women?
Now, this is the problem, and you've highlighted it. That's why, have you noticed, Pan-Africanists, they try their very most best to kind of allow the black woman to stay in a feminine energy. That is, I'll be honest with that is the main foundation of why we came up with we don't feel safe, we don't feel protected, because by the energy it tells you that we don't see you as men, because all we do is see this, an energy that has been told that it's masculine. So naturally, when you're dealing with other men who want to roar at you, you have to show them who's in charge. So you are absolutely right. And that's why I was saying, I was trying to get you like to tap into your ancient natural energy. Because when you do that now, it's like, what can the unsynchronized black men feed off? They can't go, you're supposed to be doing this. No, I'm a female. And it just stops it from there. But you're absolutely right, Lady D, man. That is the core thing. We don't see you, like, unfortunately, as men.
You mean as women?
As women, sorry. As women, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. But this is what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. I played back my brother Veli's show this morning because I went to the toilet. Yeah, after I couldn't hold it any longer. But it looks like I missed some interesting styles of argument, and I think we might have to review that as well later on to understand why sisters across the board are saying they don't feel safe and they don't feel protected. And why there's been such a movement being created now for black women screaming, black women are unalived every 5 hours in America. It's a serious thing. I don't think, and it's not happening by just police or it's happening by their own counterparts, black men. So now I'm at the point, okay, are black men even seeing black women as even women now at this point, or are they just seeing them as my N-word? You get me? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like when you hear a lot of the unsynchronized black men refer to our sisters as bro and bruv and all these things, and you know the sister should find that very offensive, because the dopamine is validating that, if I treat her as one of my one of the boys or one of the mandem, then we're equal. But it's very disrespectful, because you're neutralizing the reality of that this is a female. You know what I mean? So you're already programming, this is how I deal with a female who's trying to be masculine, or who I want to be masculine, so I can control the situation. You know what I mean? And that's why I was saying to our brother, our son Israelite brother, is that that you have to not make women be logical the man's way. You tamper with nature. You know what I mean? You have to leave it how it is. There's a reason why their logic is different than ours, and vice versa. But if you try and make them, masculine, which is happening now, right? When they behave a certain way, right, naturally you're gonna have to become feminine, because we're not approaching you like the masculine way. We're doing it, the angry female way, and we're thinking it's masculine. In actuality, it backfires on us. So, we have to find solutions.
Let me just respond to Heathen. Heathen, stop your stupidness in the chat. Yes, it does apply to me, because every sister, I am my sister's keepers. And if my sisters are being taken out at a rapid rate, that's a cause of concern. I'm a mother and I have daughters too. So I need to be able to teach my daughters what signs to look out for and what kind of man to avoid, because this is ridiculous at this point. This is actually ridiculous. So, Heathen, I beg you, go on, go look back your royalists and your royal family and allow it today, yeah? We're not even playing that game. Anyway, sorry, Kel.
Yeah, so if we're going to critique our sisters, I know deep down that I know our son sisters know exactly what they're doing wrong. It's just that they need the encouragement that they're gonna be like corrected by it. You know what I mean? It's just that we're not manly enough to do that. But I know they know. There's a lot of things that our sisters do, and it's as I said, men have to lead, women have to follow. They're waiting for us to correct them properly, but it's not being done. So as I was saying before on one of the shows, I think it was to a brother born, is that women reflect what you show them. So if you are, trying to mold them a way that's pleasing to you, when they reflect that, you cannot say, oh, what are you doing? So if you're molding them to rely on the system and they use it to the fullest, because we keep forgetting that, women are for mankind, that intelligent species. So if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, they're going to take advantage with the system. Okay, I'm going to get the benefits. Okay, you're not listening to me. Right. Okay, I'm going to get some authority. But we don't understand that as men, because we're molding our women the way we want them to be. And then when it reflects it back, then we become like confused. And this is the problem. That's what I was saying before that.
Can I, sorry to cut you, Kel, but I wanted to ask you, so, because I want to try and bring it back to the sisters, in it. So what I'm going to say is, what is it that, do you, as a man observing, do you think sisters are doing things that are triggering reactions out of these men that tend to have these violent talking points, violent tendencies?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, and
I
what do you
have
think
to,
we
yeah.
can fix then? What is it that we're doing that can fix that?
So things like, for example, if you hear anything, try and not say things like anything to do with masculinity. That is going to trigger an unsynchronized black man, because remember, we're not comfortable in our masculinity. You know, we're relying on the media and all these things now. You know what I mean? And you know, the entertainers, etc., and that, right? So saying that is going to make things 10 times worse. You know what I mean? Um, being more not too kind of, I would say, tit for tat. You know what I mean? What I've noticed with women, right, is that whenever a woman wants to get a man back by something which is done wrong, they're very strategic. They'll show patience. They will show, you know, next level of strategic ways. And then when the mission's done, bam, they're back again. When I've seen women communicate with each other, whether it be the women in my family or not, the way they deal with each other, it's remarkable. You understand? They have so much wisdom. They always reassure each other. They make sure each other's okay. Even when they're going clubbing, when you know the girls come to the house, you know they compliment each other. Oh, you look beautiful. You know, you look nice, etc. So when they go to the clubs, they are on point with confidence. You understand? So if that can be applied to the guys, right? When you're seeing certain things, as I said, remaining in your feminine energy is one of the best things, because a man cannot react to a woman who's been feminine. You see, this is the trick. When the unsynchronized black man is roaring, he's expecting you to, you know, be quiet as a mouse, right? But then when you act in a certain way, right, it makes him want to get more roaring with you. But it doesn't make any sense, because the woman doesn't need to prove anything to the man. She just has to remain feminine energy. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with being timid, shy in situations that may go against the best interest of people. You don't have nothing to prove, you know what I mean? Because the feminine energy, you know what I mean? Pulling a man up in his place while you're remaining feminine is the best thing. For example, the African womanism, I'm pro that. If you study Anna J. Cooper, she practiced African womanism. Charlotte Bass, who was the co-president of the UNIA, she also practiced it. And what is African womanism? It's implying the traditional cultures as a woman, right? And if the man needs help, then applying that without using Eurofeminism strategies or even mindsets. You understand? So we know when women do certain things, you know, a lot of the time, especially when the man's offending them, is to trigger. You know what I mean? So we just want to limit that.
Okay, so you're saying that women, black women need to stay within their African feminism. Okay, this is nine. What was the What was
Yeah,
the
I'm
next? I
listening to you,
forgot.
Brother Kel, but what does that look like in reality? Because I've already had certain conversations with you before, yeah, when we tried that. Do you understand? Yeah. And it didn't go down well. Yeah.
Mm.
And I know you've even, for whatever reason, gone and had conversations with whomever and whatever. And
Oh.
I'm hearing that when you're telling people certain things, they're telling you, nah.
Mm-hmm.
And all of it. So, with all that being said, like, what are you saying, Brother Kale, man? Because, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I hear the theory, but the practice are two different things, right? Because
Mm.
even this thing of oh, we don't feel safe, it's that and the other, that was your suggestion. Yeah. It's not
Mm-hmm.
even like we as women said, oh, that was you lot as men's suggestion. And you saw the reply that you got from that, yeah. Yeah, or you saw the way in which the narrative was given, like we're out here beg. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you say to that? Because obviously I heard that exchange and like, what was that, man?
Now, what was said? Hold on. What was said?
A lot of nonsense. Yeah, with little pushback, in my humble opinion. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is what I said to Brother Kel from before. Yeah. And now he went into it live and direct. You get me? Listening to all type of lies, slander, disrespect, this, that, and the other. And what? Get me? So I hear what Brother Kelly's saying, oh, bam, rest in your femininity, this, that, rest. But whilst we're resting, we're just gonna get nyam because no one ain't defending our thing. No one ain't defending us. The synchronized ain't defending us.
Well, sis, I don't know what he said or what was said or who. What did you say, Kel? But I don't know. Right. Let me just say this. Sis, who again? They gave us advice twice. I've heard it brought up in our. We got nothing to prove. Yeah, Borders told us this, and today I've heard Kel not too long ago mention that. Yeah, we got nothing to prove. So who do you think whoever he was talking to was? Who do you think he was? The person he was talking to? Who do you think they was trying to talk to? Ken or whoever it is that they were talking to? Did this happen? So hold on. Whoever you're talking to, Kel, do you think they was talking to you, or do you think they were talking to the audience and trying to put out a narrative?
I would say they were talking to the audience.
But there we go. Case closed. I don't even know what you're arguing for with them forces. So whatever they've got to say, let it be said. But understand, I'm going to tell you this one more time for today. People can have stories and narratives, whatever. Remember, you've always got the facts. That's what you got to remember.
Because I understand it, right? You see, you and Sister Naifa, right? I can understand that. You know, use like I've lived a certain lifestyle in it as it pertains to, you know, how it is as a female, right? So the urge of I've got to show the man that I'm not weak. I can understand that because as I was saying last night, what Sister Naifa was talking about is that if women do not feel safe to express their vulnerability, right, they're gonna have their guard up. Now, there's no man that can get out of that. You can try and force yourself on them. You can try, but that inclination, what they have, the guard's gonna go up. You understand? So what we're saying is that although that urge does come, right, there's nothing wrong with remaining in your natural femininity. What is that? Just being silent. You know what I mean? And that, because as what we know historically, the black woman doesn't have to prove anything. Yes, if the black woman's doing things that goes against the best interests of our community, we have to pull her up. But realistically, you don't have to prove anything to unsynchronized black men. You don't have to. You understand? And that's the truth. And it's not me trying to kind of be the hero or the gallus, etc. No, we're doing a political analysis. The black woman is loyal when it comes to helping the black man. We've seen that. So that's what I'm saying is that remaining in your femininity, right, is better for you, because what it does is it's training you as females that the man must take responsibility. You see, if the man doesn't take responsibility, right, then the race is not going to survive. That is the thing that the black man seems to not understand. So there's nothing that you have to prove. As what Sister Kush always says, remaining in your truth. The truth is, right, is that you are females and you have a right to remain in your feminine energy. You have a right. No one can take that away from you. Now, that don't mean that you be all, you know, vulnerable in the wrong way. We're not saying that. Femininity is not just about vulnerable in the wrong way, but assessing the situation. Like, okay, so you want us to do what men do to destroy white supremacy? That's not our job. And you can be comfortable and confident in that, because the truth is, right, we don't want the black woman, right, to fight in these things. Do you understand? No man in history has ever wanted a collective, right, unless it was necessary for women to do everything and we don't do nothing. And then we blame them and then we're confused. So all we're saying is remaining in your energy. You know what I mean? Understanding your energy, understanding your femininity is the best thing you could do. And like what Brother Raven said, can we really rely on synchronized black men and convince them? You know what I mean?
That's what I'm trying to remind Sis Naifa, because you got to remember, Kel, she never heard half of the things. You understand? So I was trying to put her onto speed. Like, yeah, I know what I'm on, and I hope she's on the same thing still. So.
Yeah, like I said, Kale, I'm hearing you, bro. But yeah, I hear you, man. But I just see that when you went up against it, I didn't really, yeah. So I hear you, but yeah, all I'm hearing is just sit back and take it and cross your legs. That's all I'm hearing, bro.
So here's the thing, Sister Naifa, right? By going against the unsynchronized black men as a female, what are you trying to gain from it?
Did you say gain?
Yeah, gain from it, yeah.
I don't think gain's the right word, bro, to be fair. Defend
What would,
maybe might be a better word, but gain, nah. But I
so
hear what you're
defend,
saying. You're saying just kick
right?
back, let people do what they need to do, and invest in your femininity, right?
Yeah,
I get it, man. So
because
basically, allow people to lie, slander, create narratives, and all the rest of it, and just sit down and relax. Basically, yeah.
no, I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to when it comes to the responsibility, when it comes to the white supremacists, as I was referring to. Now, when we're talking about the lies, etc.
Why are we talking
Wait,
about
where
white
did white
supremacy?
supremacy come into get Cal? You already know how I
Oh,
feel
because
about this.
I know, but the thing is, we're talking about two different things, right? We're critiquing the black woman, right? And I'm saying is that if you remain in your feminine energy, that doesn't mean that you put up with a lot of stuff. What it means is that have a different approach. You know what I mean? Shouting, right, is not gonna work with unsynchronized black men. It's not gonna work. Do you understand? All it's gonna do is, right, imagine if it was in real life now, right? A men who don't understand female energy, right? They're very intimidated by it. So the natural thing is, how dare you behave like you're a man? So what does the man gonna do in that? He's gonna draw off his fist. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is assess the situation, right? When it comes to the lies, etc., there's ways of clarifying the lies, but there's another way that's going to make things 10 times worse. We don't want that because non-African people are going to exploit that. As what I was saying yesterday, right? And it's no secret, is that when it came for other people coming on other people's show, particularly the audiences, and they came on and they said something unethical, I said, Sister Naifa, Brother Veli, and Lady D, they were uncold. You understand? So that means that we have the ability to shut down things that may come out of our hand. That's what I'm referring to when it comes to the lies and the rumors, etc. Let's do it in a different way. People say rumors about me all the time. They'll say all these things. I know I'm not that, but I focus on the message. You see what I'm saying? If we attack things politically, you can never defeat the situation, because politically, all non-African people practice unethical code of conduct. Politically, unsynchronized black men on unsynchronized black women help non-African people to destroy us all. That's the reality of it. You can come
That
up with
is the
excuses,
reality,
but that's the reality.
but then who's doing the gatekeeping? Where's the so-called leadership again? Again, these so-called men that are crying they want to lead, but again, I'm going to say what I said earlier. That's the reason why we're in the state we're in, because they have been leading, and look where they've led us to. Look where they're at. It's telling.
Well, then this is the thing, though, Lady D, right? Understanding, as what Brother Raven said, right? Should synchronized black women who are trying to be synchronized follow unsynchronized black men? Now, here's the thing. Do we know what unsynchronized is from synchronized? Okay, the community's come up with a code of conduct. So if we see a black man, right, who is emanating from the unsynchronized list, you can't follow him. But we know, as I tried to explain to the brothers, is that women are going to reflect what you show them, and they'll go along with it as well, even though they know they shouldn't. You understand? Now, when I was explaining that to that young son sister, she interpreted that as Well, you're letting them get away with things. I know already, as a grown man, I know the reality already is that if you do not lead women correctly, right, they will go along with it, and generally they won't even correct it. They're just gonna go along with it. I know that, and women know that. But this is where the man comes in and says, you know what? If I don't do things properly, right, depending on how my wife or the collective women feel, they may not even want to correct me on it. So I have to make sure I'm leading to show them the best example so they can reflect what I've shown the leadership for the collective. But the black man don't want to hear that. He wants to come on, he wants to say all these rubbish things. No, we have to, we have to critique them. But you don't know how to critique black women. You don't understand leadership. You're crying about the things of they're going to go to the system, but you've molded them that way. And then they want to say that the men who understand these things are simps. But the real elders, men know, right, that whatever you mold your woman to be, she's going to reflect that and she will use it against you as well. So I already know already, and used to know already, the men who don't take responsibility, they do not understand women. They don't understand it. And you can tell, because if you're supposed to be the leader in many cultures and religion, and that typifies that the women are going to follow you and may not necessarily correct you, could they go along with it? How are you going to come talk about who's man and who's not? We know the thing, lady D. We know it. We know it, man.
I hear that, Kel. I got a question. Oh, you're in trouble now because the sisters are talking. So the sisters are letting us know. It says at 9, Kel got beat up by sniper yesterday. Okay, so now we know. So Kel got beat up by sniper yesterday and couldn't even fight for himself, much less the sisters. It was cringe, shaking my head. So if you're saying, all right, I'm going to say this, Kel, right? So if you're saying to black women to sit back and let the men take the forefront, let the men go forth and speak, but the men can't even take on the men, much less defend the sisters. What's that about?
Okay, so let's go into that, right? So I went on Brother Snipe show, right? And it was a good show. So my intention was what? Revealing, whether you like it or not, black women collectively do not feel safe, right? And things were said like, that we have to critique them and can't let them get away with certain things, etc. and blah blah blah, right? You got to understand, Lady D, is that the audience is right. They want to hear what they want to hear, and 9 out of 10 times they're only here for entertainment, etc. There is winning, and there is reminding that whether you like it or not, you cannot get out of the reality that our women have no respect for us, right? Our women understand that the men don't understand their characters. They understand that they don't know what they're doing in the bedroom. They understand that we can't defeat white supremacy. They understand all these things. So if I'm mentioning things, you can come wherever you want to get out of that, but the reality still remains. Black men must take responsibility. So I don't know what the beloved sister was talking about, because if she's referring to shouting, there was no shouting on the show. It was very respectable. Do you understand? There was another elder on there, Auntie Jenny, and she was
Oh God, don't. I hope
she
no
was
one ain't been speaking on my name enough, because when you've got skeletons in your closet, what you need to do is keep quiet and refrain from mentioning my name.
She was more referring to that the women must take responsibility, etc., right? And I don't disagree with that. And then things like, the system needs to take care of us. And I was saying, but the system's not for us, it's the community. And people were saying, no, why is it the community taking charge of us when it should be the system? Now you and I know that don't make no sense. You understand? But the point is, Lady D, is that you can listen to the clip if you want, but there was no
I'd
winning
rather
or
not.
things
I
like
don't
that.
think there's anything of any interest for me to be listening to from what
Well,
I'm seeing. Right.
it's there was nothing. Cal got beaten up, and there was nothing like that. You know what I mean? Or it was the fact of the facts. You know what I mean? You cannot expect a woman who understands you don't understand them to lower their guard. That don't make no sense. Or even respect you in that when there's a legacy of men letting them down. You see, the man who understands the woman understands that. Okay, so there's a legacy of men letting them down, right? So we have to show the example, right, of men not letting them down. So they're gonna have one foot in, just in case if the man doesn't be the best of men that we need him to be, and one foot in. That makes sense. You understand? But they weren't seem to understand these things. Okay, cool. But the message got across that whether you like it or not, their guard's going to be up. In order to lower the guard down, you have to show the best example, and no one can disagree with that.
Hold on. Janet says, you all got dragged, Lady D. It was brutal. Could never be. Could never be. Because if anybody makes Lady D rise up from her resting place, it's going to be peaking it. So that could never.
I would say, Janet, big up to her son sister. She's moving very unsynchronized. Because the reason why she's moving very unsynchronized, because if we are critiquing black women, right, which is what we're doing right now, and we're being honest, and then next thing you know, mentioning about the show, right, and whether we like it or not, there's going to be opposing views, because there are those who have their opinions and views how we should deal with our women. You understand? Because there were conversation of, well, you know what I mean? It's not for the community to check, you know, our affairs. You know what I'm saying? It should be, you know, the man doing it who's with them. And I said to myself, but if that man's not around, right, the community needs to be there like an
But
uncle.
who said who ain't got man around? Who's
No,
talking all that talk?
no. It was just an example. It's just an example. Just an example, right? But the point is that Sister Janet needs to understand how we move is very important, because you're sending messages and causing unsynchronization. Remember, it's about critiquing our women, not about the show. No one bossed me up. There was no shouting. There was nothing like that at all. It was just my opinion is the black woman should be an African womanism, because that has nothing to do with your.
Wait. 1 second, Kel. 1 second, Kel. When you went on to wish man a happy birthday, how did that become critiquing us? Is that what? Hold on. Did you go on to that show to critique women?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't know.
Was the show about critiquing black women?
Say that again.
Okay, you do know that we heard you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Who had?
The
Hold on. I
consensus from the
didn't hear
them is that.
Right.
Well, as you saw what my girl said in it.
Right.
Even you describe it in something. And my thing is this, right, Carl? Let me just be very clear, yeah? If you're a man that's saying, bam, you know, this is the way in which we should act, this, that, and the other, cool. And then when I see you go against said unsynchronized persons, I'm not seeing an action plan, bro. Yeah?
What do you mean?
The same people that you're whatever, they're just rinsing out the place, and I don't really see nothing. Or hear nothing.
Okay. What do you mean by that? Just to clarify it with me, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean? All right, let's go back. All right. Let me go back to this. When my girl says this, Nines, Kel got beat up by a sniper yesterday and couldn't even fight for himself, much less the sisters. It was cringe. What do you take from that, bub?
What I take from that is rumors and unsynchronization, because that it didn't go down like that at all. But here's the thing, Sister Naifa. This is why we need to have and understand the code of conduct. When you hear things, you see, right now, that message has triggered our dopamine to make us think, oh, we need to go and show people what we need to do. So the focus of the best interest is out the window, and now it's back onto individualism of going against what we need to do. That never happened at all. Never happened at all.
So what did happen? Because I'm seeing two different. I'm hearing you say nothing that never go down, but I'm hearing in the chat say it was cringe, it was horrible, like disrespect did a fly, and they gone. So what's going on?
Nobody disrespected me. Nobody disrespected the sisters. What happened is that there were things.
Wait, stop now. No one disrespected the sis. What?
The sisters.
Yo, brethren, if no one didn't disrespect the sisters, like, now I'm tapping out, fam.
What kind of disrespect did I go on?
What?
A couple of things, man.
Go on. Go on, Sister Naifa. Go on.
Bro, I'm saying if no one didn't disrespect the sisters, then I'm tapping out. Yeah, you see the gal them in the audience. Yeah,
Right.
me, I tell you, like, bro. Anyway, I get it. Anyway, like I said, I got the memo. It's calm, man.
I'm confused now, because it's like, what memo is it? I'm just confused.
Now,
And this is
apparently, Kel went on a panel and disrespect was flying.
What do you call disrespect, Kale? Let me ask you that first.
what do I call
disrespectful, bro?
What do I call disrespectful? Anything that goes against the best interests of black people.
And you didn't hear nothing yesterday that was disrespectful, no?
It was all lies, right?
Oh my God.
You say it was all lies? Huh?
What was like? Listen, somebody talk up the things. You know what's going on.
You see, the problem is, Lady D, right, is that this is why we need to focus on the code of conduct. We've got a sister in the audience who's come on and caused disorganization, blatant disorganization, and that.
No, Kel, don't do that. Don't blame the sister. Don't do that, bro. Because I'm not a dickhead, innit? Yeah. So, like I'm saying, it wasn't like a private conversation, innit?
Right.
Thank you. So even when you're coming with certain things, man's telling you to move and go with that. Now, what did you do when man's telling you to move and go? What did you do, bro?
Who
What
told
did I
you
do?
to move and go? Oh,
Hold on. When my man's talking that way, right? Do you remember what I was saying? Sister
Remind
Nigel.
us, brother Kel. I
No,
can
but
play the
sister,
thing if you want. You can remind us still, no problem.
if you want to play, you can. But this is the problem. When a man says, how can you remember what he was saying and you not remember what I was saying? Because I know what I was saying, what I remember, and that. Because the agenda was, right, regardless, black women do not feel safe. That was
wait,
the
well,
agenda.
that's what the agenda you went over there with. I thought you went to go and say happy birthday. What happened?
Okay, so it was in the chat. I said my thing, and then that's when the show was spoken about, right? The critiquing. That's how it happened. And
What
what
show
was
was
being said,
spoken about?
you know that show where we had Brother Born on,
Right. Was born on the
right?
panel.
He went on the panel, but that show basically is like, he must have got reviewed, and so they were saying to me, basically, why are you dismissing and sticking up, basically simping, right? According
What
to
have I
them.
told you about that word?
Hold on. So the thing is with Sister Naifa, my agenda throughout the whole thing, and it's sincere because that's what I'm about, was defending black women. So the thing is, what I would like to ask Sister Naifa, why was you not mentioning the things that I was saying to defending black women, but you're mentioning the things what the brother said, which has nothing to do with how we need to move?
To be fair, Kel, I've not really mentioned anything, have I? If you really think about it, I've not really said what has or hasn't been said in any sort of thing, Bobby, have I? If you think about it. You get me? If
You
look,
have,
if
because
you think about it, I've more highlighted what was said, and I'm not going to say that I go against that opinion. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And all I'm saying is, like I said to you the other day, innit? I understand that you're coming with a particular blueprint in theory, yeah. But when it comes to the practice, I don't know. Because I don't see it.
excuse me, but you listen to the show though. If you were listening to what happened, beloved, you see, this is the
you know what
problem.
it is? Listen, Kale, I'm not trying to have an argument with you, so that's the first thing,
Go on.
innit? So it's not even one of them ones, so I don't want you to get me wrong, innit? But
Right.
I'm just saying that when things are live and direct,
Mm-hmm.
see it, and I apply the practice, I don't see how we benefit. Because like I said to you before, innit, what it sounds like you want us to do is just cross our legs and shut up and then allow ourselves to be abused and remain then in our femininity. Yeah. And that's why Divine even said, well, bam, if that's the case, who's then gonna go and put up the good fight?
Sister
So
Naifa.
my conclusion is that just get the unsynchronized rain, innit?
No, but sister, what I find very strange though, right? Because I went going on there like, oh, it was very kind of random. It wasn't planned, right? You heard what was going on. Everything that I was saying was for the best interests of black women,
I
right?
understand that, Tail, but you
Oh,
see, from what
sister, all
you
due
say,
respect
there was
to her,
no
sister,
disrespect that went on
no,
different
but
pages because it was
sister,
disrespect from the beginning to the end.
sister. But here's the thing with staying on code, though. You see what I'm trying to explain to you that? Because, right, you already said in the beginning, right? And this is why we have to be careful how we need to move. You said already that it's all lies. You understand? What I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to not advocate to the narrative to cause disorganization. You already clarified it and said that's not how it went. You heard the show, and the show was completely on my behalf because I'm like that anyway, naturally, defending black women's rights from the moment I got on there, from the moment I left. And then you says, oh, but when he's telling you to go, you didn't say nothing. I find that very strange because if you notice in that, right, when I go on platforms, I don't need to disrespect. I don't need to shout. I don't need to do all them things. I go in there with the message. And if you was listening to the show, beloved, you would know you can say what you can say. But for me, the truth is black women don't feel safe. I know this to be true. So every time you say something, I'm going to come up with, okay, the community. Everybody knows in the planet, the community takes care of things. It's always been that way and it's still done today. So when someone's arguing with that and talking about individualism and that, we already know already that don't make no sense. We know these things. So when you're saying things like not you per se or the opposition is saying things like, oh, no, it needs to be this, it needs to be that, blah, 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 blah. I'm always going to remain in my truth and my reality that black women don't feel safe. You know that was being said, but then you focus on a comment when he's telling you to wear. Sister Naiva, I'm a grown adult like yourself, right? I do not go into this foolishness that we have to go online and shout at each other and I need to dominate you with certain things. My message and my intention is to remind our people that you can have fun, you can do whatever you want, but there's a system that's not there for you. You understand? Because when we go out there, Sister Naifa, out in the real world, off this YouTube thing, right? And when we go out there and we're seeing oppression, etc., right? Who's gonna back it? I know for myself, and people can testify to this. When there was war in King's Standing in the early 90s, when black women are getting kicked and punched down, you understand, right? When all the man them, even including my cousins from crew, etc., killing each other, me and the rest of the Pan Africans, we're sorting out the community and that. You understand? If we're getting in trouble by the police, we're not getting in trouble for robbing. We're getting in trouble for sticking up for the community. I got enough relatives who went to pen punching up police officers for protecting black people. That's honor. You understand what I'm saying in that? So I don't need to come on these platforms, beloved, and prove and go into a shouting debate or try and outdo or win. The message is, right, best interest for black people. I stuck up for black women on the platform. No one can say I didn't. You understand? When people are going against that, I'm not going to follow that. You're not going to get me to submit to the reality. Black women don't feel safe. If they did feel safe, then they wouldn't be behaving a certain way. So all due respect to the sister in the comment and you, Sister Naifa, right? And big up to you for allowing me on the panel. You know it didn't go like that. You listened to it. My intention was protecting and advising and securing black women. And that's what it was about.
Fair enough,
boy.
Kel. Apologize if you felt slighted. Fair enough, bub.
Thank you, beloved. Big up.
Okay, that kind of like leads me on to, hold on, Nine, are you even done with the whole list thing on what you're keeping and what is the consensus?
No,
All I know is number one for
I'll
me,
come back,
dash that in the bin.
Say that again, bro.
All I do know is that that number one that can get dash with. I don't know where the hell they're going with that not rubbish.
So what was the next one on the list? What was the next one on the list?
To not openly put down men.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Natty, that's interesting. And that kind
Yeah.
of brings me on to my thing, actually. 9. Are we still doing this? Like, what's happening? Because I want to get to that link.
Nah, you're gonna have to give me 5 minutes. I'm just doing something. But what do you want to play the link?
Yeah, just to play it. All right, Natty, hopefully this might answer your question. Yeah.
Well,
it's a bit
where
emotional.
do I go? It's 51 minutes.
Just let
So
it
where do I go?
play. No, just let it play.
No,
Hold on, just skip the
no,
beginning bit and then.
no.
All right, do what you're doing then.
I can't just let it play. It's 51 minutes, babe. So, and you know you get strikes and all that. So talk to me, man.
I'm telling you to let it play. It's going to speak for itself. I'm trying to get the lady over here my damn self. So just, I don't know. Do what you're doing.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. This is what my people. Bam. Okay. 1 second.
We're tired of carrying the burden.
Might check.
Oh shoot! Sorry. Oh my god! Sorry, but what happened?
I don't know.
I
Well,
don't know where Nines is gone.
yeah.
She might have a bad connection or something. I don't know.
And this is the thing, right? Because there's a comment about black women do not feel safe. How do they not feel safe? And this is why synchronized black men must go against this narrative. And it's nothing personal towards the one who sent the comment. You know what I mean? Big
Brother
up to that
Natty.
person. However, the comment is very unsynchronized because we have seen the way how black women are treated, right? We've seen all that. You know what I mean? We've seen in the school system what happened to our young little sister who was searched by the the police. You understand? We've seen all that. We've seen how
The little girl that was with the gypsies, that situation
yeah,
happened not that long ago.
we,
So yeah.
we yeah, we've seen the way how, for example, they're the last to be married, right? And they age slower than the rest of the women. We've seen all that. You understand? We've seen all these things that typifies that our women are not being saved. But unsynchronized black men, because as I was saying to you before, sister, we don't want to take responsibility. They're gonna dismiss that. You know what I mean? And this is where we have to keep going against these things. I know that the black woman is not protected. We all know this. Pan-Africanists know this. This is why you'll get like all Pan-Africanists around the world are always making it clear we got to try and, you know, secure, you know, the black family. You know what I mean? You'll hear it one way or another. Constructive black man with constructive black woman. You'll hear that. You understand? Whether it be in West, East, South, Central, the same message, because the foundation for the community is the black man and the black woman. You understand? So we have to not, you know, buy into this narrative of, oh, that's not true. Oh, but my uncle's with a black woman and they've got this and they've got that. But collectively, that's not so. And a lot of us men have got daughters. You see what I'm saying? And that, right?
That's
I've
the
got daughters.
scary thing.
And
That
that's
is
very
the
scary,
actual
isn't it?
scary.
You know what I mean? That's very scary, isn't that? You know what I mean? Because first of all, in that, right? You know what I mean? I have to, well, my kids already know already, but collectively, you know what I mean? I don't want no unsynchronized African descendant man thinking that he's going to not take responsibility. That's why we have to use certain strategies of, okay, you're not going to get away with certain things. Because to marry my daughter and that, I need to see the generational wealth contracts and that you got a business or you're working. Do you understand? That's the reality when it comes to my daughters. You know what I mean? And that should be for all black women. As what Brother Code said, marry before carry. You shouldn't even have sex with a black woman if you're not married to her and you ain't provided any form of contract for generational wealth. You understand what I'm saying? So
No, I
for
think
that
you've gone
comment
too
in
far.
there,
Now you're asking for Mission Impossible at that point.
that's
Black
what it
men.
has to be. Yeah,
You're
but it
funny.
has to be though. Yeah, it has to be, Lady D, because it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? And now the non-African women are feeling it because they're with unsynchronized black men. You do understand? Synchronized black men will never touch non-African women, right? With the chin of their head. They don't go there and that. They understand and that. What am I going there for? Okay, I can go east, Africa, west, north, with the exception of the European looking one. I can go central. I can go south. I can go to the Caribbean. They understand. There's more black women on the planet than any other. You know what I mean? And that. So we've got to fight that, Lady D, and the black women, right? They need to always make it clear we don't feel safe, we don't feel protected. Every time someone in the comment says that, there should be a black woman saying this: we don't feel safe, we don't feel protected. That should just be all in the comment. You know what I mean? Oh, but you got this, you got that. We don't feel safe, we don't feel protected. If that was to be done every single day as a movement, you know what that would do? That's going to put black men in their place. That's going to separate who's the man and who's not. Plus the synchronized men backing it, they can't win. You know what I mean? But we have to kind of unite together on that. They don't feel safe. Any black man who believes black women don't feel safe, you are by definition unsynchronized because they don't feel safe and they don't feel protected. You know what I
Let
mean?
me
Look what
say
the police
something
do.
though. Let me say something though, Kel. And what I found interesting, when I came back here, going by last night's experience, what I noticed was it was black men themselves that was laughing while the madness was happening on the panel. I found that the most interesting. Hence why I was like, wow. Just wow. That's all I could say was wow. So
Oh,
what do we
which,
say to that? When we're
which,
seeing, when black men are seeing other black men on a panel being
right.
abusive, being aggressive, talking about they want to fight and thump people and spit on people and whatever, and then you see black
Oh,
men, one
mm,
second, and then you see black men
mm.
in the comments and they are laughing while it's happening. To me, it's a madness.
And this is the thing. It's like I said to you already before, right? YouTube and social media, it's all about entertainment now. You know what I mean? And The fact that we can laugh at character assassination on the black man and the black woman, right, shows how low and shows how we don't have no respect for our race. The Honorable Marcus Garvey said, "A race without respect is a race without authority." And if a black man allowed that on his panel, right, then he needs to be checked as well. But then again, Lady D, we have to stop going on certain panels. For me personally, I'm going to be honest with you. Shaka Raj channel is very productive. You know what I mean? And that you've got like Q Butter, you know, when he's speaking about the Pan African thing, very productive. You understand? You've got so many of the channels which I'm on. I go on there because I know the Pan Africanist channels, right, who are synchronized. You're not going to be disrespected on there. But the panels that we go on, right, you're going to get that. Why I go on the different panels? Because the message that we have to do, right? Because a lot of us have links, sister, on the continent and the Caribbean. There's grassroots, so we have to kind of remind and get our people on certain movements so we can help out the black family. So I have to now and then go on there and drop a reminder, you know what I mean, and drop this and drop that. But overall, lady, we shouldn't even be going on there. Me personally, in my life, right, I don't hang around with unsynchronized African descendants. You understand? So I understand that. Don't get me wrong. If they need any help, but for them to be close to me, that's not going to happen, whether it's relatives or not, because I understand that they don't have the best interest for our people. They don't have it. They're quite happy to allow the black woman to be laughed on or mocked, or the black man to be mocked. You know what I mean? Because now it's like, who's the loudest and who can say the most devilish or dynamic words to one another? But then if we was to go outside, these black women that you're disrespecting, they're affiliated. You understand? They're all affiliated. I know yous lot are affiliated. And if yous lot wanted to, right, you can get bad man to sort things out. I know these things. You understand? But because of this, the 5G frequency making people's mind off key, they're forgetting these things. I know the thing, Lady D, and that if yous lot wanted to, right, black women on there who are affiliated, if you use that wanted to, you could cause some problems. And this is where we have to call out on these social media that any laughing or mistreatment on black women or even black men, I'm going against it. I always go against it, Lady D. A lot of people say, "Oh, you're being extreme, you know, let your hair down." No, because if you can attack a black woman and character assassinate her, the Iceman will do it, the Mountain Man, the Sandman's going to do it. And then they're going to go out
But
there.
that's the problem. I don't think
Yeah,
they care
yeah.
enough to. That's the whole point of the conversation. Collectively, that's not a priority. It's just not a priority for them. And this is where I keep bringing it back whenever I speak with you to the conversation. As my aim is to get them to compete against other men. Go and compete against the white man. But I don't see that energy of them trying to do that. What I see them trying to do is compete against black women. And to me, that's sickening.
Yeah, because most of us, you know, like what the Black Betterment strategy entitlement is, you got the conquered African and the conquering African. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of us, Lady D, are mentally defeated. You can see, how can you go against the best interests of yourself, your collective? We're defeated. Do you understand? But for me and the rest, I refuse to give up. I can't do that. I ain't been raised on them things. So we have to keep going on. You understand what I'm saying? And that I hear where you're coming from. It looks gloom.
Look at that. Look,
and,
look at that. Look at the chat. Sorry to cut you, Kel, but look at the chat. Now I'm going to use your words now. If an ice woman can identify, look, Victoria in the chat, if she can see clearly through it, do you think other people are not seeing it true as well?
Victor, sadly, what you saying, Sunday, there are men who don't deserve these. Mel yesterday, Mel was on his families to us. Now, what she's saying is true, but
It's
Lady D,
fact.
she's from a collective.
That's not the point,
That has
Kel.
the best.
I don't care about that. Because again, I'm going to bring you back to what I noticed yesterday. Again, I'm going to say it again. What I noticed when that display was happening, yeah, I saw people like Victoria, as you'll say, the eyes people were like, wow, this is disgusting. No need for that. Calm it down. But I saw black men laughing. I saw LOLs ha ha ha, laughing emojis, fire emoji. I just thought, what the hell? That tells me there's a definite sickness. I'm telling you.
But Lady D, you know this anyway. We suffer from post-traumatic slavery disorder and colonization disorder. You know this. We are unsynchronized. You see, everything that we say, we can explain it. When we're talking about the dopamines of surviving and the approval or the strategies that go against the best interests of ourselves, what non-African peoples taught us to validate that safety, we do it. This is why when I was saying to you, when we go on panels, we need political words and phrases to stop dopamine triggering. You understand what I'm saying in that, right? You know what I mean? That is how it has to be. There is no other way, Lady D. I'm being honest with you. Unless you reprimand psychologically that this is wrong. In other words, what you're doing is this. This is a sin, what you're doing there, you know. This is a sin. This is a sin. This is a sin. This is a sin. You're doing sins. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You're doing sins. And when you know about mankind, Lady D, right? When we do sins, right? Two traits happen to us. First of all, we feel guilty. The second thing, we don't want to expose. We have to look at it. It's a sin to attack the black woman in front of non-African people and black people and black men. It's a sin. You're doing sins. And I'm going to expose your sins and make you feel bad about it. You understand? Oh, so the non-African is using what you said. I'm taking it out on you politically, and I'm going to show them politically as well. You understand? You have to look at it as it's a sin. You know what I mean? Because non-African people, they understand it's a sin to share power with black people. It's a sin to allow the black man to be with non-African women, right? And for him to have full control. No, it's a sin. So we have to look at it as it sins. I know it sins every time a black woman gets attacked psychologically, mentally, physically, right? For an agenda of individualism, it's a sin. And we're going to label it a sin. But as far as the Victoria, no disrespect to her, and I'm sure she's a nice lady, right? And her observation was correct. But at the same time, you're from a community, right, who's collectively has put this into us as a people. That's why when we talk about separation, right, when Leo Muhammad talks about separation and the rest of Garvey, etc., right, we're talking about freeing ourselves from how you lot think. Because how you lot think when you read upon the book.
No, Cal, sorry, I have to stop you there. We cannot be blaming Victoria and whoever you're going to say her people or Di's people for Schiffer's behaviour last night. Is that what we're doing here?
Sister,
we can't do that.
Sister Lady D, we're not doing that, sister. We've just explained, beloved, right? We know what he's done. But at the same time, right, where does it come from? Where does it come from? Because we have proof and evidence, Lady D, right? In African culture, right? We're the only ones that respected our women. Do you understand? The Iceman didn't respect his woman. We know this. He didn't respect her. You know what I mean? She was treated as a vessel. You understand? Slaved her, mutilated her private parts. Didn't give her no rights until the Honourable Marcus Garvey and Charlotte Bass, right, showed the example of this is how the African man, the African woman unites with one another. Until the Margaret Sanger and them says, are you going to allow this black man to unite with his woman to vote? And it happened in UK. We know about the Asian woman and how she was treated, burned and all these things there. And that's for the sand people. They used to bury their daughters under the sand. So what I'm saying is we're not blaming them for what we do completely, but they do have engineered it. And we're not going to take that away. No disrespect to Victoria. Your community, right, is part of this legacy of what black people. And this is why when we get reparations, right, it's not just about one of the conditions of reparation from the Pan-Africanists is that having institutions to restore the mind of black people that we've been engineered to go against the best interest of ourselves. That's one of the parts of the reparation, because it's sickened upon us by non-African people. And that's why we have to be nationalists. That's why we have to protect our mind. That's why we have to have code of conduct to control our dopamine that makes us go against the best interests of ourselves. All due respect here.
Oh boy. No, I don't know what you want to say to that. That's how. I don't know how. I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't really got much to say to that because on this list for ourselves, where have I put it? It's at number 7 is no, number 4 is accountability. Yeah, and which is fine, but I find when that comes with certain other people like white supremacy and all this, always seems to be the exit plan. Personally, you get me? In 2023, and as much as obviously we have white supremacy and racism, this, that, and the other, which we obviously have, you know what I mean? We've got to be able to also separate that from, you understand me? What is glaringly obvious as far as I'm concerned. Because
Yeah,
I hear a
I
lot
can't use
of
white
men when they
supremacy.
can't
Can you guys
answer a
hear me?
question,
Oh,
they can't do the
nice. I might have to
accountability.
come
They
out
talk
and come
about
back in, you know.
Zaddy. Yo,
Can't hear nothing.
they talk about like Zaddy, white supremacy, the welfare system, this, that, and the other. So yeah, I don't know about that, Kel, to be honest, but I
Mr.
think on the
Naifa,
go on.
when when a Pan-Africanist uses white supremacy, sister, it's to check the non-Africans who like to interfere when we're talking about black issues as though they're the savior. Think about it, beloved. You have to do a political analysis. We've just spoken about holding black men accountable for not protecting the black family.
But
This is
not
what we've
all
been
black
doing.
men are Pan-Africanists. So what do we
Okay,
do with them?
okay, but if you can allow me to finish, beloved, right? As a Pan-Africanist, right, who understands political science, because Pan-Africanists, they have to, right? You have to do an assessment. We're pulling up black people. You understand what I'm saying in that? But here's the problem though, Sister Naifa. You're going to get a non-African person who believes that what they're going to say is meaningful because they've seen the mistreatment of what we're doing to one another. Do you understand? So you have to use white supremacy to put them in their place of, okay, it's all good you're saying that, but your people engineered it to push them away so we can focus on what we got to do. I'm not completely putting everything on white supremacy as though we don't have to do nothing, but it's a political strategy to push them away because they're not supposed to have no say when it comes to our situation. If you ask them every single day, what are you doing for black people with your people collectively to destroy the unethical code of conduct system, you're not going to hear anything. So the fact that you're going to speak on things that you've identified, especially for black women, because from a perspective as a Pan-Africanist, as the non-African women want to speak on black women, first of all, in enslavement, if you're pro-woman, you watch the black woman get raped and didn't do anything. You understand? In your movements, right, you always put the black woman at the bottom, even though her thought process is helping with the movement. You understand? You've never forgiven the black woman. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You've never forgiven the black woman. You've never forgiven the black woman historically that all your men has wanted her before slavery and in slavery. And then you want to talk about, oh, as a woman, it was wrong what black men did to think. You don't have no leg, toe, back, yai to even stand on. And that's what I'm saying, Sister Nigel, to respect that.
Brother, I must have to stop you there because, brother, what it is, I understand, you know, as us as people, we have gone through shit, you know, and it is especially why we are like this, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, the point is, you can't put all the blame on a black man, brother, because what it is, brother, the black women are doing something themselves, brother. You know this. They are downgrading us our value, you know what I'm saying? They're all over there, you know what I'm saying? They're selling the sexuality, the
No,
beautiness,
wait,
the
wait,
beauty.
wait, wait,
You
wait,
know what I'm
wait, wait,
saying?
wait. No, no, no,
They're
no.
nice
Hold on,
shape,
Sister
everything
Naifa.
Hey,
on
Let him
sale
finish
hey,
this. Let him
for the white
finish.
man, brother,
Nine,
and
let him
his
finish.
ideology. The black
Yeah.
woman and her beauty is
Mhm.
on sale, and it's on secret. I understand it's on secret as brothers who have allowed this to happen. But if you look at it, brother, it's
Mhm.
like now the black woman are actually teaching other women to become hosts in a way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you can't put all the blame on us, brother, because what it is, we have failed them, but they have failed us as well. You can't just put it all on the man. You know what I'm saying? Let's say every great man has a great woman next to him. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have a great woman and the woman is only arguing with you and chatting shit and she's
Mhm.
on internet all day, how are we gonna
Mhm.
stop that, brother? Because really, truthfully, it's not our culture. And what I mean is not our culture. It's not the
Mhm.
way our grandparents, our grandmothers was raised on. You know what I'm saying? And how they were teaching their kids. I think it's only since the last it's not even a point about it. What I'm trying to say, brother, it's like in the last 5 years, something has happened, brother. Our woman is on sale right now. They're on sale to the world. Now, then, before the white man came in and took them by force, but now they're selling themselves, brother. You know what I'm saying? And why I'm saying this, brother, I grew up in Denmark. I've seen it myself firsthand, you know. You have Nigerian women coming from Nigeria selling themselves in Copenhagen. You know what I'm saying? And the white people are laughing at us, bro. So me, when I'm walking down the road, yeah, the white man, when he's saying, Marcus Garvey said Rastafari or something like that, what he's saying is, why have you failed your woman? He's saying, I know your culture. Because when I'm walking past him and he sees them and he sees me, he's like black power and something like that. And why he's trying to take the piss, you know what I'm saying? He's saying, look, you guys have failed your woman.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, brother Asketi, right?
Can I
I
quickly
love you
just
as
say
a
one thing
brother,
though, Kel? Quickly. So
but
yeah,
this is very unsynchronized what you just said there. Go
no,
on,
no,
brother
no, no,
lady.
no, no, no.
Go
All
on.
It's
right,
not,
brother,
you
I'm
know.
sorry,
No,
man.
it's
You
not.
know,
It's
Kel,
not. It's
I
not.
do
Don't
reason,
worry,
brother.
Asketi.
Brother Kel,
Don't worry.
if you say that, brother, I'm taking it highly on, and I'm not gonna say that again. But I was just trying to say, brother, our women are selling themselves on platform right now. You know what
Right,
I'm
hold
No,
saying?
but
on.
They're selling
Pause,
their beauty.
pause. Oh
They
man.
should
Like
hide the
for real,
beauty for
can we
their man.
respond? Can I
Hide
respond?
your beauty for the man, bro.
Asketi, can you
Come
hear
on,
me?
man. Your beauty is more expensive than
Hello?
any other race, bro.
Can
okay,
anybody
brother.
hear me?
I'm gonna let sister lady, and then afterwards we can have it out, brother. Right.
Thank you. Flipping, no, that took long enough. But yeah, Asketi. So I want to respond to that. You're saying, yeah, black women are out here, they're selling themselves, and I'm not even gonna be one of those black women to sit up here and deny that yes, we definitely have some seriously unsynchronized sisters out here, yeah. So I'll give an example. There was a suggestion for us to go to Dubai as a group, innit? And I was like, hell no, I'm not going. And I'll tell you why I refuse to even touch that place or go. Whether whether I want to feel the experience of it or whatever, it is a known fact in Dubai. Black women out there are heavily in the prostitution game, right? Now, my reasons for definitely not wanting to go out there is I don't want to be confused. I don't want to be confused, and this is another battle we've got to fight as sisters, getting our sisters together. Yes, we do have sisters that are out here on apps and shit like that, selling their feet, their body parts, whatever. We do have sisters out here that are putting their bodies under all kind of pressure and madness for all the sake of, I don't know, materialism and gaining the whatever kind of a man they're trying to get. Yes, we understand that, but as Sketty, it's going to take a lot of work. It's just not going to be as easy as we click our fingers and everybody's on one accord. This is why we've got black women under the microscope today. So yeah, we welcome that. We'll take that. We're not sitting up here and deny like, oh, all our sisters are perfect and none of us don't do. Nobody's ever said that. My point is, what do we do? So now that can be added to the list actually, you know. Sisters out here just doing be undesirable stuff. We can add all of that to the list and we can go through it, because that's more of the kind of thing I was expecting people to come and say when they had the opportunity last week. What I heard was just rubbish. So okay, yeah, that can go on the list. I take that as I'll take that.
But here's the problem with that though, lady D. Why I said that our brother is unsynchronized, right? Now, brother Asketi, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? As a Pan-Africanist, we always have to use the strategies and the political of where our people are. Now, brother, in the Quran, in chapter the women, verse 34, it says, for the men, they are maintainers and protectors upon the women, and we have chosen one to lead the other. Agreed?
Fully agree,
Right.
brother. Fully agree.
Here's the thing, brother. In Somalia, brother, and I've been there many times, right?
Mashallah, brother. We
Right.
come back again. Come back
Hold on,
this
brother.
time.
Hold on.
Somaliland.
Of course. Now, brother,
Come Somaliland.
is it the woman's fault, brother, that their private parts have been chopped off fairly? Is it the woman's fault? The witch
Brother,
doctor's
it's
fault?
worse than hold on,
Hold on,
brother.
brother. You
It's
gotta let me
worse than
finish, brother.
Somalia.
Brother,
But these
brother,
women
you
have
gotta
got
let me
hijab
finish,
on,
brother.
brother, and they're
You gotta
selling
let me finish,
themselves
brother.
on TikTok and that.
Okay,
That's
you
what I'm
gotta let
saying,
me.
brother.
I
Where's
know,
their
but
pressure?
brother. But here's the thing, though, brother. Right? the men supposed to lead. If the men are allowing these things to happen, and I'm not attacking Somalia, brother, because it's not just in Somalia, brother. Remember the black women's, I'm using an example. The men supposed to maintain, protect. If the men are allowing mistreatment, right, to black women, even though it goes against their law and religion, what do you expect the black woman to do? Do you know that the black woman, brother, they have no respect? If you're not providing for them properly, they're going to go on TikTok and make money. If you allow them to be abused in the wrong way, you know what they're going to say? I'm going to go and find the non-black men. You cannot blame them, brother, when they're going in certain situations. Look how the black man tells black women, go to Dubai, go to Abu Dhabi. It's okay, go and work there. Have you heard of the kafala system, brother? Asketi. Do you know what the kafala is? The
Brother,
kafala system is a
they are
branch.
literally these Arab, brother. If
Yeah.
first of all, if
Oh,
these Arab come to
oh,
Somalia, we're gonna have to
right,
talk to them seriously because what they're doing to our
right.
women is
Okay,
different.
okay. So the kafala system's what, brother? It's a white supremacist branch of making people immigrants who want to work and saying that they get certain rights due to that job and stay, and then in actuality they're treated as slaves. Now, brother, are we going to blame the black woman for Arabs coming to the Africa and saying, "Oh, we want the women to come work over there"? Are we going to blame the black woman for that, brother? When in the book it says, "For the men, they are maintaining and protecting women." And Lady D, she shouldn't even co-sign with that, because at the end of the day, they wouldn't be over there had it not been for the men allowing it. And that's what we have to take into
So,
consideration.
brother, brother, I fully get that, brother. So, I hear you, but I hear that I respect you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that listens to Kel and when he talks, if you don't respect him, I believe you're a sellout. You know what I'm saying? So, brother, what I'm trying to say is, if the woman, when we talk about unity and we want economic freedom from Africa and that, and the woman think about, what the black man sleep with, that don't make sense, brother, because they don't even want to contribute to our liberation. You know what I'm saying? If the woman don't really care about no liberation, sister, rest in peace, and Winnie Mandela and that, if they don't want to be on her level, how should we have brother? We are like, we under destruction, brother. We are destroying ourselves. The man are confused because we can't, you know what I'm saying? The king, first of all, come from Africa. The lion come from Africa. You know what I'm saying? The man knows when he's amongst his land and that he feels some type of way. But now, because he's in a foreign land, he can't be who he's destined to be. So we already fucked up from our beginning. You know what I'm saying? But the point is, people have to, brother, put in, and what I said is that they have to, brother, agree on. First of all, we have to agree on one common thing, you know what I'm saying? One code of conduct. So if you, brother, talk about a code of conduct and people disagree with you and that, men and women, those people, brother, are the problem. Because they don't want our race to move forward. And this is why, brother, look, reason why, I'm passionate about this is because, brother, listen, I've seen my people. I've seen Africa. I've seen starving children. And I keep asking myself, and God rest my father, yeah, before, first time I went to Somalia, when I took this picture, yeah, I've got there, and we went to a compound. We had we had a cheetah, this and that. When we were coming back, brother, yeah, guess what the white people did? Lufthansa Airport. They said all the people from Africa have to sit on the floor. No human rights, year 2002. They put us on the floor. And then, because my father, he's Pan-African, kicked him, he made a complaint, he started taking picture. Guess what they did, brother? From there, first of all, when we entered the plane, they put us in the first class. After that, they're saying we're going to pay you something like 100K, something like that, I don't know if my father took it, but I believe he did take that money. But what I'm saying, brother, the rest of the people were happily sitting on the floor. Nobody want to fight for their justice and their human right. When those black people on that plane was sitting on the floor while the white people were sitting in the fucking, the terminal on the seats. The only person that stood up was my father. Me and my brother were kids, you know what I'm saying? We don't know what's going on. But from that day, I knew, listen, we as people are going through something serious, you know what I'm saying? While my father, who's got a heart transplant, he's fighting hard, you know what I'm saying? Fighting with these fucking decent, Belgian people, not Bulgarian people, you know what I'm saying? And we know that people are first class racists. But then the point is, brother, the other people on that same plane, they will happily take they will take those, they will happily sit down, my friend. They were told to sit down and they happily sit down. And bro, that's disrespectful, man. How come, brother? We were about 30 people, black people on that plane. More than that, I believe. But the rest sit. One guy stood up and said, you know, this is against human rights. How the fuck you letting my people sit on the floor? We all paid fucking plane tickets. You know what I'm saying? And brother, this is what I've seen. Me, why I'm passionate about this, I've seen the racism firsthand. Growing up in Denmark, the white people are telling me in school, you have to become integrated. Integrate to our system. If you don't integrate, you're as good at nothing. You know what I'm saying? But they can't deport me. I was born there. You know what I'm saying? So I know, but you lot grew up in England and that we had some black people and this and that. You know, you had a different lifestyle to growing up in Scandinavia, where they will literally try to put pork in your food by tricking you in school. You know what I'm saying? This is where I grew up, brother. Imagine you only 2, 3 people in the whole school, black people. You know what I'm saying? But this is
Well,
why, but I have seen different. You lot had the privilege of growing around. You know, your next door neighbor, 3 doors down, is black person. You grew up in Birmingham, black people down there in 19 and starting them years all the way to 2000. I never had that privilege, brother. Me, my whole
Even
area,
like in
that was
certain
about
them
5
years.
Somali in the whole city. We claim ourselves like family. Imagine that. Those 5 Somali families that live in that area, everybody is like family members to us. You know what I'm saying? The unity kicked in. And I believe we need that. We need to look at each other like we some distant, like we are by ourselves. You know what I'm saying? What happened now?
mm,
We tired of seeing each other's faces, fam. You know, people have seen it. Black people with with each other for too long. Nobody even cares about what happened to the black man down the road. If he gets arrested or somebody beats him up or a Cuba skinhead jumps out of a car, nobody cares. You know what I'm saying, brother? We need to go back to them time. And I believe UK was like this as well. Jamaican people especially used to go to a Jamaican auntie down the road. You make sure wherever you pass that road, you knock on her door, you ask her, how you doing, auntie? You need anything, this and that. We have completely lost that, brother, that culture. We became capitalists, thirsty capitalists like these Muzungu, you know what I'm saying? Once we go back to our system, brother, and have some sympathy to our own people, I think we can go far, brother, and our system will be safe. When we
but
go
brother,
back to, we need to go
yeah.
back to sympathy.
And this is the thing, brother Asket, right? Is that brother, you see, East Africa, West, South, Central, North, the Caribbean, the Americas, brother, they were civilized and protected by the black man. So when that's done now, the black woman can see, oh, look at this environment. Oh, we can settle here. We can bring the nurturing and the femininity here. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? It has to be led by the man, brother. But if we're gonna
But
start
brother, the
blaming them from
African woman
certain things,
in
but
Africa, she's the breadwinner. She is the breadwinner.
brother,
She brings the food on the
but
table, all of that.
brother, here's
But
the
the
thing,
woman
brother.
here, my friend, they want to
Brother,
sit in the office.
I know,
You know
but
what I'm
brother,
saying? That's a
here's the
different,
thing,
my
though,
friend.
brother. I cannot co-sign with black men who want to keep blaming the black woman for everything, brother. Brother, do you know that's not masculine? In no religious
So
book. Hold on,
yeah,
brother,
sorry, brother.
hold on, all due respect.
Don't put
In
me in
no
that
religious
category.
book,
I love
hold
our
on, brother,
sisters, man. All
brother.
our
In
sisters
no,
are the
brother,
same to me.
in
They're
no
like my
religious
blood
book,
sister.
in no religious book, brother, are you going to see that the woman needs to do everything. You won't find it in the Quran. You won't find it in the Torah. You won't find it in the gospel. You're not going to see it, brother. It's not even in the African spiritual system. So where is this thing coming from? Oh, the woman has to do everything. She needs to do it. No, the man must lead, brother. Because when you lead, then the woman's going to follow. All leaders, religious leaders or not, understood this. Men lead, sorry, women follow. But now, but we want the woman. Oh, the women, they're doing this, behaving that way. If you can conduct yourself, they're going to reflect that. But if you're just going to mirror them, why are we mirroring when women are behaving a certain way to us? That's not manly, brother. You're going to mirror them. No, brother, you show a different type of mirror. Oh, they're shouting and they're behaving that way, right? What does the black man have to do? He has to have his own backpack. You see, black men don't have a backpack. You know what a backpack is, brother? Is when you have another plan. While the women are behaving a certain way, your backpack of ideas is, I'm still going to preserve the family. But the black man don't do that. What he does, he throws away, right, his plan B and mirrors and goes along with what the women are doing. That's not
But
the
brother,
man,
right
brother.
now, the black woman, all she cares about twerking and a nigga who throws money on her. You know what I'm saying? Throwing dollar bills on her. That's all she cares about right now, as this generation. What is like, you know what I'm saying? What's being rated as a woman is how whole she is. You know what I'm saying? But she goes around from she sleeps with one guy, she goes to sleep with the next guy, and this and that. She actually talked to her friends about this. She's bragging to her friends. You know what I'm saying? Look, I became women acting like men, bro. That's where the problem is, brother. Our women cannot act like these European women. You know what I'm saying? Women now that's getting too many privilege and this and that. Now they want to be like us, but they don't know how to. Especially if you want to be like a black man, brother. That is, you can't, brother. You know what I'm saying? This is why you come home. The woman will tell you, brother, why are you coming? Imagine this, brother. You know, there's a lot of passport bros, yeah. They bring women over from Africa. Once they stay in Africa with her, she got bare respect. As soon as they bring them to Europe, this woman saying, brother, why are you knocking on my door after 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? I'm gonna call the police on you. You the one who brought her here, you know. But she completely lost her ways of culture and that quick, my friend. In 2 years, you know. So, brother, what do you say about that, brother? That woman that always wants to, and brother, brother, you're right, man. You know, when I'm talking sometimes, I think, you know, what I'm saying is unsynchronized. So I'm gonna take it back, bro. You know what I'm saying? What I said
We
right
are
here was
by
unsynchronized.
by
And I'm
definition,
taking
bro.
it back, bro. I
We
know I'm
we
trying to be unsynchronized.
we are, and I appreciate you saying that, brother, because you have to understand, right? You're talking about the black woman sleeping around, etc., right? You understand, and it's a problem. But here's the thing, brother: the black woman sleeping around is because of what? The system. If the black man creates an environment and put the black woman in their place when they want to go out and sleep around, etc., and that, right, and marry them and make sure there's generational wealth, etc., and please them in the bedroom and understand their character, they're not going to want to do all them things. You understand? They're going to say to themselves, I don't
How do you
need
know
to.
that, brother? How do you know that, though? How do you know that the
Brother,
woman not gonna see a next man and say, you know what, I want to get fucked by that guy, and she
brother,
forgets about you who spent
right.
all these years, all the effort. You might have created 2 kids with her and that, but she just lose her way, and within a week she just changes. And it's something that's happened many times, brother. You know what I'm saying? You come home, next nigga is in your bed, and the woman talking about this is my new man. I've
Sister,
seen that, but I haven't seen that for myself. But I've seen that for some friends, and it's a
brother,
Western way.
let
Hey,
me
brother, is
explain
that
something to
Hayes
you, brother.
Town? Oh shit!
That's good. I'll be
Oh,
honest
that's
with you,
North
bro.
London. That's North London.
That's sketchy. That's sketchy, right? You know what I find very interesting, right? Is that in your religion, right, it tells you to know the woman's character and please her in the bedroom. Do you know that, brother? In your religion, it says that. So what
Brother,
I'm
the
saying is,
woman,
brother,
I'm not looking for one guy
hold
to
on,
please
brother.
her
No,
now,
no,
bro.
no, 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 hold on, brother,
You want to get pleased by.
because hold on, brother, because you're underestimating the reality. I'm saying, brother, if you understand the black woman's character, you understand her character, you understand her femininity, you understand the things, and you know how to please her in the bedroom, communicate. She's not gonna go out there, brother, have other man in the bedroom and think, because she understands this man here. Not only does he provide generational wealth, is he working, he understands my character, and he knows how to satisfy. Why are they going to go out and find some more things when they're getting satisfied, brother? That makes no sense,
Because
brother.
the brother there is driving a new Mercedes or something, brand new AMG, or he's driving a new BMW. They'd rather see this guy who's got more for her to offer. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem, brother. Because what it is, brother, I think this is why, as Pan African, I only support economic freedom for Africa. I believe we get our economic freedom back, you know, and the woman don't have to work like the Arab. You know what I'm saying? The woman stay in the house, look after the kids. We give her wherever. We literally build her dream in her house. You know what I'm saying? Whatever she wants, we give her. But black people don't want to get behind that economic freedom. Imagine we all stood together and said, you know what? We want economic freedom. These stock exchanges we're seeing every day cannot be functioning no more. This is racism. You know
So,
what I mean? If we
brother,
can highlight this
so brother,
racism, this is
brother,
game over, brother.
but brother Sketty, you says right. You just made something. You said that the black woman, she's gonna go around, sleep around. What do you think the solution is to stop that, brother? Be honest now. What do you think the solution is?
Economic freedom, brother. We need to, you know, we need to make sure the woman knows that if she give birth to our next man's kid, her kids' future are gonna be safe. So we need to build a black nation, a black Africa. You know, we fuck this blackness anyways. We need to build up Africa and make sure, you know what, anybody who's black have got a birthright. Like these Arabs, brother. Arabs are getting direct money into their accounts from the oil sale. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say, if we all get together, who will benefit the most is the woman. Because guess what, bro? Like the brothers always say, you know, I keep listening. The man will build us the toilet. The man will build the house. The man will build the sewage. All of that for the woman to come and be comfortable in the house. So this is what I'm trying to say, brother. Look at this guy right now. Everything that's on this road here is built by black people's wealth. But over there, we have nothing. That is what's gonna set us free, brother. And this is how I see things. You know what I'm saying? I see this strawberry nation who finesse us so much, and now they're mentally confusing us. Now it's, bro, and I blame these manosphere as well, brother. I blame these manosphere now. They're making our black sisters angry all over the world, right? But the reality, like, I'm not trying to be unsynchronized, and I always think before I say something, when I would tell you, it is our fault, Kel. You're actually right, brother. Thinking about it, what you're saying is the man's fault. Everything is our fault, brother.
Of course. Now, here's the thing. But here's the thing, brother.
Lie, brother. You're 100% right, Kel.
When we're saying that it's the man's fault, brother, that don't mean, brother, that we don't.
Man, we don't synchronize, mate. You're right, man.
Brother,
we don't synchronize. That's the motherfuckers out here.
Brother, hold on. That doesn't mean you don't put the woman in her place. We're not saying that, but you cannot blame.
My friend, you're right, brother. It's the men's fault. If the men did something from the beginning, the woman would have followed, like you said. You know what I'm saying? Every great man, the woman will rate you and they will follow you to a certain level. You know what I'm saying? But you have to put in work. But we're not, brother. We out here trying to put on our hoodie on, trying to look bad. Screw face the next black brother walking down the road. You're not gonna screw face the white guy, the Albanian guy walking past you. Or you see a black guy, either you say respectfully hi, or you think he's an enemy. You know what I'm saying, brother? And that is, brother, that is the biggest problem we have. You know what I'm saying? And I blame the American culture for that. No point attended. You know what I'm saying? The American music, the American culture, all of that.
Brother, but why are you blaming the African Americans' culture, brother, or culture?
Nah, brother. They are.
No, brother. This is excuses again, brother. You see, we're blaming American culture. Why not blame that we're not following the code of conduct?
Why can't they make music like the Rasta people? Rasta people make an economic freedom music. They make revolution music. But the American is about that nigga needs to chopper on that nigga, shoot that nigga down with a chopper. You know what I'm saying? Basically, they're saying to you, machine gun for that nigga.
But brother, we're gonna blame the American culture. Hold on, brother. We're gonna blame the American culture, bro. Now, does that make sense, brother? So, in other words, brother, right? We're gonna put
how many of our brothers has been killed because of American culture?
Huh?
How many of our children has been buried because of the American culture? Let's be honest,
our children submit to the non-African because we allow them to, brother. Here's what you gotta understand, brother, right? There's nothing wrong with when your kids come home, reconditioning their mind with Pan-African code of conduct. What's wrong with doing that?
We have to, my friend. We have to do that.
So you was watching that? You was watching that today. You was doing that and recondition. We don't want to do that because we're lazy.
You see, we are failures, my friend. We're failures as fathers. We happily send our kids to school.
If you don't put the work in, kids are going to submit to the American culture or whatever thing you're talking about.
You send your kid to learn English and geographic and English language and that, but you don't want to teach them Pan-African lessons. You know what I'm saying? That is a failure, my friend. If you don't teach your kid from young age, you know what? You came from these people. Your great people have been great. Don't listen to the media. Don't listen to the people when you grow up that they're going to tell you your people are dependent because you're useless on white supremacy. But if you teach your kid, you know, how great you are as people already and why we like this, that kid has the best start in life. You know that? But if you tell him, you know what, I'm just going to trust the system. I'm going to wake up, send my kid happily, drop in at the gate of the school. And then when he comes back home and you hear the teacher was telling him, you know what, Winston Churchill was helping Kenya out, for example. Now I'm saying my kid one day came home and said, Winston Churchill, yeah, has done great for Kenya and that. And I had to tell him the truth. I said, listen, Kenya were castrated. Over tens of thousands of people were castrated by Winston Churchill and the white supremacy colonialism. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't know that, my friend. Even the kids in Africa don't know that. They're saying this guy's a hero. You know what I'm saying, brother? So we happily just send him there and we just receive our kids with new knowledge. We don't know what they've been teaching because the kids, all you tell them is to go to the corner, make your homework and that, but you don't even know what kind of homework the teacher gives them. You know what I'm saying? Like your kid is completely different in his head. He's learning something else right now, and we all know. I'm not even trying to say too much. All I'm gonna say is big up Uganda, but they're teaching our kids something like that. And the kids, what's the chances of your kid will tell you what the teacher told them in school? It's not a big chance. You as a parent, all you're thinking about, let me make sure he just does his homework, and that's a failure as a parent, because you don't even know what your kids is being taught in school. You just there trusting a system that is already, you know what I'm saying, bringing their own people down now. They're already bringing their own race down. And now you're here trusting your own people, you know, your own skin and kin, you know what I'm saying, your own blood to a system, and you don't even take the textbook and look. You have to take these textbooks and look through. You know what? All right, I understand that you learn a bit of mathematics today, you learn English, geographic and that. But that when this guy telling me Idi Amin, when I see this, the teacher, Idi Amin was a he did war crimes, and Jomo Kenyatta did this, and Haile Selassie was a bad man because he started shooting down the Italian. You know what I'm saying? This is what we don't know this, brother. We're just trusting ourselves to people, and that was my point, bro. I hope everybody heard that. All I'm trying to give it, last message I'm trying to give to the people is, make sure you read what's in your children's textbook and address them. Don't let them just be brainwashed by, you know what I'm saying, other people's agenda. If you allow that to happen, you are failure as a parent, and you have to pick up the pieces when he's like 20 years old and that. When your kid goes into become does something else, blame yourself because you never took the time to actually go through his books and that. And big up everybody, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, big up, brother, man. Big up.
And brother Kill, yeah, hopefully, inshallah, let's keep this discussion for another day. You know, I think this is a very important discussion as well. You know, black people don't check their
So
children's textbooks and that.
before you go, Asketi, can I
Yeah.
ask you a
Go
quick
on, go on.
question? Yeah.
Go on, sister. Go on. I got love
Are
for you, sister.
you
You know what I'm saying? Me
are
and you have
you
been fighting, but I've always, since I learned, you know what I'm saying, who I am as people, I've always got your back. Anybody who disrespect Lady Divine or Nynifa, I am 110% against them. And I
no,
hope they know this.
we appreciate that, bub. We
No,
appreciate that.
no problem.
So let me ask you a quick question, right? As a man, yeah, are you trying to beat white supremacy or find a way to survive within it?
I am trying to, my pride is too big, sister, for me to think that I'm going to try to live amongst it or trying to, you know what I'm saying, be comfortable around it. No, I'm trying. I know my people have been better than this. We've only suffered for the less than 500 years, 450 years. I am looking to destroy completely dismantle this thing. And I'm not a bad person. I'm saying, me as an African, we're not evil, brother. In the future, we're not saying we're going to close our borders for trading with other people and we're going to
All right,
make
so
people starving.
one second. What about yourself,
We're
Kel? Are
saying
you trying
we're
to
trying to
beat?
bring humanity back.
I've got you.
Humanity in this country.
So, Kel, are you trying to beat it or trying to find a way to survive within it? Is he gone? Kel. All right. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, it seems like let's get you dropped off. The Ryan's dropped off, and Kel's whatever. But so let me just quickly say something here. I don't think that white supremacy can be beaten. Yeah. So if man them are out there feeling like they can beat this thing, then I see why we're in a problem, innit? because you can't beat it, because the system is built upon it. And this even goes back to conversations that myself and Bourne have had in the past and whatever, whereby I'm saying, as far as I'm concerned, everyone's trying their best to live within it. I think Bourne likens it to a prison. I think that's the analogy that he uses, like it's a prison, you know. But I'm saying,
Sorry, sis, I was on the phone.
all right, cool.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to put you a question in: are you trying to beat white supremacy, or are you trying to work within it?
I'm trying to defeat white supremacy.
Right. I think now I've got a definite understanding of where the problem is, man. To be honest, because I think you said that, Asketi just said that. Yeah, I mean, if that is the hold on a second, let me just move this a second. Yeah, to be honest, Brother Kel, if that's the sort of vibe, like how, okay, let me not even do it like that. How do you believe that you can beat it?
I don't know what, sorry.
How do you believe that you can beat it?
How do we believe? Some things, as I say, we shouldn't reveal online, etc. But one thing I will say is that if they rely on our disorganization in all things, then by necessity, organizing on a code of conduct is the way forward to it. Now, I don't want you to get mistaken by the other thing. If we are in this system which is called white supremacy, of course the black man must still be able to go into the institutions, learn, provide for the community, etc. Right? So surviving and navigating it, you have to do that anyway. You understand? That's something that's standard. However, the goal must be to destroy that system because it's based upon subjugating black people. You know, as what Karl Marx says in his book, right? He makes it perfectly clear. Capitalism cannot exist without exploitation. So here's the thing, who has to get exploited the most? Now we know, unfortunately, Sister Naifa, right? And no ice, mountain, sand people are going to volunteer solemnly, collectively to take our place, what we go through. So that means, right, we're going to have to eventually destroy that system. So I'm not saying that we don't survive and navigate with it. You have to. Any man that don't do that, then that means you're not wanting to provide for your family, etc., and start small. But eventually that has to go and create a new system which is based upon justice and equality. That don't mean that oppressing non-African people, but at the same time, that if they are going to prevent us from having rights, then it's going to have to be something that's going to have to get rid of that particular system and those who want to participate into it. And many of us feel this way as well. This is not just a me thing, this is a we thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is how I feel as particular at that question what you mentioned.
All right, so brother Code is asked, defeat white supremacy. Do you have a machine, an army? Have you got an or else policy? So I echo that in regards of defeating it. What is the plan? How? Using what tools?
So as I said, sister, right, is that some things should not be mentioned, right? Now, big up to the brother. But at the same time, this is what I was saying is that because we have been in this situation for so long, we don't believe we can get out of it. And this is the problem when it comes to us as a people. All the problems that you see us going through, although it's unsynchronization, however, it's the mindset. I do not believe I can take accountability and responsibility for the collective. That's all it is. Whether we like it or not, no non-African community is going to get us out of this situation. They ain't done it historically and they're not going to do it now. So if that is proof that that has happened, then we are on our own. So it's going to have to be us that has to find solutions and to do what we need to do. However, I'm quite aware, because we've been in this situation for so long, hope, right, has made us say to ourselves, this ain't going to happen. You know what I mean? So because I believe hope in the non-African people, it's better not to believe collectively that we as a people can do this. And that's what it is. That's what I said to you, Sister Naive, and that, right? I hear where you're coming from about you can't see, but then those who believe in it and those have the proof, they're going to have to do it. We cannot rely and think about those who are thinking about setback, because remember, we're all getting oppressed. As I was told an African descendant from the continent when I was on there, I tried to explain to him, right, is that whatever affects the continent affects all of us. And he didn't understand that. When I broke it down, he got it. You see, because when they came onto the African continent, you understand, and started to do certain things, right? They were boastful and said to themselves, "Oh, look what we've done. We've got them fighting with one another. We're stealing this. We've got them this. We're doing that." Then they go back to their land, bring us over there, and then they're laughing at us. "Oh, Africa, you're African this. You're an African that." You understand? And when he understood what we face as African people, he got it. You understand? He understood it. You know what I mean? Unless you sort out that continent, this is why Pan-Africanism, we attach it to that continent. Africa for the Africans. Because if you sort out that continent, then its children will be safe and secure. If you do it the other way around, it ain't going to work out. That's why China's okay. This is why Europe's okay, because they all have allies and baggage. We're not okay because we don't have allies. We just have individualism, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, brother Kel. I do hear you. I do hear you, bub. I hear you, man. Code saying you can't beat it without getting physical.
So, sister, what else is on that list? Because it is all about critiquing the black woman. And unfortunately, we've definitely diverted. You know what I mean? If that's what we're going to do, like we
Well,
spoke
yeah,
about.
we're definitely going through the results. I've got them here. I mean, I think we got 1 second, we plug this in. 1 second. What was the last one that we got to? Do you remember?
It was because I know Brother Asketi was talking about that thing. You've got the list, so we've done we've done the co-signing the LGBTQ thing, didn't we? We've done that.
1 second. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I hear you in terms of the diversion. Still, I think the diversion is a sort of significant sort of subject still, but we can get back to it. So let me just quickly run through the list again. Number 1 was to share men. Number 2 was to not openly put down the men. Number 3 was not to underestimate ourselves and not to overproject. Number 4 was to take accountability. Number 5 was to exercise more patience. Number 6 was not to allow single women to talk on sort of couples, relationships, etc. Number 7 was to let men lead. What do you think about that one? Letting men lead, Brother Cal?
To let men lead. Here's the problem with that, Sister Naive, all right? Men who understand women psychologically, mentally and physically, they understand that they don't need to ask women, let me lead. The women will naturally do it. The problem is that we don't understand what leadership means. And leadership
Who's
is,
we? Who's we?
well, we're not on about the females, of course. We're talking about the
Well,
men.
then say, because whenever you
But,
say we, it
but this is
implies
obvious though, isn't it? Because
no,
remember,
it's not. No, no, you can't do that, Kel. You can't
go
say
on,
it's obvious
go on.
because a lot of things are not
Okay.
obvious, in it.
All right.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I'm trying to say that whenever you say we, that means both of us, and in many instances, it's not we, it's you,
Okay. Right.
because
We
we
as
want to
men.
be. Yes, because
Yeah.
we want to be led. As a woman,
Right.
I am telling you that we want to be led.
Yeah, I know. So we as men, big up for the correction, right? Is that if we understand that leadership comprises of, dominant assertiveness and making the correct decisions, right? And we can put in there understanding female logic, the woman will naturally would want to be led. You see, it's all about um helping the woman.
1 second,
Go
Kel.
on.
Sorry to stop you.
Yeah.
Divine, my computer went down, as you saw. That's why the video started to play. Probably would have stopped. So just if you would like to come back and drop the link, and I'll play it again. Yeah, there was technical issues. Thank you, Kale. Sorry about that, bub.
Oh, is the video supposed to be playing or something?
Yeah, a little while ago I started to play a video, but then my computer started to do a matters, and I presume it would have
Okay.
stopped because I dropped out of the stream for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
having technical
But
issues. So.
is that, the men understand female logic. Now, to ask a woman, you need to let me lead. If that's not done in the correct way, then we know what's going to happen. The woman is going to pounce on that man. You understand? So helping the
Oh,
men to
wait, Kel,
understand
sorry to cut you. Why do you think they put it on the list in the first place?
what on the list. Well, the thing is,
To allow
they
men
want
to lead.
they want the woman to lead, right? That's why it's on the
No, no,
list,
no. They're saying
right?
to allow the man to lead.
To allow the man to lead.
Yeah,
So here's the thing, Sister Naive, right? Let's be honest now.
let the men lead is what I've
Yeah,
written out.
let's be honest now, right? If I don't understand who you are as a woman and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing outside of it, inside the bedroom, right? And you can see that, you know what, there's problems happening, and it's making my femininity be more guarded. Are you going to allow me to lead?
Is that a question to me as a woman or a
For a
rhetorical
woman,
question to a man?
for you as a woman.
No, no.
Now, this is the problem, sister, right? Is that when I hear this, you got to let the man lead, right? That's what the thing was, right?
That's what the
Allowing them,
men said, not the
right?
women. Remember,
Now, I
these are
know,
the
I know, I
men
know, I know, I know,
suggestions.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, when I hear letting the man lead, right? Unfortunately, this is men who don't understand women. You see, when you understand the femininity, they're naturally going to follow you. That's the laws, because they understand. I trust this man. He's going to reassure me. He's going to do what he needs to do. They understand that. You understand?
But brother
They're
Kel,
not going to understand it when you're not doing it correctly. Go
one
on.
second, sorry. Is it they don't understand femininity or they don't understand masculinity?
Both.
Well, I mean, understanding femininity is one thing, innit? But if you don't understand yourself, that's a completely different thing. That's a bigger problem to me.
That's what I said. Both.
I heard you say both, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
adding to that. I'm saying, well, bam, if you don't understand women, that's bad enough as a man.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't understand yourself and what you're supposed to represent as a man in terms of your masculinity, then that's a bigger problem. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So the solution would be
before you understand me as a woman, you're supposed to understand yourself as a man.
And this is the problem. So that's why asking a woman to let me lead, that's problematic. That's a big mistake, because asking them, oh, you gotta let me lead, how long do you think that's gonna last for? Here's the thing, sister, I would never
But
ever,
what is
and
the
I've never done
implication
it.
of that?
Hold on,
One
sister,
second.
hold
Yeah,
on,
go on.
beloved. I've never gone to my wife, you gotta let me lead. That, you see, when we're online, people believe that, oh, we got to be all this. There's a different type of masculine advertisement, but the real men who are married, sister, and been in a relationship for a very long time, they understand they don't need to beg or you got to let me lead. They understand that, okay, this is how it's going to be, right? If you don't do this, it's going to lead to the family doing this, and it's not going to work for the best interest, and blah blah. They got things in place. So that's what I'm saying is that in order for the woman to follow you, you have to understand her, in order for her to know that I can lower my guard towards this man. I can trust when I follow him. I may be uncertain sometimes, but there's always a backpack and plan B and plan C if we get into everything. You know what I mean? And that, but you can't ask them, you got to let me lead, because that's just like cringy. You know what I mean? Like, you're asking a woman, you got to let me lead. Nah, man, that's foolishness.
So that we're clear, because like I said in it, it's the man them that put that on the list. So what do you say to those men that put that on the list?
You've got to learn how to be a leader, as what you said, right? Understand your masculinity. But remember, Naifa, if you say to men, you got to understand to be masculine, if they don't understand it, they're going to think you need to be macho. That's why when women say be a man, what does that mean? Oh, be confident. What does that mean? You understand? So it needs to be a man to translate that. You understand that? Okay, man up means, right, own your space. You understand? Have confidence. You know what I mean in that, right? Don't be afraid to show your vulnerability, but make sure you got your strengths. You know what I mean in that, right? Be reassuring, being detailed. But when you tell it in the wrong way to men, it makes us say, I gotta be macho. You can be in the dance, you know, Sister Knife, right? And you can have like all them, you know, bad man them, right? Who are known for that in the dance and that, right? You understand? And you can just own your corner, and women can see, oh, you know what? This man owns his corner. You understand? And he's not even the most baddest man in that club, but the woman can see, oh, he's confident, he's dancing a little bit, you know what I mean? And that he's going in the middle, he's going
So
back,
that's
he's in
the
the
men
corner.
that may be listening to you, Brother Care, whether now or in the future. Because one thing I appreciate about what I'm doing right now, yeah, it's not even just for the now, innit? It's for when my kids, my grandkids, my great grandkids can listen in
Yeah.
and hear what their granny was up to. Get me? That's what even the reason why I do this. Still, it's not even for the. You get me? Because I understand
Yeah.
that now these sort of things are records of our lives, innit? And our views and opinions.
Right.
So. So I just heard what you said there, which I found really interesting. So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. In your mind, what makes a man?
What makes a man, sister, is that he knows how to lead the correct way for the best interest of his family. He's very assertive. He's confident with that. He's very charismatic. He knows how to make the right decision. And if he makes the wrong decision, he can own up to it and not dwell in his wrong decision, but makes up for it by trying. Do you understand? And also understands female logic, and also knows how to protect his family, whether it be unarmed combat or armed combat. He understands how to be political. That is the definition of a man. Do you understand? That is what the man needs to do.
And is that what you see the men doing?
Sadly, these men are a minority. If you're referring to the black man, or you're on about men in general, they are
No,
a
well,
minority.
in this instance,
Right.
we're talking about those that we deal with. So,
Right.
in your description of men, are they in the minority or the majority, in your opinion?
They are the minority. Now, individually, you'll get a black man. He will fight for his family. He'll do loads of jobs as much as, but collectively, it's problematic. You understand? Problematic. So we want to try and get it as a movement of these are the characteristics that will help you to identify what a man is. And then you can apply that to engaging with women. One of the lists should be understanding female logic. It's very important, Sister Naifa. You know what I mean? Because if you don't understand that, there's going to be like barriers. You're going to be lost in translation. Remember, a lot of us have daughters. Do you understand?
Hold on, wait. So
So
let me ask a quick question. Do you think that other communities understand female logic better than black men?
do they understand female logic? I would say that they understand two things. They understand that generational wealth and protection for their women. They definitely understand these two things. And that is what you see displayed as well.
Excellent. So in its essence, that has absolutely nothing to do with female logic, has it? That's actually to do with masculinity. Would you not say? And
To
the reason
understand
I
those,
say that,
yeah.
you make a really interesting point, because the other day I heard, I can't remember whose channel it may have been on G Block, and the question
Right.
actually came up about what makes a man.
Right.
And I think there was a few brothers on there. And to be honest, I just heard a lot of. I think one man said, "Oh, you got to be born with a penis."
Right.
And this and that, and I think another man said whatever. But you know what I mean? I'm not gonna say wishy-washy, but whatever. And then there was a dude called Ghost, yeah. And he was on the panel and he goes, as a man, I've got to protect my family, I've got to be the provider, everything starts and ends with me, blah 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 blah, blah. It was all on him.
Right.
Yeah. It was all about him as a man.
Right.
So he didn't, none of his answers, as far as I'm concerned, was to do with female logic. It was to do with his masculinity. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm hearing you when you say, "Oh, bam, you got to understand female logic." Yeah, but you know, going back to what we said before you understand me, you have to understand yourself. You get me? Now, obviously, I'm not a man, innit? I'm a female, 100%.
Right.
I come up with a father, brothers, uncles, this, that, and the other. So I learned what was being a man, or you know, quote unquote, masculinity through them. Yeah.
Right.
First was definitely to provide and protect. Definitely. Yeah. Which I believe that a lot of men are failing to do, because even if we go back to the sort of conversation that we've been having this last week, whereby some men, and these are their words, not mine, believe that, you know what I mean, if they get a girl pregnant or whatever, that the government can house the woman. Yeah.
Okay.
They're not, right? So they're not taking it upon their masculine self, yeah, to do these things. Get me? And if anything, I've heard a lot of men really, no, not a lot, that's not true, but I've heard some men really put their masculinity into the hands of the government.
Right.
So I'm saying, before we get onto man them, you know, knowing or understanding the psychology of a woman, because it should, the thing is that men do understand the psychology of a woman. That's why they spend all their time trying to get into a woman's pants. So they understand.
I disagree with that, sister. I totally disagree with that at all. Totally disagree.
Go through.
I disagree with that. Totally disagree.
Well, go on, I'm listening. You tell me you disagree.
Because
why
you just said that they spend time of getting in a woman's pants, right? But when it comes to arguing, when it comes to reasoning, when it comes to that collective work, how do they do it? And the answer is that they do not know how to do it. So we cannot say they know how to get, you see, we can talk about the sex. What about outside the bedroom? This is what we got to understand. Yes, inside the bedroom is very, very important. What about outside the bedroom as well? Why is it that when we speak to our women, we feel threatened? My masculinity is being attacked.
Because
you know what I mean?
I don't know why. Yeah,
I know
mean,
why.
I can tell you why, but it will sound
Right.
very disrespectful, right? But you see, when you said that they don't understand, I'm saying they do, because when men try to get gal, yeah, they use psychology. Do they not?
What? Okay. I'm gonna go by what you're saying, use psychology. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm listening, beloved.
Sorry, it's me and my computer. Right. So we agree that they use psychology, yeah?
Okay.
Because listen, we know that if some men could get a PhD in gal, they'd be good,
Mhm.
right? So we know that they use psychology, they use physics, they use all sorts. Yeah. So I'm saying
Mhm.
that to say at the end of the day, if they can do all of that to get the pussy, yeah, and use all their mind to get it, then they can definitely use the same mind to keep it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm saying it's not that they don't know, I'm saying they don't want to, because like you've already said, if you throw in a piece of ice in there, you see a whole different thing.
What's this? That
Those are your words. Is that correct?
using, if you throw a bit of what ice in
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
in the what?
In the mix.
Throw a
I.e.,
bit of,
you're saying certain man don't know A, B, and C, yeah?
right.
Correct? But I'm saying, well, not even I'm
Uh-huh.
saying, you've even said yourself, once you throw Ice Woman into the mix, all of a sudden they're A-class students.
Oh,
That what that tells me is their psychology is fine, bro. It's that they
how
pick
is that
people.
psychology fine when they are relaxed round an ice woman? This makes all due respect to sister, because remember, the ones
It
who
means
have
that they know
been
what
loyal,
it means is that they
right,
know
right.
the psychology of a woman, because when they're ready, they use it around those women. These are your words, not mine.
How do
Yeah.
they know? So here's the thing, sister, right? Is that when it comes to like, so you're referring to seducing women and that, right?
No, I'm
That's
not
what,
just talking about seduction. No,
okay,
I'm talking
right,
about the whole package.
okay, right.
Yeah, the whole package. Because you're here telling me, well, boy, man and man don't know the psychology of a woman, whether this, whether
Right.
that, and as such, they react
Mm-hmm.
like this, they act like this. I'm not saying cool, but at the
Right.
same time, yeah, through your words yourself, when you
Mm-hmm.
throw a different type of woman in there, the behavior
Right.
changes. Correct?
Okay. So
No,
change
wait,
in
wait,
what
wait.
that,
I'm asking you, is that correct or not?
that when another woman's there from the non-African women,
Yes, 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 yes.
it
When a
changes.
non-African woman
Yeah,
comes into play, the
it changes.
psychology
Yeah.
gets into
Yeah.
it's in check, everything's synchronized, they know what to do. They go,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that
Okay.
what you're saying is slightly redundant, because seemingly when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
other people,
Mm-hmm.
this psychology kicks into place. So you trying to tell me that man them ain't got no, you get me? It's a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying, bab.
Here's the thing with that, though, Sister Knight, and I was listening to what you're saying, right? They are unsynchronized because remember this: we have been conditioned to be and favor non-African women. You understand, right? So psychologically, yes, the dopamines are validating that it's more safer for my brain to go with the non-African women in all things so I can get a reward for it. Okay. We're talking about communicating with our women correctly. We don't seem to know how to do that. You understand? So we have to recondition our mind again. You see, because you're mentioning something, right, which refers to uncode with non-African women. You see what I'm saying? And in actuality, in that, right, the non-African women are less emotional and more strategic than the unsynchronized black man that they're with, because they're all non-African women understand we have more collective power than you. They all understand that. You see, and if you notice, they're always in charge. This is why when it comes to family gatherings, they understand, that one can't go there. They understand these things. It's always in their favor. So if you want to use that as psychology, as for them helping all their dopamines, I agree with you. But that has nothing to do with communicating on a next level with the black woman.
Well, of course it does, brother Kel. Like, of course it does. Because no, I'm not even doing all that. Listen, if you can communicate in the correct way yeah, with the sand, the ice, and everything in between, then why can you not do it with us? That's foolishness what you're saying to me, bro. And what you
How
keep
are they?
doing is
Right.
making all I'm
Mm,
hearing is excuses,
hmm.
to be real.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and no accountability. Because if you can do it over there, then you
Hmm.
should do it over here. Yeah. You get me? And what I'm saying is like, yeah, I hear you, Bab, and yeah, I hear you, Bab, but yeah. All I hear is just exit routes. And as
For
long as
what
there's
one?
always exit routes, there'll be
Mm.
no progression, Bab. Because all is provided for the man is exit routes. And that's what other people don't do. Respectfully.
Here's what you got to understand, right? The non-African women have been marketed that all the black man really has to do is submit to them. That's all he's got to do. Do you understand? And when it comes to the black woman, she has been marketed that she is the lowest of all women. So, because we've been worked on, you need to have a mindset to market black love correctly with strategies. I'm saying, right, if the black man learns how to speak to black women, understands female logic correctly and that, then he can give confidence to the black woman. Then she can be more feminine, etc. Because we both got our guards up. Remember, non-African women, they have the collective power. The black man submits to them anyway and that. Do you understand? So you can't use that as, oh, because he sees that is value, right, in submitting to them. You understand what I'm saying? And in actuality, right, if you are submitting to them, which is in the wrong way, they still hold the cards. We're talking about for us, in order to make us value each other correctly, the black man must understand the black woman's in different characters, and he must understand how to please her in the bedroom, and then he must understand that she will reciprocate to him, right, the nurturing and feminine skill. And when things get out of hand, he understands how to deal with her. You understand? Because when it comes to the non-African women, he can shout all he wants, but all they have to do is call their people and he's finished. And we know what happens. It's far worse than what happens when it comes with the black woman. Far worse. So what we're saying is we have to go back to basics. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Brother Kel. I'm hearing you, but I've got to admit, the practice of it is just a completely different. Like I hear the theory, man. Every time I wait for it to see it in practice, that's not what I'm seeing, bub. I've got to be real, but I hear you still, man.
What is it that you're not seeing? What's the practice of what,
All
sister?
yeah, like I said in it, there's just many exit points, bub.
Like what?
You're not, no, it's in my head. Yeah, Brother Kel, listen, big up yourself in it, man. Yeah, that's all I can say at this point, man. Because I'm hearing you, and you get me. I respect what you're saying, man. But yeah, I don't know, man. Because you're basically asking for women just to stay out here and get abused. Yeah, by men that ain't got fuck all going for them. Yeah, just so they can feel better about themselves. That's what I'm hearing. And don't
Sister,
react. And to remain
this
in your
is this is problematic, beloved. And I'll tell you why, right? I am aware, sister, is that the black woman has the ability to stand toe to toe and go to next level length to let the man know we're not happy. But the problem is that doing that, you will not be protected and you will not feel safe, right? So understanding the reality of, it's better that I use a strategy so I can filter who is listening and who is not. You see, you have to be very strategic. You can't always go out guns blazing, because it's making the opposition see, and play on it. What I'm saying is be very strategic. We don't feel safe. We don't feel protected. Stay in your
Oh,
femininity.
see, when you gave that message, yeah, what was the response?
Now, here's the problem now, sister. You see the problem again? What
Yeah.
was the response? You're not getting the message. The response is, right, is that it's to expose those who do not understand that you're supposed to protect the black woman online, right, collectively in real life. And it's for the black woman to not get drawn out by unsynchronized black men, but you're not seeing the benefits. And this is the problem when it comes to our sisters, is that when you try to explain to them, right, sometimes falling into the trap, you won't be able to climb out of that trap. When a brother is helping and trying to explain to you, right, is that don't get drawn out in certain things, because it's going to reveal your vulnerability more and make things 10 times worse. This is what the elders used to do in Africa. This is what elders do in the Pan-Africanist movement. We want to protect our women. But every time I'm telling you the strategy which is better for you, you're saying, what's the response? You see what I'm saying in that, right? And this is problematic, because you're more worried about the opposition and not realizing that you're falling into the trap. We're on YouTube. Every time you shout, scream, and things like that, you know what that's doing? That is revealing what we're going through in front of non-African people. Why don't we let the ones who are unsynchronized reveal, so we can do a case study on them, so our black women are remaining in their femininity, right? And then we can say, you know what, you've done a good job there. You didn't get drawn out. You understand what I'm saying? And oh, you want to defend yourself, but defend yourself in the correct way. You don't need to engage in certain energies, because what it does, sister, it puts black women down more. And that's what I'm saying. We're trying to protect our women, but you keep worrying about the response. Who cares about the response? There's unsynchronized and synchronized. I go online, sister. Do you know what I'm saying? I've been called all these names. I understand, because I'm a Pan-Africanist. You understand? I understand that. But at the end of the day, when we're offline, that ain't going to happen. I don't need to prove to anybody. If you want to say this, you're online. That's the reality of it. You're online. You'll be on a computer and you're shouting things like that. I'm not going to shout at you. I'm not going to indulge in verbal attack. That's foolishness. Do you understand? But you're worried about the response. That makes no sense, beloved, man. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be worrying about the collective and you remain in your femininity, because you're trying to get drawn out to make you look bad. And we know that the black woman, right, has a right to express herself, but not be exploited. I'm trying to prevent black women from being exploited by the narrative, but you're not seeing the benefits, beloved.
Yo, Wagwan, big up everybody, big up Kel, is that Divine, Nanifa, Wagwan.
We got Robert Buddha.
You know what? It's mad.
I'm just taking in my brother Kel's suggestions, you know.
Yeah, and you know the maddest thing is, I was at work earlier and I got my Bluetooth headset, and for whatever reason I couldn't join. I couldn't hear you guys, which was mad. But realistically, you know, I feel like I need to understand a bit more of what Kel's saying. But realistically, you know, like you jump on a panel, yeah? All right, cool. So certain people start screaming and shouting or disrespecting, cussing, whichever, whatever. All right, cool. So then you say you feel unsafe or unprotected or whatever the line is, I forget. What exactly can one do, like, to protect you or make you feel safe? It's an internet forum, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? So it's very limited what anyone can do. Like, in real life, it's a different question. Like, you're sitting in a restaurant or whatever, like, I don't know, it's you can physically intervene and say and do something, but on the internet thing, there's not really much that can be done, because whatever the guy can do, the girl can do, and it's, do you get what I'm saying? It's not really whatever he can say, you can say. It's a bit of a grey area. I don't know.
Here's the thing, brother. Have you noticed when we're talking about protection, right? Automatically you visualize outside. If we're on a cyber world or internet or whatever you want to call it, right? When we're talking about protection, brother, protecting the vulnerability of black women, how do we do that? Using our voice collectively of saying this. I don't like how you exploiting the black woman in this way. I don't like that. You see, that's all you got to do, brother, collectively. Because what you got to understand, brother, have you noticed that when someone says a rumor on YouTube or Clubhouse, everyone buys into it and everyone collectively goes on that rumor? And if you're not strong enough, you will submit to that rumor because everyone collectively have destabilized and said, you're that, you're that, you're that. You mean to tell me, brother, we can't collectively, right, have a correct statement of every time the black woman is being character assassinated, right? We're not going to buy into that narrative. We're going to tell you about yourself, not personally, politically. You understand? Unsynchronization, bro, is a very powerful word, you know. It's the opposite of synchronize. You know what that means, of course. And
No, this is that's one of the things I want to get into. Like, I need to try and understand what you like. In the back chat, we was kind of chatting the other day. This probably ain't the right time, but at some point I'm gonna try and understand what you're saying. But I look at it like this, like what you've just said. It's like this, like if you go into a certain not hangout, what they call it, live. You go into a live and they're talking a certain amount of ish, then boy, that really ain't the place for you. Still, like. I cannot think of any live I've ever been on where they're starting to disrespect black women, unless Nynefa can tell me different. And that's probably what the reason you don't see them in certain lives where that kind of fuckery goes on still.
right. So you have to excuse me. So you was meaning to say what, brother? I didn't get that. Are you saying that it doesn't happen, or?
No, I'm saying that, like, where it does happen, you'll never find me personally.
Okay.
Now,
Right.
I would assume that if you can, I mean, it's about confrontation, isn't it? Like, for me, it's like if you got a bunch of rednecks screaming and chatting a load of ish, fuck, am I gonna go in there and try and make them think different? Because that's what they're gonna say and do at the end of the day, no matter, regardless of what I say or try and tell them. It's pointless. Like, I mean, Nynefa's been in there long enough to remember hangout days before all of this this live YouTube live. You can tell you about the disrespect and all kind of madness that goes on in them hangouts back in the day. And in certain places, like, you walk in, you hear that, see you later, I'm off later. Not for me. Bye-bye. And it's the same for these YouTube things. That's why I'm saying you don't see me in certain lives, because where that happens, I don't go. And I would advise anyone who may get offended not to go there, because certain people love that kind of thing. Well, if that's your kind of party, go true, protect and serve, off you go. But if you're gonna feel a certain way or you're gonna feel disrespected, better you don't go there, innit?
Here's the thing, brother, right? There's gonna come a time in your life where you're gonna have to face certain things, right? As you know already. And if you are not equipped to deal with that, brother, you may make the situation far worse. Hearing certain things for the first time and you haven't been conditioned to deal with it is problematic. You are right, brother. If there is a room where it's dissing black women, you have a choice to go in there or not. However, you have an obligation that if you hear it around you, that you don't indulge into the derogatory terms of the black woman. You see, brother, what I've noticed is that it's easy to indulge in disrespect. I've noticed. And it goes to that person and that person and that person, right? And what you got to understand, brother, is that although we're on YouTube, right, your dopamine, brother, will get used to that and validate that offline. Do you know that people on YouTube, brother, they're being killed over certain things in Clubhouse, etc.? But remember, we're just on social media. But what we got to realize, brother, if you are socializing psychologically and used to doing certain things, you're going to do it offline. So if you're going to do it offline, that means you're carrying a message of it's okay to speak towards black women this way, to speak towards black men that way. It's okay because I did it on YouTube. Just jokes. Nah, brother, that's problematic.
I hear you. You know what, Kel? I hear you, my brother. And the thing is, I walk and talk and look a certain way, yeah. And you'd have to be proper simple in the head to come and try to chat that fuckery around me, because I don't wear that. No, not it just doesn't happen. I don't encounter that. You know, in my 40 odd years, I've never really heard people. Nah, I've seen it a couple of times. Like I've had to jump out of my car and go and deal with certain things, complete fucking strangers. But anyway, it's a different thing altogether, I suppose. But the reason I wanted to jump on earlier on was I wanted to talk to Nynefa about her list. How far have you got on your list, Nynefa? I can't see who the other person is.
We're just pulling up a few things, but yeah, hold on a second.
Kel, can you see who the other person is on the thing? I can't see. I can just see a D.
It's UnDeR. UnDeR.
I'll quickly go through it again. Just so it's share men, openly put down. No, don't openly put down men. Don't underestimate, overproject. I think that was your own footage. Take accountability. Practice more patience. Single women should not talk on married women issues. Let men lead. Put the kids first and don't weaponize the kids. Marry before you carry. Don't choose bad men. Speaking about interracial relationships, but that came off, or I'm not sure. Not to encourage the LGBTQ vibrations, and women should lower their expectations, have more situation awareness. And
who said that? Who? Oh, stop! Who said that? Lower your expectations.
I believe that was Born. I believe I may be wrong, but yeah. And that was the
I feel like all right. So let me ask you some questions here, Nynefa. You know what? I've got my own philosophy and my own beliefs about relationships altogether, right? Now, you've got a son, I believe, right? Now, I want you to be honest, yeah, and tell me this: when you was pregnant with your child, yeah, did you notice your hormones kind of fluctuating? Did you personally notice your hormones fluctuating? I shouldn't even say fluctuate. I say have an effect on you.
I mean, of course, Woodage. I mean, it's a whole symphony of emotions when you're pregnant, Bab. So, yes. Although I actually had a very good pregnancy, to be fair. But I would say the answer is yes, Bab. I mean, your body's going through war. So, of course.
Sorry. Sorry.
Bless up, family.
Big up yourself, of course.
Yo, big up.
Sick.
So, listen, I'm gonna have to jump off in a sec, yeah?
But why did you ask?
I'm gonna have to jump off in Am I lagging?
No, why did you ask that question still?
Why can I hear? Oh, hold on, wait. Sorry, one moment. Sorry, I had my YouTube play. I was like, why can I hear Kel? What's going on? Sorry. The reason I asked you this question, yeah, is because of this. Now, regardless of ethnicity, right? One thing I have noticed. So, boy meets girl, yeah, and genuinely they're quite young. And with being young comes an immaturity, and that's all of us, including myself. Everyone is immature to begin with, and during the course of life, they mature. All right, cool. So imagine this now: boy meets girl, and boy likes the way girl flexes. Girl likes boy. Blah 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 blah. One thing leads to another. They're romantically involved, and girl becomes pregnant. And then what happens is girl starts to have these hormone things that kick in, right? That from my observation, yeah, I've noticed it worse in Mediterranean and Latino ladies, like from Brazil, Portugal, those kind of places, yeah. And because boy is immature, or man, I should say, man is immature. Man doesn't understand the changes. Man doesn't expect the changes. Man doesn't know how to deal with the changes. Man's thinking, right, that's not the girl I went out with. That's not the girl I fall in love with. And so the breakup there from that starts. You with me? Now, it's true to say that those hormonal imbalances are not the same for everybody. I can't even say ethnicity because I haven't even seen a study to say different ethnicities have different hormone imbalances or whatever. But would you think that's a reasonable statement that I've put out there?
What, that different women have different emotions when they're pregnant? Is that what you're asking? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Oh, shit. Is it my team?
What happened? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Right. I'm not too sure what happened there, man. What happened now? Right. I'm not too sure what Woody was saying. I don't know if he's trying to ask. I'm not even sure what he was trying to say, actually. What's this for to do with the point? Yeah, I don't know, Buddha. I don't know if he was saying that different women go through different emotions when they're pregnant. I don't know if he was trying to make it sort of
He's trying to base it on ethnicity.
right. Yeah. Well, I don't know, Buddha. You don't know about that, but I reckon that on average,
Sorry, I had to cut away for a minute. What did you ask me? I just to step away
No,
for a
I was
second.
trying to ascertain the sort of thingamabobby of your question in it about because you're trying to say that women, different ethnicities, become more or less emotional when pregnant. Is that what you was asking?
No, 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 no. The mere fact that women become hormone imbalance. I don't know what the correct terminology is, but they have this they erratic. I suppose is the best way to put it. Now, men can't deal with that, especially if they're immature men. Is that fair to say? Is that a fair statement?
So that's a good point. If he's immature.
I guess some men can't. I guess some men can. Although I feel like you're being a little bit more
Stuff,
specific
listen.
about certain things.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a question that I. So, do you ever go back to being the way you was prior to having a baby? So, does that hormonal imbalance ever correct itself, or are you always a little bit changed after that?
I
You
think
got to
the
have a mental state of
hormonal
mind.
imbalance corrects itself, but once you become a mother, you're a mother. That's what I would say. Kushti might have something different to say, but yeah, that's my thing.
Okay, because like if you look at like the majority of like breakups and relationships generally like occur around pregnancy time. You with me? Like normally if you're a boy and a girl and you're going out and you fall out with each other, you break off, you go your own separate way, no biggie, no problem. But you know, like when there's a child involved and the man's trying to put the effort to stay there and make it work and not be a deadbeat dad, etc., 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 that's when it becomes more problematic. You with me? And I feel like men don't understand that. And then I feel like if men understood that a bit more, they'd have a bit more sympathy for ladies' predicament. You with me? Not even predicament, but ladies, what they're going through during that time.
But it don't just start with pregnancy. They have that hormonal fluctuation even when they go into their cycles.
Indeed, yes, they do. You're correct. But I would hazard to suggest that the pregnancy hormonal change is greater than that which a lady would have every month. And again, it's not
You gotta
specific
ask a woman
to
all the
one
time
female.
about that. You gotta ask a woman.
But here's the thing, brother Buddha. When a woman's pregnant, you can still have sex with her. Now. You can
Yeah, yeah,
still
yeah.
do all that.
I understand that.
But I
I'm
don't
saying.
understand, like, you understand what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, yeah. No, I do understand that, but I'm just saying that. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Like, I think I've spoken to this guy before. The Polish guy I used to work with, right? Really
Right.
nice guy, MMA fighter. Went to Brazil to work with orphans in Brazil. That's how much of a guy he was, right? Met a lady out there. She came back. He invited me round, have dinner with him. They got married. All of this shit. Really nice
Mm,
lady. All the rest of it. One day I got a phone call for him. Come, please help me. Blah blah blah. Go around the house. The woman's lost her shit. She's pregnant and she's flinging plates and like she's turned into a complete different person altogether. Like I didn't
mm,
even. She's having a go at me, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, it's a big difference to where I first met you. Like the guy had to come and stay in my house with me, like with my girlfriend and that. Like, it's mad. So
mm,
there's and he hadn't changed that I could see, but she had definitely changed, and you know I don't know how he dealt with it. So, but that's an extreme case.
mhm.
Saying that
So
I'm sure you're ruining everything. Interesting. Go ahead, better talk.
I don't know if it's me, but I can barely hear the gentleman.
yeah, the
Can
elder's
everyone
a bit
else hear me?
low. Yeah, I can't hear him either. You're right.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, it's better. I can hear you. I can hear you a bit
Okay.
better now.
No, Carl,
But I
go ahead.
feel like I think
I was just reading something there.
so. I feel like that's the beginning, especially when you're immature.
Mm,
You're an immature male and you're thinking raw party this that you ain't got time for that in your life and blah 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 blah. And I'm feeling like a lot of the things like marry before you carry, I've never heard that before, but
right.
I feel like you have to be a certain level of maturity to consider marriage, right? So in
Mhm,
that aspect that it might probably work. I feel like
mm.
that's a good adage. But as for the other things that were put out there, I feel like on that day, Born Rich was just trolling. You could see he was getting a reaction from you ladies, and he was just trolling because not nothing. What was the first one? Share your man. Oh, okay, all right, cool. So we can share women as well, then, yeah. So women, how does that make sense? In what like, huh? That's just that and like he's more wiser and intelligent than that. I feel like the only way he would come out with a statement like that is like if he was trolling, because I can't
Oh,
imagine him.
mm. Okay, brother Buddha, right? Let's be honest now. There's less synchronized black men, right? So we know in African tradition, polygyny was the norm. So if a black woman is married to a good black man and they're both synchronized, there are black women that need help, security based upon that black man being very synchronized and is in a position to do that. Shouldn't the black woman allow another sister to be able to benefit from that safety and protection as well?
All right, cool. So one day you're gonna have to explain this synchronization thing with me because I'm not quite clear on it. But listen, just from an objective perspective, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a synchronized woman and a synchronized man,
Mm-hmm.
and that man then dates a synchronized woman, not a different synchronized woman, you unsynchronize the other woman, because then a lot of things will come into play: jealousy, envy. At some level, those will come out to play because they're only human reactions, they're only human emotions, and you cannot like you can't like try and hide human emotion as much as you may try. So by dating another woman, you're unsynchronizing the woman, so you're defeating the actual objective. The better thing to do is lead by example. Yeah. So when you're what you call synchronized, other people see that and see the benefits of being synchronized and thus synchronizing themselves.
Here's the thing, brother. We're talking about marriage, though, right? Marriage, whatever spiritual system or whatever, a marriage, a contract, right? Now, here's the thing, right? Naturally, women are going to be jealous of each other in this position. We've got to be realistically, right? I'm saying if the man is up front and he in that situation and that his wife that he's with, they understand the situation, right? And it's clear and there's truthfulness and there's agreement, it can work. But there's always going to be jealousy. You understand? A little bit of jealousy, brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Envy is a problem. That's the big issue. Jealousy, it's always going to be there. And having a little bit of jealousy for your spouse or whatever it may be, there's nothing wrong with that. It's the envy that's the problem, right? If we're in that situation, brother, the black woman must share her man to help out other black women. I am total in agreement with that. She must share the black man, especially if there's a lack of synchronized black men, especially if they're being locked up or oppressed, etc. She must share her man, because it's not about her individually.
Well, with respect, my brother, you know what? If the guy was that synchronized, he wouldn't have been locked up in the first place. But look, regardless, you know what you're suggesting and what I'm hearing, to me, sounds like the breeding farms that occurred after slavery was abolished. Are you familiar with the breeding farms?
I am, my brother. Yeah.
All right, cool. So just a quick kind of summarization to the listeners. Breeding farms, after slavery was abolished, the slave owners realized they couldn't buy slaves no more. So whatever slaves they had to try and multiply. So they enforced breeding policies. The slave women were raped by numerous owners, overseers, whoever, and they were forced to breed like animals, like you'd breed a dog. Now, what you're suggesting there, kind of, in my mindset, kind of smells like that. And for me, I wouldn't want that for any woman or man. Like, why would you deny a woman the sanctuary of having her own husband? One king, one queen. Why would you wanna? Did you get what I'm saying? To me, you know, maybe other women are open to that kind of bit, but for me, I wouldn't wear that, man. Not at all.
You see, brother, we're talking about intentions for the best interests of our race, right? And I heard what you said, brother, and you're absolutely right. That event did take place on our sisters, and we condemn that. We're talking about, brother, for the sisters being with synchronized men and sharing that for the best interests of the community. So we can have, children that will grow up and have been in the correct environment and been taught synchronized strategies to navigate through the system of white supremacy. And this may have to be an option for the black woman if she wants to help out her sisters to share her man in marriage, not dating, brother, marriage, that generational wealth will be passed on to that other sister as well as her. And the kids will benefit and be taught in the best way as possible to help out the race. Now, this is an option. So when someone said, share your man, we're clarifying in marriage for the best interest of our race, yes, and I'm all for that. But we shouldn't reduce it, brother, to enslavement, because that was for the best interest of the Europeans, done in an incorrect way, in an inhumane way. What we're doing, but we're doing what our ancestors used to do. Polygyny, these have like loads of wives, providing for them, etc. You know what I mean? And we're using this strategy in our times because we know that there's a lot of unsynchronized black men, and we want our sisters to be with synchronized black men, and that's the solution. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that.
Brother Carl, I just have one question to ask you. You with me?
Yes, brother. Yes, Elder.
Yeah, I heard what you said, and some of what you said makes sense. But I'm looking at the fact that you said something a while ago. Women are going to be jealous. Yeah? And then you
Yeah,
said a little jealousy is not bad.
right.
But I'm fully aware of also that jealousy can breed envy. Yeah? And you're creating an environment where even the man is synchronized. The woman have that, for lack of a better word, defect that call jealousy. Now you're creating an environment where that jealousy is going to come out sooner or later. Yeah, because you are putting the woman in an environment where she's going to be kind of in competition with the other woman. So I'm saying, as
Right.
I said, some of what you say is, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying you're creating the environment by having these women there and knowing that they come into this with jealousy already embedded into them,
Mm-hmm.
and you now bring in somebody else's in
Mm-hmm.
that can feed that jealousy
Mm-hmm.
just by their presence, just by how the husband treats the other wife, because
Mm-hmm.
he could never treat both of them equally. So I'm saying, even though they
Mm-hmm.
understands,
Mm-hmm.
I can't have him all to myself. I have to share it, but it's just their nature will say, "Hey, her is getting too much time," or you find he's treating her because of that jealousy. It makes you think sometimes things that are not even there. You know what I'm saying? It creates
Mm-hmm.
narrative that are not even there, because that's what jealousy does sometimes. It creates an atmosphere that's not even there. So I'm saying, why create that environment where you know there is a great possibility that one of these women could flip out because their jealousy has boiling over into envy.
Here's the thing, Elder, right? The things what you were saying, without a shadow of a doubt, it is inevitable. What I'm saying, Elder, is that if we are following a code of conduct and the goal is for the best interest of our people, right? And we stick to that and we're being very truthful with one another that, you know, wealth is going to be distributed this way, you know, and we sit down and we speak about, you know, dividing the days amongst each other, etc. and that, right? This is an agreement. You understand? As long as you are focusing on the main goal and reassuring and being truthful at the same time and understanding, that is always going to be there, Elder, jealousy, etc. It's the reassurance. It's the letting them know that there's no form of deceit or manipulation. You understand? If you're putting that forward, right, and reassuring that way, and it's for the best interest of our people, then that is how it's going to have to be. It's when you start lying out there, and it's when you start breaking the contracts, and then money's going this amount there too much and not here, or you're spending this amount and there, or you come up with different types of rules that's not part of the contract. That's when it's going to be problematic. But if you're sticking to the agreement, then it should be fine, because it's for the best interest of our race.
So, what you're saying in a nutshell, because what I'm trying to look at this from a critical and logical standpoint, yeah? And you have a specific code that they had to adapt to, yeah? And they
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
stick with that code,
yeah.
but they are coming into this with different characteristics, okay?
Mhm.
And that's what they're familiar with, that's what they know. They can't give you what they don't have, yeah? They can't do
Right.
what is not within them. So it's obviously the code that you're talking about, they will have to literally forsake what they know or what who they are and take on board this code of conduct,
Mhm.
because you said it's for the greater of the family and the greater of moving forward, yeah?
Mm. Right.
So you are asking them to come out of themselves and adopt this code so we can go forward, which sounds good, but how many people are capable of doing that?
Mm. Here's the thing, Elder, right? Part of the code of conduct that we as the communities come up with is that it's very important for the black man to understand the female logic and the characteristics of the black woman, right? So we are not saying that the black woman, right, is going to be uh, happy with sharing her man. What we're saying is, Alda, for the best interests of the race, due to the limitation of synchronized black men, right? And for producing synchronized black children that operate for the best interest of the race, whether they're going into universities, whether they're working, whether they're in the field or traveling, is that their intention is always going to be helping out the collective. You see, it's better that they do that than to be with unsynchronized black men who do not think this way, right? Now, bearing in mind, Elder, we are in the process of reminding, and we are trying to get a lot of black men synchronized, right? So the black woman won't really need to be in a polygyny type of marriage, right? We're just saying that's an option, right? That's all we're saying, because we have to have solutions for the best interest of our race. However, if there's not a lot of synchronized black men, then that's going to have to be the option. And that's all we're saying. We cannot, you see, the thing is with us, Elder, is that a lot of people, they don't seem to understand our reality, right? Is that things have happened, so we have to have solutions to correct it. We cannot just leave it, because that, you know, already, men don't do that. The real men don't, walk away from their responsibilities, right? They're gonna stick at it. They're gonna, fix it with the best of their ability. This is the real man. So we cannot leave something that there's a gap there, you know, and we're just going to say, well, because there's a gap there, we have to fill that gap up. And that's what we're trying to do, is not abandon our women and take responsibility and accountability. And polygyny is an option. However, we're trying to get more synchronized black men, so the black woman will not need to share her black men. This is logical, Elder.
Yeah, but what I'm looking at, you see, I try to look at it from a mental standpoint more than the finished product of it. See what I'm saying? I see what you're saying. You're trying to go to where you're trying to go, but I'm looking at how are you getting there? Because if I understand what you're saying, this code of conduct will be something very new for them. Yeah, and
Yeah. Yeah.
they will have to literally reconstruct their mind and take on this new code of conduct. Mhm. And this new code of conduct comes with values and morals that they're not accustomed to. Yeah. And it will be causing conflict with their own values and morals. And how determined they are to stick to the code of conduct, it depends on them and where their mind is. Yep. I'm looking at it from a mental perspective because I understand you speak in the finished product of it, but I'm trying to figure out the synchronized man. Now, to get a synchronized woman, she has to be on the same mindset with him. Yeah. And she have to understand and go in the same route with him. So it means that her mind is already, for lack of a better word, I'll use that word, but it don't sound too good, but indoctrinated with a code of conduct
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
and practicing that already. Yeah.
Hmm.
Now,
Right.
but she took a process to get there.
Hmm.
And how many men and women willing to see that code of conduct for what it is and willing to apply it to their lives and follow it, knowing that what I'm about to take out,
Mm.
it is literally me becoming a different person. I will have to drop a lot of the person I used to be. Yeah? My way of thinking, my way of speaking, my way, my life will change basically.
Mm.
And what I know for a fact is that when it comes to change,
Mhm.
people can get very timid because it's new. They're not accustomed to it. So I'm saying, if we are trying to get to that stage where people could grasp that code of conduct, we have to start, like, it has to start with getting into those people's heads first and foremost so they can understand it and know how it will benefit them and, as you said, in the long run, the nation. That's all I'm saying, but I'm just saying, if you understand we born with a certain characteristics, yep, we
Here,
born
here
with a
is
certain,
here's the thing, Elder. Right? As I said, yeah, part of the code of conduct is to understand female psychology, the characteristics uh, that the black woman has navigated through, and understanding that women's logic is not the same as men's logic. Now, this is what I was saying before on a couple of platforms, is that some people were saying, what if the woman doesn't do this? What if the woman doesn't do that? We understand, Elder, is that women are coming from backgrounds where they have molded themselves to be. So it's very important that the black man understands the character that the black woman is in, and having patience and letting her know that, you know, you can lower your guard down and you can feel safe, protected, and provided with being me. Now, these things require actions and it requires patience as well. So if the man is doing that and the black woman can see her reality, that we're not feeling protected and, you know, all these things are happening, that woman's going to have to make a decision of, do I want to get out of the situation that I'm with collectively, or do I want to stay in the same position? Now, I'm saying, right, a man can have patience if he can see that the woman is having for the best interest of the race, because you said that they're going to come with different mindsets, etc., right? However, they are willing to try. We can work with that. You understand? Right? But nevertheless, it returns back to this. In order to get out of our situation, the black man must be able to understand the background where the black woman's coming from, so we can lead her so she can feel safe. The problem is that if you don't understand that, right, you're not going to get no compliant, because all women understand vision, investment, and potential. They know this. What is the man's vision, right? How can I, as a woman who innately have feminine, supportive, nurturing skills, how can I invest towards that vision? And at the same time, is there any potential in that? All women know these things. This is why, for example, unfortunately, you'll have women, they will, you know, invest in men that they shouldn't be. You understand? They've invested their emotion, they've invested sensual, sexual investment into it, and they've been compliant with practical. We know all these things. When you understand the psychologically, we know. This is why a man will say to himself, you know, I'm doing this and she won't leave, because we know she's invested her emotion. You see, we know these things, those who understand. What we're saying is, we don't want the black woman to be in these positions. We want synchronized men to deal with black women. This is what I'm trying to explain to Sister Naifa. Because if you don't understand the psychological mind and logic of women, particularly black women we're talking about, right, then things are going to be pear-shaped. So yes, you are right that they're going to have to change a certain mindset of the code, but nevertheless, the black man who understands female psychology, which you're trying to do, and that he'll understand that how she's moving, right, she will slowly lower her guard down and trust, so she won't need to have certain mindsets. And that's the reality of women. And that's why, you know, we as men appreciate those who understand, appreciate black women, because they've got many layers. You understand? And they will show you these layers in a supportive, collective way. This is the amazing thing about women. You understand? As long as your mind is you know, is correct, etc., you become attractive to how you think in the eyes of women. You understand? Because men think, oh, you got to be this kind of macho look. No, you understand? As long as you are confident in your mind, you become attractive and leading. Women find that very, very attractive. That a man, you know, he knows how to make the correct decision. He's leading me correct way. He knows how to be dominant. Do you understand what I'm saying? So why would a woman not want that? And then to help out the best interest of her race. I can't see her not wanting that. But nevertheless, we have to understand the black woman. And that's all I'm saying. Our code of conduct is befitting.
Yeah, you keep mentioning the code of conduct. Now I'm going to put you in the hot spot. Can you explain and break down the code of conduct that you're talking about?
Okay, so the community, right, we come up with principles, 70 principles. What makes you unsynchronized and what makes you synchronize? And we've come up with a code.
Let's deal with that first. What makes you synchronized and what makes you unsynchronized? Let's deal with that part of it first. What makes a person unsynchronized? And what makes a person synchronized?
Okay, so the basics of it is synchronized means when you can operate at the same time with a particular task, whether it may be, you know, something, you know, practical, or something that is non-human, like for example the clock. The clock is synchronized. The long hand and the short hand are very synchronized, right? So what we're saying is that you as a collective, we as black people, operating for the best interest of our race, whether it be forbidding derogatory terms on the black woman or the black man, making sure there's generational wealth, making sure that we have treaties on the African continent and in the African diaspora to prevent non-African people from exploiting the Africa and the Caribbean, etc. Right? And having the best interest. This is synchronized because you're operating at the same time. So that means I could be, in the Caribbean, and you could be, over here. And if there's political views or something that is for the best interest of ourselves, I will automatically know that our dev is synchronized and is going to make the best decision for the race. You understand? I won't need to I wonder what he's going to say. I know that he's following the code of conduct. Do you understand? So that's what we're talking about with synchronized. However, identifying what makes us unsynchronized is very important, because we do things and we're not aware of what we're doing. So that's why we come up with the code of conduct for us to follow in order for us to stay on code.
Okay. Now the other parts of it, code of conduct, that's just one part of it.
That's just the basic. However, there are lists of what makes you unsynchronized, what makes you synchronized, and how to control your dopamines and apply these things. Now, if you have an email, I can send that to you and you can look at it for yourself. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'll be glad to take a look at that.
You
keep saying synchronize, you keep saying synchronize, and a lot of people not understanding what makes up that get into that synchronized point.
What makes you get in there?
Yeah, what makes you synchronize basically? Because
so
you say it a lot.
Right.
You unsynchronize your soul food, but a lot of people don't understand what that means.
Right.
So that's why I was asking you to explain it and break it
right.
so people can get an explanation of when you say it, they have an understanding of where you're coming from and what you mean when you said you synchronize or not synchronize. So that's why I was going with that.
Okay. I've just explained it though.
Yeah, I know. You just.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
I know you just, but I'm just saying. I hear it. I hear you say it a lot. Everywhere you go, you mention it, and you don't often give a breakdown in what that word means and how that word that you hold so dearly. You don't go into depth with it. You just use it as a surface, thing. Thinking that you're unthinking, that you're not thinking, but you're not breaking it down. And some people might get offended if they don't understand something. See what I'm saying? Because some people might think that you're attacking them. By using that word. So I think sometimes you have to explain to give people a fair chance to get a deeper understanding when you use that word synchronize. What exactly are you saying? Because you're just saying it. Nobody know what you mean. Because they don't know many people don't know what that word means. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think it's on you if you want people to be understood. Want you to be they understand you clearly. I think it's on you to explain that word because you use it a lot. It's very dear to you. Because I hear you use it for quite some time now. But I don't hear you giving a breakdown on it.
I've done it times before, Powder. So, but you know what? You are right. If someone doesn't understand it does need to be explained. So, as I said,
you're kind of going in and out though.
So, if you have an email, I can send it to you and you can look at it for yourself. It's entirely up to you, and you can get a good breakdown of,
Yeah. I would I'll put it in the back check. But it's my name, 19. It's easy to find. It's Devon, DEVAUGHAN 19
Could you write it in the
I would
private
certainly,
chat?
I would certainly do that.
Okay.
I would certainly do that. But I think sometimes you get on these panels,
Right.
you make these statements
Right.
because everybody is not at the same level mentally.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying? And some people, when not knowing something, is being ignorant. Yeah?
Right. Yeah.
And they will come at you in an ignorant form because they don't know.
Mm.
Because you haven't given them an explanation of the word you keep throwing out every minute. It's
Mm.
like, what the hell is he talking about? What is he talking about? He keeps saying it over and over, but he has not
But,
given us an explanation.
but on the opposite, Alda, that when you do explain your intention thoroughly and clearly, then they still want to go against you, and
No,
not to take
but I
away
don't
what you're
understand.
saying.
You can't
Right.
worry about they going against you.
Right.
You give
Right.
them the explanation of it. If they
Right.
choose to take it, it's up to them. If they choose not to, you can't force them. But your
Right.
job is to make sure that they understand that word and what it means and what the characteristic of that word. See what I'm saying? You can't control what they do after that,
Yeah.
but it's up to
Yeah.
you to give
Mm.
them a clear understanding as possible. So if they want to still be ignorant about it, then it's not on you, it's all about, then it's on them.
Yeah.
They're going to
I
come
agree.
against you. They're
I
going to
agree.
come against you because you are telling them something that they don't know.
Well, as I said to you, when it comes to explaining that word, I agree with you. However, we as a people know full well that we have to sort out a situation, and we have a pattern of going against the best interest of ourselves. So we've got proof on that, Elder, that whether we understand information or not, right, we still have that um tendency to go against. Now what you're saying, I do agree with you, explaining what synchronized mean. I'm not taking that away. You're right about that, and I will start to take that into consideration as well. You know what I mean? I will start to take that.
But you
Yeah.
also have to take it into consideration, not because you explained it, doesn't mean that, yes, they will understand it, but it doesn't mean that they are ready to take that step. See what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, yeah,
So you
and
so
that's why
you
we do
so you would
reminders.
find the fighting, you would find people coming against it, you would find out because a lot of people, that's why I say we come against one another. But oftentimes we come against each other because we don't understand each other. And sometimes don't even know when we understand and we get the information. Sometimes we don't know how to process the information, how to
True,
make the information work
true,
for us.
true.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so we have to look at it from different dynamic that they come against it, they think it and against one another because you are giving me information that I'm not used to. Now I hear it, I understand it, but I don't know how to go about processing and applying it and making it work for me. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a whole. That's why I deal with the mind and how the mind constructs and how it operates, because everything starts and ends in the mind. You control the mind, you control the person. So a lot of people are in a state of mind is that they don't want to face themselves. They're not ready to face themselves. And once you're in that mindset, you're going to put up walls for almost everything. You're going to come against everything because whatever is coming to you is literally pushing you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, it's always an ongoing battle, and the exegesis. of understanding information, you're definitely correct, man. And that's why we need our elders around, so they can drop, the exegesis if we do forget sometimes. So I'll take that on board, elder man. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I appreciate that advice.
I, oh, we're here to sharpen one another, bro. That's what we're
Yeah.
here. We're here to sharpen one another, and I think that when we get on these platforms and the environment is very rowdy,
Mm,
sometimes you have to use your wisdom and said,
mm.
no, it doesn't make no sense trying to bring across what I'm trying to bring across here because this environment is too saturated with negativity.
It's all
Everybody,
it's all it's all about the message though, elder. You know
yes,
what I
but
mean?
yeah, but the message can get sucked into the rowdiness because of everybody. The environment that is created is a negative environment, and everybody is feeding that negative environment by what they say. Yeah. Now you trying to project something positive in there. Yeah.
Mm.
I'm not saying it wouldn't work, but I'm saying you have to pick your battles. Basically.
You have to pick your battles, but at the same
Yeah.
time, if you're in a negative environment and that environment projects campaigning to oppress black women and black men, then you have an obligation to remind the collective, although this is negative, but there are those who don't agree with you. And this is the message, and this is how it's going to be done. Because if you don't do that, you know this very well. A lot of us are sheep, and we're yearning for some form of a shepherd,
Yeah,
right?
follow.
And that's problematic. People follow things that don't even goes against the best interest of themselves. Will be in a situation and they go along with it. But at the same time, you have to be from the collective to say, well, this don't make no sense. You know what I mean? And go against that. All the leaders in history did that, whether it's Abrahamic prophets or non-Abrahamic, went against the system, formulated a collective.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Totally
So
aware of that. But then you also have to put into consideration that a lot of these guys as they're speaking and getting so boisterous, they don't know themselves too. A lot of them don't
yeah,
know themselves. See what I'm saying? And a lot of them don't want to face themselves, as I said before. They don't want to literally face themselves. So when you have that, you see, that's why I listen a lot more than talk because it tells me the type of person you are and
right.
give me information on how to approach you. So I understand your mindset, I understand what comes out of you, so I know how to approach you. I know the type of words to use to gain your attention. See what I'm saying? You have to know what to say to know what need to come out of them. It's not what they want come out, it's what you need come out of them. And if you're trying to bring the best out of them, you got to know what type of word to use.
Yeah, yeah. However, some words have to be codified, elder, because some words, they say words breathe life. And if
Yes,
you're
it does.
using certain words that trigger disorganization, then that's a problem. And sometimes using words that can govern collective and help them to know what's inside of them, that in you is a spirit that your ancestors collectively did, and this must come out, because there is no I without everybody else. You see, this is why collectivism is very important. You know what I mean? And the words that we use, those who are revolutionaries or whatever, it's for the people, which is already inside of them anyway. They just didn't have that edge to say, but it's the collective that makes these words powerful. They're the one that's making it powerful. And we have to advocate. So when we're in situations, we can say this word instead of saying words that cause disorganization. And that's what we're about, even offline. You know, we teach and help out because it's very important, because we are a people who birth civilization everywhere, and we are being subjugated. So we must unify, and we must control things that go against the best interest of ourselves, and codify. For example, social media, you need a different type of language and rhetoric when it comes to here, because you can say certain words and it could cause a lot of problems, which we know. And it's always these same words that has been used on us as black people that we're now marketing on these platforms. So, you know, I
So the
do.
mind is conditioned in that way. So you have to, recondition the mind, and that will take a process. See what I'm saying? That,
Mhm.
remember, words are seed. Yeah. So you have to, and what you feed is what is going to grow. And as you said, it's something that we use, and that comes from way back when. And we have been conditioned mentally to use certain words because we are the environment project these words on a daily basis. We hear them every day. So it become part of our lives. So we can never tell you anything outside of that because we don't know anything outside of that. So I think once you target the mind and see at what level the mind's at, then you have a better chance of knowing what seed to try and sow in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You may not even be the one to water the seed, but I think that you plant it. Maybe a week after, somebody may come and throw some water on it, some word of wisdom pertaining to that same seed. But we have to
yeah,
always recognize that our words are seed and they are powerful. They are very powerful. As I always say to people, we live by thoughts and we operate by actions. Without your thoughts, you can't function. So I just strongly believe that if we, because we're going to come up against some people that are hard headed and stubborn and trying to get the likes and the views, etc., etc. You're going to find those that just don't want to grow. And that is understandable. Not everybody's going to go down the same road. But I think once you can go with those who wish to go and see the need to go and see the vision to go, that's those who you impact. That's those who you give the necessary to empower themselves.
yeah. Where's Sister Naifa with that video?
She
Supposed to
fall
be playing a
asleep.
video. Yeah, they're supposed
She
to be
fall
playing it.
asleep.
Lady D, are you there, sis?
Yeah, I'm here still. I was just listening to the gentleman speak, man, because,
Oh,
Oh,
I thought you
yeah,
fell
man.
asleep.
Yeah, man. Big up to Elder Dev, man.
1 second.
As I said, Elder, if you send your email, then I can
Yes,
send the code of conduct to
I
you.
would certainly do that. Now, if you're going to show the video now,
Bless up, Uncle Dev.
Hey, you were there all along?
Yeah, I was just listening to you and Brother Cal while I was doing my hair. It was quite soothing.
Oh, crap. Oh, all right, big up. I didn't even know you were there. Hey.
But I think Lady D might be at the back. I'm not sure if Goddard Jacob's at the back.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'll
Oh,
show the video now.
sure.
This message is for all of
Break up.
those that are tired.
Mm,
We're tired of carrying the burden. We're
nice, Rick.
carrying the physical burden of our community. We're tired of carrying the spiritual burden of our community. Hey, Karen, how you doing? Hey, pieces. I have been advocating that the Black woman is tired. And just like in any relationship, most men don't hear us until we are fed up and ready to walk away. Brothers, I'm 50 and I'm nothing like my mother. The men in my mother's life never watered her. They never fertilized her. They never prayed for her. None of them lifted a finger for her rights ever. And they abused my mother. Yet through all of that, my mom's generation, they managed to pray for everybody. They protested for everybody. And even when they won, and here I'm talking about civil rights, even when we won, white women, white men, Black men found a way to make us lose. Even in our achievements, our counterparts call those failures. I am not my mother. And I believe in this age of Aquarius, sisters, at 50, I'm telling y'all I'm tired. Keep going, sister. No, brother. I will not. For the benefit of my own health, for the benefit of my own well-being, for the benefit of my spiritual peace, I'm going to sit down. And not only am I going to sit down, I'm going to rest. I'm going to do the same resting everybody else has done while I screamed against the machine. And the whole time, everybody told me that I was angry, I was mean, I was a whore, I was a prostitute. I was not worth even having my children because the Black woman has fucked up everything. Well, if the Black woman has fucked up everything, I take back my prayer that the Black community get out of this. Sisters, y'all stop. Stop. Just stop. You keep your emotional currency for yourself. I am tired of watching my sisters give every.
I'm just gonna quickly pause it there. Hey, and obviously this was Divine's video, and I know she's gone back into the chats. But Kushti, are you there, bab? All right,
Yeah.
all right. So Kush, are you hearing what my girl's saying, bab?
Yeah.
Oh shit. What?
What's up?
What are you thinking to what she's saying thus far?
I don't know. It's a lot.
She's 50. She's saying no one didn't pray for people. Them I pray for everybody. You get me? I'm gonna let it play, but I'm just asking what you may have thought initially, because I'm gonna come to the man them too, obviously. But
It's a lot, isn't it? Quite depressing,
well,
to be honest.
well. All right, my sister. Don't worry, July soon come, my girl. Bomba clock.
Listen, just, I don't know. Like I said, it's just a bit. I don't know. She's 50 and she's screaming for women to stop. It's like it's a lot. It's a lot. Do you know what I
You
mean?
think she's okay? So let me try and play devil's advocate. Let me try to remove my emotions, remove the fact that I bleed every month, because I know that's what man then want. They just want us to be robots. So okay, why are you so emotional? Okay, so do you think she's speaking truth to power, or do you think she sounds like a victim of white supremacy?
I mean, what was the prostitute stuff about?
I don't know. Do you want me to rewind it?
Not really.
All right, say nothing. So in the first instance, all right. I'm gonna let it play a little bit more, but because I'm saying one,
It's like for me, I don't like. I can't relate in it. Like I said, I can't relate. This ain't my life. I don't feel this downtrodden. Like it's just a bit depressing for me, innit?
right.
But, you know what I mean? That's all I can really say on that.
I get that. So,
Yeah.
so all right then. Even as you say that, yeah. Do you, and without being too personal, and I'll even put myself in it, right? Do you think that our quote life experience differs to many other women? So let me rewind it a little bit. What this girl's saying here now, and we're gonna play a little bit more of it. In fact, let me just play a little bit more of it before I even say no more.
Everything and get nothing in return. We fight for everybody else, and when you get what you want, we are left with nothing. Sister, you rest. You rest. You take your blessings and you give them to yourself. You stop praying over that man at night who does not have the spiritual currency to even tip St. Peter on the way through the gates. Why do we keep doing this? Why do we allow the rest of the community, of the planet, to run us ragged? Most of y'all raised 2, 3 kids by yourself. While you prayed for those children and you prayed for those derelict men, and the whole time you were on your knees or got your head butted on the ground, who was praying for you? Our men don't even need a relationship with God because they got us. Y'all ever think about that? Our men don't need a relationship with God because they have us. And he uses our spiritual currency like a vampire. And you know the backlash we gonna get? You know the backlash we gonna get? Oh, now you're just gonna be lazy. You're not gonna help? Oh, you're not gonna help? I don't know what's wrong with my life. Well, let me tell you what's wrong with y'all life and what's wrong with the world right now. Great Yin ain't having this shit no more. We are a different woman, and the world can thank itself for making this type of woman. The world can thank itself, because when the black man not only violated me, but the black man also told me that I would have to earn his protection, nigga, suck my dick.
Blood clot. Hey. Alright, so obviously I'll pause it there just for various reasons, fair use and all that good stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy. So some people look like Fiona says she looks like she's been through some stuff, of which I agree. You know, obviously she's an American woman in the land of you know, whatever you want to insert there still. And yeah, she's obviously giving her testimony, man. Okay. Has anyone got anything to say currently, or shall I just let it play?
Well, I just got to say to God of Jacob, like, this is your FBA sister out here. When you keep talking about statistics, that American statistics don't say that. This is coming from American women.
Oh boy.
I just want to add on something. I just feel like more of like our grandmothers like got like abused by men like in a different way, and they had to like just shut up and put up with it. And like I'd understand if she was coming like from that point of view, but like I don't know. I'm trying to feel it out still, but I don't know if it's just that she's disgruntled because her relationships didn't work out, and now she's 50 and she's, do you know what I'm saying, just there. So I just want to play some more to see. I'm not sure.
You're absolutely right, my sister. But I think what she's not looking at, she become the product of her own mother. Because what she sees happen to her mother, it happens to her. So why are you repeating the same mistakes that your mother did? I mean, that kind of bothered me a bit, because you just explained what you see happening with your mother, and you kind of go down the same road. So you didn't see it in yourself to choose a different direction where men is concerned. And I think you speaking for all women, I think you're stretching it right now.
Okay, so I find that really interesting what you just said, actually, Dev. Because one, I don't think she's necessarily talking for all women. She's obviously giving her testimony, right? However, I just heard you say about something about her mother, right? And maybe she's repeating the same cycle. Okay. And the reason why I find that interesting is because we got a brother called Born who has suggested the same thing, like women, quote unquote, are repeating the same cycle.
Yeah.
But my question to you is, why is it that it's women that are repeating the same cycle? Is it not also men repeating the same cycle of abandonment?
Yeah, I wasn't
Because because
generalizing her.
Bourne spoke about women and generational sort of welfare, dependency, etc., and being in the projects and all of this type of thing. And you know, he was allaying to the fact that some women tell their daughters how to basically remain in the projects, which I kicked out against because I'm saying, well, no woman is going to want to remain in the projects, and if her man can protect and provide and get her out of the projects, then there would not be that generational problem. What do you say to that, Bab? Because obviously, I can accept that the women are just having children in it. They're laying down, they're having children. All right, cool. Rightly or wrongly. But
But
I'm saying,
okay,
why
go
is
ahead.
there not a thing whereby the men are taking them out of that situation once they impregnate them?
You have to look at sometimes you are who you attract. Yeah. And we often blame the man or the woman for what happened to us. And we don't take accountability for you
Okay,
chose
so
the
let me go into the woman situation and take accountability. I met a guy, he's a waste man.
you
I'm
remember?
I am now pregnant for that waste man.
Yeah.
Okay. My responsibility is to bring the child into the world safely.
Hold on.
What's your responsibility as the
No,
man?
you see, you're gone way too far now. First and foremost, he could not have gotten you pregnant if you didn't allow him to.
But I've said that, innit? We've been to the
Right,
point where I've allowed
right.
you to come inside
Yes,
me.
yeah, but
Yes, you
hold on,
bust
hold
your
on,
shot. Neither
hold
of
on.
us were protected. Yeah. I was careless. You were careless. We're two careless people. Yes.
Right, so
Now,
why the responsibility on him only?
right.
Both of you
Listen
have
to
to
what
take
I'm saying. Listen to
accountability.
what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. We've both been careless.
There you
We
go.
know now there is a child on the way. Okay. Now my responsibility is to bring the child into the world safely and to deliver that child safely. Okay. What's your responsibility at this point as a
Now,
man?
now, if you put it in that context, as a man, my responsibility, and I put that in inverted commas, is to take care of that child the best way that I can. Now, am I in that position to do that? And I'm not talking just financially, I'm talking about mentally as well. Am I ready to be a father? Am I ready to take on that responsibility? Because remember, our action was careless, as you said. Let's say we were immature and we fool around and we had, and up comes a child out of it. Now, both are we in an immature state of mind. Now, the natural thing for a woman to do is to bring the child. Yeah, generally. Yeah, where some women may take other options. Right? Now, this is a new beginning for both of you. Hmm. And depends on where that person mind is, both parties' mind is, will determine how that child is going to be taken care of. But if they are immature, obviously, somebody's going to cave in sooner or later if they don't suck it up and grow up, or sometimes forced to grow up and become a father. Yeah? And I'm speaking from experience because my father left me when I was 3 years old. So I know how that feels. But am I mad at him? No, because I'm trying to understand what was his mindset at that particular time when he decided to take off and don't look back. What was his mindset? Instead, I start pushing the blame on him. I'm trying to get an understanding. Where were your mindset? And then you could understand, based on a person's mindset, the type of decision they're going to make based on their mindset. So that's my answer for that.
I'm not. So what are you saying though?
I'm saying generally it's the man responsibility. But if
Right,
the man,
and
but it's the man responsibility as well as the mother responsibility, both of them responsibility. But are
right.
they in a
So,
position mentally and financially to take care of that little innocent infant? Are they in a position mentally and financially? It's a
right, I'm gonna let the video play because he cut out a little bit there. But yeah, let me
being a
see.
father. They don't.
You cut out a little bit there, Bab.
Yeah,
Say
go
that
ahead. Let it go
again.
down. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
When the American black man told me that regardless of me being his partner through this nightmare, that I still had to earn his protection when I am his mother, his sister, his cousin, his bitch. I went out and learned to protect myself better than you ever could because you are still derelict in your duty, black man. And then, after telling me that you would not protect, you would not provide, I went out and found a means to protect and to provide because I had your legacy that you didn't give a fuck about because you wanted to see me fail because I was not with you and because I valued myself and I valued my time and I valued your child that you found no value in. You tell me I am worthless. Okay, worthless. Then I take my blessing off of your head. I will not pray for the black community, not another motherfucking day, not another day of my life will I pray for the black community. Y'all can go to hell. You go to hell. We're tired. We're tired and we don't get shit. We get the least amount of attention, we get the least amount of love, and we get the maximum suffrage. And we are told to suffer in silence. I will not.
Yeah, Brother Kerr, what do you think to that statement that you just made that we're basically told to suffer in silence?
Suffering in silence, sister. That we just
Yeah,
said.
what do you think to that statement that she's saying that you know that they're basically told to suffer in silence? What do you think to that statement?
I, I definitely don't agree with that statement at all. Absolutely not. Which is why I tried to explain before is that when the black woman is being allowed to express herself safely and free from judgment, it's an alarm clock for us. You see, how are we going to know the problem without us being told or some form of reaction towards it? This is it. You know what I mean? You know, this is the buzzer. So it's like the synchronized Batman hears that. It's like, whoa, we got to sort something out. Let's hear what's
So are
happened.
you saying that what
I
this
mean,
lady is saying is new to some men?
it's what? Sorry, I didn't get that.
are you saying that the testimony of this lady is going to be news to some men?
To help out for the synchronized Batman referring to.
Synchronized, unsynchronized, whatever.
Yeah, but this makes no sense, is that because the reason why we go round and round in circles, Sister Knife, all right? And I know that we're just on the show, is that unsynchronized African descendants do not have the best interests of our people. It's very clear, beloved. You understand? Right? It's very, very clear, right? It's like, for example, when there's people who do not want to know, right? Is that you remind those who are around to see if they will know, and you see what's going to happen, right? So this message is for the synchronized African men. The unsynchronized, they don't care about that. And in the comment, I find it very strange as well that people are saying, oh, she's been through a lot, and all saying all these things. But the reality of it, what she's saying is very deep. You know what I mean? They've supported through the liberation, and they've been told to be quiet now, and all the benefits, etc., is going to other communities, and she shouldn't express herself that way. Of course she should, but only synchronized black men who want liberation is going to take heed to that. The others are not, Sister Naifa. So
Yeah,
you're
but
talking
hold
to
on a minute
synchronized
though.
black men,
Now I become a little bit confused because you're
right?
saying that. Yeah, I'm going to tell you why. Because you're saying it's
Mhm.
all right for her to give her testimony, this, that, and the other. But I'm
Right,
quite sure that today in this broadcast, yeah, when we've been having a conversation, your thing was really, like I said, I sort of packaged it as cross my legs and shut the fuck up.
right.
You see what I'm saying to you? Which is basically what she's saying. And she's saying that that has not been good for her. So now I'm going to try to ask you, why is it going to be good for us?
You see, sister, it's very simple, beloved, right? What this son sister is saying, which all black women have been emphasizing, it's she is campaigning truth for those who are going to take heed. You understand? Because if let's say for example, she suffers in silence, right? And she's around unsynchronized black men, they're not going to do anything. We must know how our women are feeling, so the synchronized black men can take heed and say, you know what, we have to try and sort out a solution.
So
We
what?
are a
Okay, all
minority.
right, Kale. So what is the synchronized man's solution?
You know what it is already, Sister
No, I
Naifa.
know.
We've been about
I
it
don't.
on the panel for so long. You know, beloved. You know. You understand? This is why when I hear in the comment that we have to rely on the system, we can't do anything. It's simple in regards to what needs to be done. Is that the synchronized black men must create an environment, safe
Okay,
place for the
excellent.
black woman.
All right, excellent. So let's talk about that because one of the questions on the panel is, are the majority synchronized or unsynchronized? Right now, I know that you have said, and I'm not trying to get onto you in it, Kel, but it's having a conversation. But I know that you said that the majority are unsynchronized, right?
Right.
Already
Mhm.
majority versus a minority. Okay, now you as a synchronized person are in the minority. Cool, I get that, right? And without sounding fucked up, when I see you go into battle with unsynchronized, yeah, you don't
Okay.
win the battle, right?
Oh,
You you
so again, sister.
when you go to battle with the unsynchronized, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I don't see the synchronized winning. I'll just keep it as simple as that, innit? You get me?
Okay. Right.
Now, you may have methodology, sort of methodology, sorry, behind this, that, and the
Below.
other. But like
Yes,
I said,
below.
when I heard you, yesterday or whatever, and I'm hearing man and talk to you, is a lot of disrespect. He was like, fuck the girl, them, like, I
Right.
ain't here to protect no girl. They're supposed to have their own man and father. And I told you all this before, innit? Because I told you this is
Okay.
our first, second, or third rodeo. Okay?
Mhm.
Now, me myself not either, right? Within my internal surroundings, I will speak for other women as well, right? We have internal, or we have our micro, you understand me, protection, you get me,
Right.
regarding fathers, partners, brothers, this, that, and the other. Yeah, we have that.
Okay.
That has never been
Right.
our problem, as the man them know, right? But as you can see, one of the first reactions or rebuttals is, you're not our girl. Yeah. Get your own protection. All right. Like I told you before, Kel.
Song
I
with
told
Bugs
you this
Bunny.
before, bro. You get me? Because they'll have it seem like we're out here begging these little fuck baits for protection and all the rest of it, which we
Right.
ain't. Yeah.
Mhm.
So when people are coming like when you went with your team like, oh, I don't feel safe, and a man's like fuck that about I don't feel safe.
Right.
What was your
Right.
comeback to that, bro?
What do you
As
mean? What was my,
So as
what
a
do you mean?
synchronized man, yeah, you
Okay.
went unsynchronized man saying the
Right.
sisters say they don't feel safe. And part of your
Okay.
team that you put into place, respect due, is to let the man them know that we don't feel safe by saying quote unquote, I don't feel safe. Yeah?
Right.
You're
Hmm.
saying that it's gonna work on man them ego, correct?
For the synchronized African men to capitalize on it. Right.
No,
Hmm.
no, not the synchronized. You're saying that it's supposed to affect the unsynchronized man's ego by saying we don't feel safe. Correct?
When did I say that?
No, to be fair, Kel, you did say that you
Hmm.
recommend for women to say that when they're on panels and they feel unsafe. Like, because like, why would they say it otherwise if they don't?
All due respect to your cotton socks, right? Sister Naifa says that we say that political strategy to trigger the ego of the unsynchronized. I never said that. It's for them to remain in their femininity. So a synchronized African descendant man can capitalize on it and they go toe to toe with one another instead of it on the black woman. That's what I said. But Sister Naifa, perhaps there was a miscommunication. I said otherwise. Because the thing is with you, beloved, right? You keep going back to the opinions and thought process of the unsynchronized. Here's what you got to understand with me, sister, right? I do not go by the opinions of non-African people and unsynchronized African descent. I don't, sister. I've been raised that way. And I'll tell you why. Because why am I going to go by your feelings, emotions, your views on how life is? A non-African person can tell me about religion until the sun sets. You are a non-African. You put your race before the religion. An unsynchronized African descendant, they can tell me until the sun rises and tell me, but we need to do this and formulating individualism. I don't believe in that. You see, my mindset is very clear. I do not go by your opinion. The problem is, sister, is that you're seeking the approval of those that you shouldn't be seeking approval of. And that's why we're differing. You're not supposed to worry what they say because the message is not for them. The message is for you, so you don't get attacked, so the men can deal with it. But once again, all due respect to you, you want to get in the battlefield because I understand due to the situation of, no, I need to put my work in, but going in the battlefield is not for you. We don't want the black woman going in the battlefield where she's going to be more vulnerable and then she's going to say certain things that makes herself vulnerable. That's the thing what you're missing, beloved.
Yeah, sorry. So who's going in the battlefield then?
Sister Naifa, all due respect to you, sis, right? You've got to understand, right? I'm going to be very direct with this, beloved, right?
Yeah, man.
Because there
Be
has been
direct.
a conditioning with the black man and the black woman. Unless the black woman understand how to deal with the black man correctly, right? It's not going to work out for her. It's really not.
Okay,
Because
okay. So whilst you're
why?
here,
Right.
Let us utilize yourself.
Right.
How do we hold on? And I've got my pen right because this is very important. How do we deal with the black man correctly? Point one.
You don't feel safe and you don't feel protected. Simple as that. It's simple. So online, right, we can be talking, etc., blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden, an unsynchronized African descendant decides to say something unsynchronized towards the black woman, right? And he's barking, he's shouting, blah blah blah. You simply just say, we don't feel protected, we don't feel safe, and mute up. And then if there are synchronized African descendants on there, they can take care of it. You understand? They just take care of it. That way, your femininity, your vulnerability is secured because you're not engaging in it. And then the men, they take charge and sort it out with the best ability. Now, you don't have to worry on the thing. It's not for you to, because if you go in there, right, it's going to make things worse for the black woman. We don't like seeing black women attacked. We don't like them things, especially for myself. You understand? Especially how I've been grown up and how
All right,
the women in my family,
all right.
right? You understand?
Divine saying it doesn't work.
Okay, Lady Divine, all due respect, yeah, shouting at them and going toe to toe, that doesn't work either. It doesn't work. So what we're saying is, beloved, we don't want the black woman to engage in that. So saying that and muting up is the best thing. That's all we're saying, muting up. So that
Yeah.
way, while that's been said, what's the black woman doing? She's strategizing. She's being very calculated with what she's gonna say. You know what I mean? She's breathing correctly. She's calm. It gives her time to deal with it, and then she can say one thing. And then when it happens again, you see, there's benefits. Instead of going in there gun blazing, right, and then making the men, the unsynchronized men, feel like they got something over your actuality by muting up and saying that, right? You're strategizing. You see, that's what the benefit is. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's for, the protection for the black woman. But if you're going to say things like this, oh, it's not working, like it's like we're seeking their approval. You're not supposed to seek their approval. It's clear they're unsynchronized. You know this. That's why I agree with what Brother Raven and even Sister Cotton says. We're going on certain panels expecting what? Security and help. You understand? You're not going to get that security and help because, quite frankly, unless it's a Pan-Africanist channel that's focused on the best interest of black people, all the rest of them by default, unfortunately, is going to breathe on synchronization. Do you understand? That's the reality of it. You know what I mean? So if you're seeking for that particular protection, then go on the panels. But if you're going to go in there, this is the strategy. Whenever it feels like you're being attacked, just say, we don't feel safe, we don't feel protective, mute up, and then you can strategize behind. You come back on, you can take a breather and go back, a breather and go back. We're not saying you should take the insult, but what we're saying is, as long as you remain in your femininity, do you understand that, right? That will let the black man know, like, you know, oh, the black woman, she is being very calm and knowing how to deal with us, and we're just behaving all that way and that. Nah, she's supposed to be behaving that way. That is the reality of it. We don't want to see her behaving that way in front of non-African people and unsynchronized black people and stuff, right? We just wanted to strategize, and that's the benefit.
Okay, Sister Kushti, you there, Bab?
Yeah.
So what do you think of what you heard? Because I know
Lady
Yeah.
Divine, click the link, man. Come up. Sorry, go on, sis.
Yeah, I'm just asking you what you think of what you've heard in it, because clearly yeah. What do you think of what you heard, Bab?
What Brother Cal said.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest, I literally came in at the point when he was talking, so I don't know what he was talking about before that. But I think what I'm finding out with this don't feel safe thing, yeah, is that the reason why I said initially that it doesn't necessarily work for me is because I feel like black women have already did that previously, and like I said, it's just come to this day where it didn't really work out when they were like begging black men to like man up and step up. I think that age of black women doing that is kind of gone now, and I think what happened when women were doing that and pleading that to black men, like black men were just mocking them, like what we saw yesterday. So
Well, when
and
you say 1 second, because sorry to cut you though, Bab. You know when you say like you saw yesterday, where are you saying specifically on which show? Sorry, because there was two things that happened yesterday. So
right, so there was ThE show and then there's MiCro show, yeah. So
okay,
ThE show, near the end, I just saw an onslaught of my man just literally just I can't remember what he said, but I just know it was like, just uncalled for,
yeah, he said the
disrespectful.
most, and it normal
Yeah,
whatever, and this was after man had said, "Oh, this is what I'm trying to do with my panel, blah 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 blah," all the rest of it. Put man in the back. As soon as the man came back, it was an onslaught, and yeah, just
yeah,
nothing. Yeah, all right, cool.
yeah. So in that point, I don't recollect if Nynefa or Lady D said that they don't feel safe, but they did say along the words that, do you know what I mean? I actually at one point, actually I'm remembering some of the stuff that got said, and I don't know this is what I'm saying, like at what point do you need to say that you don't feel safe when some of like the underhanded levels that went, like some things just you don't need to be prompted. So whether they said those exact words, they made it clear that they weren't like best pleased with what was coming to them. And this is where I think um the lack of understanding comes, brother Cal, because when they are displaying that, nothing happens. So that's what they're saying to you, like, what is the purpose of doing that? Because nothing happens. They just get ridiculed. Like, so like the show with Maku and what's the guy's name? I don't know his name. What's his name? Nine?
Um, was it Zelini?
Born.
Yeah. Sorry?
It's about Born Rich.
Born Rich had a show yesterday.
Oh, yesterday was Sniper. What
Yeah,
you
it
talking
was
about when
Sniper.
Kale went on and wished him happy birthday? Right, there's been two shows. There was one yesterday with Kale and he went to bless up his brother Maku and then heard about women. And then there was G Block when Schiffer forgot that he was German. Yeah.
So basically, like I said, I'm just like I don't like. Let's just talk it. Like let's just talk obvious. I can't bother to beat around
I
the bush. There
agree.
was two shows, and this is what it's regarding, right? So, like I said to you, one was with Maku. Maku? Weren't talking to himself. There was another guy on there. So I asked you, who
He
was
was
the other
talking
guy?
to Kale.
No, not Cal. There was another guy.
Zelini.
Thank you, Cohen.
All right.
So you got two shows where this is what I'm getting that you're trying to get to with Cal, yes? 9?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was more.
Okay, so all right. So
All
but
right.
yeah, just keep up with me, sis, yeah? And then so what I'm trying to say is you're trying to tell Cal that in these two incidences that happened yesterday, it was very clear that saying, oh, we don't feel safe or whatever doesn't work. In fact, in one of the shows with Maku and this Salini guy, they were just ridiculing it, right? Although I don't think you've ever said to this Salini guy that you don't feel safe, but he felt very pressed about the notion of black women saying that they don't feel safe, right? So this is what I'm saying to you, Kel. They're telling you that when these incidences happen, whether it's obvious that they don't feel safe or if they say that they don't feel safe, nothing happens. That's what they're basically telling you in a roundabout way. So you telling them to keep saying, sisters, I've got it. You've got to say, I don't feel safe. They're saying, I say it, and then nothing happens.
Okay,
Is that
sister,
clear?
this is
Yeah.
this is uh this is what is very problematic, right? I'll tell you why. Is that we're on the YouTube world, right, and we need strategies to help us,
Someone's in the back
uh,
lines.
to help us not indulge in certain things, right? Now we have a choice to go on these platforms and not. You understand? So
Yeah.
when I go on platforms, regardless, it's always Pan Africanism all the time. Do you understand what I'm saying in that, right? You're not gonna try and get me to go against the black woman's rights, etc. Like, that's how it is. Do you understand what I'm saying in that, right? So as it pertains to the sisters, we don't feel safe, we don't feel protective, right? Is there's clues in that? Do you understand? First of all, in that, right, when you go on certain panels, you cannot expect, right, unsynchronized black men to protect you on these panels. You can't expect that. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
because you are choosing to go on there, right, you say the cold word, we don't feel safe, we don't feel protected, and you can mute up. You don't even have to engage. Do you understand? At all. Do you understand what I'm saying in that, right? Now I've heard the sisters say things like this. We're not going to engage with certain individuals. Do you understand? But then they will come off mute and engage with the individuals who are clearly unsynchronized. And then when they say certain things, right, then it's like, look what's happened there. That's what I'm saying.
All
Sticking
right.
consistent.
Hold on there, bro.
What?
Lady D, you need to click on the link because it's just covered at 9. So you need to come on the link. You need to come on stage here because what do you say, 9? Because Lady D's not here. What do you say to that? That he's just saying basically, you know that they're unsynchronized. Why are you expecting them to be synchronized? Why do you give them access to talk to you like that? Why do you go to their stages? Why do you allow them to do that? What do you say to that? Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So Kale saying that we make ourselves
Someone
available.
in the back as well, by the way.
Nah, there's no one in the back. Um, what Kale's saying that we make ourselves available
Why do you
to.
go into the places where you know that they're gonna be disrespectful and unsynchronized?
Right. So what place do you talk about in particular, Kale?
Okay, so there are, as what I said to you before, Sister Knife, right? If it's not a Pan Africanist panel where it's going to be regulated, you're going to find on synchronization. You will never get them things on Shakara's channel. You will never get it. You understand what I'm saying in that? Because it's understood. Disrespecting the black woman on that panel or anything like that, it's a wrap. You understand? Because it's the way how it's moved, it's that way. What I'm saying is, right, if we're going to deliver a message or engage in vain talk, right? And it's going to be unsynchronized African descendant and non-African people. The best thing to say to help you to strategize is to say we don't feel safe, we don't protect, and mute up. That means you've made the dopamine understand that in order for me to survive, right? Correctly, I'm gonna have to do that. So you don't engage. That means don't ask them no questions or anything like that, or engage into it. Because if you do, right, it's going to lead to unsynchronization because it's clear, right? A lot of us are unsynchronized and cannot refrain from saying unsynchronization. So the strategy is to protect the black woman from engaging in things if they would only see the benefit.
So basically, I think what you're just basically saying, Cal, is that when they're in these scenarios, them saying that and muting up is just basically in a roundabout just the way it's just saying don't engage with them. Just like it's your way of saying that I'm in a space where there's unsynchronized men as black women and you just mute up.
Yeah, and then also if there is a synchronized African man there, he can sort it out. So there's loads of benefits in it, Sister Kushti. The point is protecting the black women from certain things. That is what the goal is. Do you understand? That's the goal. You know what I mean? But at the
I
same time,
think I think I think the
understanding
thing
that.
is though, if I'm being I think the thing is though, bro, I think like for me, I do that in my own way anyway. It's like so some women just won't make themselves accessible to certain personalities or they just won't have a conversation, or if you're supporting someone and you find yourself on a panel with someone or whatever, you just make it clear to everyone that you're just not engaging. I think as a whole, Black women have kind of said that they're not dealing with that kind of standards anymore. So I think it's just kind of the Black women are probably already, well, I'd say ones with a certain mentality are probably doing that already. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you to that point, but I just think um the expectation was that this was going to be something different, if that makes sense. And in reality, it's not, because if in the best scenario, what you're saying would happen. So like you're saying, if you go to somewhere like somewhere in a show where you know that a certain way about you or being about you is expected, then you just know that you can go in there, and if someone happens to come onto that panel and disrespects, you already know that you shouldn't have to unmute. Like, you'd like to think that those guys can overs what's going on and shut it down. But as I said, that's in the best scenario. And as we're aware on this YouTube thing here, that those best scenarios, although there's more and more coming up, and I'm always supporting them, I'm always there anyways in those places. Majority of the places are not that. So, and that's just like general, right? Because most people are not on code. So it's an understandable strategy. I get it, and I get why you're saying that for females who don't overs, that perhaps that they should start just resting in their femininity and not going into it and stuff. But yeah, I just think in the best scenario that would be it, but the best scenario is not the common scenario right now, if that makes sense.
Here's the thing, Sister Kushti, right? I live in an area, right, where it's my communities there. I've got black butchers, you know what I mean? I've got if I need, well, I got my own house, you know what I mean? But what I'm saying, everything's there for me in that. So my family, right, they just need to be around that community. Do you understand what I'm saying in that, right? If they engage in non-African people, that perhaps that would due to going other places where they may have to go. Do you understand? But there's always some form of protection for them. Do you understand? Right? What I'm saying is that while we're in these YouTube channels, right, we have to apply that mindset when we are in the cyber world. So black women, how do we protect black women online? Okay, we have to create safety phrases for them. So when they feel that and know it's that, right, it's like a buzzer. Don't feel safe, don't feel protected, I'm muting up. Do you understand? And they can just stay there, right? And whoever's trying to make them feel unsafe, right, they can say what they're saying and we can assess the situation, right? And then we can tackle it, or we can just leave it. But the point is, she's not getting drawn out. She's not getting exploited for any form of entertainment, etc. That is how we want the black woman to be protected online. You understand? And that's why we're using these things.
Sorry, Mr. Carl. I wanted to just like maybe if you could expand on that, yeah, because I want to try and follow this code that you're talking about. And so if a lady, sorry, hello everyone, by the way, sorry, big up everyone. I'm back now.
Big up.
So if there's a lady that comes on and says, all right, I don't feel safe, I don't feel protected, and mutes up, cool. Me as a man, I jump on the panel. What's my maneuver? What do I do or say, or what would you suggest?
Okay, so you're following the code, we can say, brother, that type of speech, what you were saying, you was very unsynchronized. Here's the reason why, historically, this is what's happened, and you can mark it and campaign,
I'll tell you what, let's shall we do a role play? Shall we do a role play and maybe that probably make more sense, or we can learn differently. So let's say I am being abusive or disrespectful to Kushti, yeah, So and then you jump in and then you address me. So I'm gonna say to Kushti, you're I don't know. I don't really want to say no bad things. That's the mad thing. Kushti, you can't cook. You should learn to cook. You eat McDonald's every day, man. You go feed your kids them chicken nugget and them something there, man. What's wrong with you? What kind of black woman are you, man? You
I
can't cook.
don't feel safe. I don't feel protected.
All right, cool. All right.
So, brother, you know, I understand you're discussing what you're discussing, but it's leading towards unsynchronization. It's making you say things that's not in accordance how we need to move. You're gonna go,
Bro,
yeah, blah 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 blah
listen,
blah blah.
she's a big woman. She can speak for herself. Stop simping, man. Who asked you for your opinion anyway?
Well, brother, the way how we need to be is not in accordance to where we need to think, right? Now, the point is, brother, the focus is off the black woman, and now it's on you and I. That is the straight. So it's on us now. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I see what you
It's
mean.
on us now.
Yeah.
So it's not on her.
It's a
There's no
diversion, right?
shouting and blah 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 blah. It's just all on me now, because as I said,
Okay.
men protect their women. You understand what I'm saying, King?
Yeah. So what about this scenario? Yeah, let's say there's two ladies on the panel. Yeah, and one of them is being polite, and the other one is being rude, and deserves to be cast a certain way. But obviously, there's another lady, and she needs to back up her sister. So what happens in that scenario?
So we use the word unsynchronized and we explain it, right? Why it's unsynchronized. And what we do is, brother, is that we use a temperament and words that follows unsynchronized to reduce the situation. And we allow the women to discuss it. However, if it does get out of hand by the unsynchronized black woman, then the black man must not overemphasize any form of aggression or anything like that, or any form of derogatory term, that he remains by being stoic and advising as much as possible, so the energy of that triangle, right, is connecting. You understand what I'm saying in that? But overall, it's for the woman to deal with the woman, but we're supporting her in the correct logical way, not in a derogatory term that's going to cause unsynchronization. You're this, you're that, you know what I mean? We don't want to do all that, because remember, it's two sisters, you know, that may be exploited for non-African people. So that's what I'm saying. We have to be strategic, but that's just the strategy of it, brother. That's all it is.
Yeah, I hear you. You know what the difficulty I would find is that, you know, these said type of live panels, yeah, I don't have a tendency to listen to them anyway. So if there is a lady that's being disrespected or whatever, I probably wouldn't even know about it, to be honest with you. But because I can't think of a panel that I've heard where someone's being disrespected, apart from the other day when, what's her name, Jupiter was mocking. I feel like that was disrespectful still. But as a man, I don't really think I can tell her anything. Like, do you get what I mean? It's a bit fucked up still, but hey, it is what it is.
All I'm saying is, brother, is that it's been marketed by non-African people and even unsynchronized African descendant to get the black woman in a situation to exploit her at that time. We want to limit that, brother. You understand? We want to limit these things, and that's all it is. You know, having the best interest for your race is not easy because we are all unsynchronized. Whether you've grown up in a Pan-African,
I was gonna ask, like, is it too late in the day for me to ask you, like, what you mean by unsynchronized and synchronized? Because I think I've missed. I'm sure everybody else understands what that means, but I personally don't understand what that means.
Right.
Like, I'm trying to figure out, am I synchronized or unsynchronized? Like it's hard for me to even, if I don't know what it means, then I can't really.
Well, we have a code of conduct, brother. The community's come with the code of conduct, and I can always send it to you so you can go over it and you can see, you know, the things that you need to work on and what you can. I don't mind if you send your email. I will send it to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna fling my email in the back chat. That'd be good for me to read still. Hold on, but wait, do I even fall into the community though? That's the next question. Like,
Do you fall into the
as a per-
community? What do you mean by
yeah.
that, brother? What
So
do you mean by that?
as a person of mixed heritage, do I qualify to be part of the community?
You're an African descendant, right?
Yeah. But I have
Then-
other ethnicities within my bloodline.
Yeah. Okay. Well, majority of us do, brother. Do you understand? So, you know, as long as you're an African descendant, you know what I mean, and know that and understand that, then I don't see what the problem is. You know, you could be dark skin, light skin, you know what I mean. But as I said, I'll send the code of conduct to you, and you can, you know, look over it. But when we say synchronize, brother, it means, you know, when you can operate at the same time of a task. Do you understand? So we apply
No,
that to
not
us as a
really.
people.
Explain that.
Right.
What do you mean by a task? Because, like, say you meet someone on the road or you meet someone on this thing. How do you decipher as to whether that person's synchronized or not? Is there
It's
a
like
is there a
it's like moving in the essence of Black First.
okay?
It's just basically that. It's just moving in the essence of Black First. So if you see a brother in need, or if you see a brother, you hail him up, or you see a business, then you give like encouragement. You see a sister, she looks good, she's rocking at your hair, you hail her up. You see a brother, he's on his grind, he's doing his thing, you hail him up. You see a brother just trying to promote something positive in the community, and he seems legit, and you know that he's legit, then you hail him up, you try and support. It's just like in the notion of moving with Black First.
Okay. I
So
feel
that's
like
why when you
we
find
do
when
that as
you see,
standard anyway, no?
well,
It's
this you think so, innit? That's why I
yeah.
find these things so fascinating when Kel gets so much pushback, because he's just trying to be moving in a place of Black First. It doesn't, and I just feel that the people who act like they don't understand it, it just blows my mind, especially when they're Black, because that's
Yeah.
something that we do by osmosis, most of us
To be
anyway.
honest, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's mad that you have to even like dictate that or even explain that still. But you
But
see the
this,
thing with me,
but
right?
we're in an age where we have to, though, right? Because, for example, if Cal is when Cal's saying you're unsynchronized, has anyone like looked at the pattern to that? Like, it's normally when a Black person is going at another
Yeah,
Black person,
yeah. I
and
was about to say that's a good question. Can you give me an example of someone who's unsynchronized?
well,
What
that
would
is,
define
but
him?
I'd ask most people to just look at the scenarios when he's saying to people that they're unsynchronized and who he's saying it to. You'd never catch him saying that to a white person or an Asian person. In fact, he refers to them as ice people and sand people. So when he's making his direction, it's clearly only to Black people, and the only time he's saying it is when it's conflict. So it's
Right.
like, yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to check it, it kind of does add up. And if you really are down for it, you just like kind of let the man slide in it and be like, in the sea of voices where fuckery is promoted, you got a brother who's just like, you know what, not today, bro, or you know what, tell me something good. You just be like, all right. But instead, he just gets ridiculed and attacked. And so
Yeah,
does
no,
Shakira.
I did. Do you
Shakira,
know what I did?
Shakira is constantly getting ridiculed and attacked by having a truth and a
You know what I
believing and
feel that
staying on
is.
code.
You know what I feel that is.
But
I
then
feel
it'll
that's
be,
an like,
but let me tell you something else, and I'll shut up. It'll be by the same people turn around and be like, Black people can't get it together, you know. Black people keep on putting each other down, you know. It's like raw, but you kind of
no,
like
you
putting
know,
each other down.
I feel like that's an intimidation thing. You know, I feel like some people are intimidated by the level of vibration, and I gotta say use that word vibration because the vibes I get off of Kel, he operates in a higher vibration. You understand? And when I hear him talking about synchronicity or synchronized, to me that sounds like, is that person on the same vibes? Are we synchronized in the same vibes? You with me? Because
Yeah,
some people operate at different levels, And I feel like even with Shakira, he's an immensely educated individual. And I feel like some people may feel inferior to that or be
Yeah,
intimidated by that. You
absolutely.
understand? So, you know, it is what it is. I've banged my email in the back there, Kel. And I'm trying to think what an unsynchronized person would be. See, for me, you know, when I find unsynchronized people, my definition of unsynchronized people is, you know, when there's a man and he's living inside the bookies and he's smoking a spliff and he's drinking from morning till night. To me, that guy's worthless and like unsynchronized. He's not fixed up, man. I don't know what he's doing with his life. It's just wasting away. And I work around the corner from a bookies, so I see it every fucking day. It's
Absolutely.
bad.
Like we're all, when you say like something, no one's above being unsynchronized. Unsynchronized is just doing something that ain't something of benefit to yourself as a black person or to the community. So we all have different levels of it, but some people just sit in it. Some people just want to stay being unsynchronized, and that's that individual that you just that's an example that you just shown. Someone is going to the bookies, wasting his life, not trying. There's other people who promote anti-black women, or there's other people who promote the most ratchet things in our community. There's other people who promote white supremacy beliefs. There's other people. Do you know what I mean? It can go on and on and on. We know the different types of personality within our community who are a detriment to our community. And it's what all Cal has done is just capsulated it in one easy word. They're unsynchronized. Those
Mm,
overs. And it's
mm,
I think it's easier to capsulate things in one word because, as per usual, the easiest way to get us is in confusion. So once you overs what I mean now, Buddha, and I say to you, yo, that dude is an unsynchronized dude, you have an understanding of where I'm coming from. You know that that individual I'm talking to either moves constantly in a way that's just non-productive for himself and for the community.
and it, but I'm assuming it's like on these YouTube streets, as Nyanifa puts it. Yeah, I'm sure it's easy to miscomprehend someone, and there's a risk that you might be labeling somebody unsynchronized just because of the way that they're coming over on a thing. You with me on a YouTube thing?
Yeah.
It's kind of,
Give
but
an
you know,
example.
um, I don't know. Let me see. I use me as an example. Yeah. So the other day I was talking about the I support the whole ethno state. You know, these ethnos, these white individuals that want to have an ethno state. I support that. And
Hmm.
so if you didn't know me and you didn't understand my politics or understand me as an individual, you may hear that and think, "Raw, this guy's some next level coon or something." And you get what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? Like it's difficult to, unless you
I
know the person.
I hear what you're saying on that, bro. But what I'll say to that is, remember when I said that it's just the way, it's just a word of how we already think of people. So if I randomly heard that from you and I don't know you, I would
Mm,
instantly think one way. Now it's up to me
right.
how I move on that, right? I can either ask you questions to feel you out to understand where you're coming from on that, or I can make a snap decision. Like there's always going to be different people in the way they comprehend things. Putting a label on something or not putting a label on something is not going to stop that.
Yeah.
We could chuck the word unsynchronization out the window, and I could just hear you say that, and then I could just think that you're a sellout. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
regardless,
Yeah.
having a word on something that it's just down to the individual. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
comes down to it,
I suppose if you have the desired intellect to understand what synchronicity is in this context, then you'll have the intellect to understand that you need to listen and understand a person before you pass judgment on them. Like if you're
exactly,
drunk or high, you're just gonna hear that and think, right, sell out. Do you know what I'm saying? But if
exactly,
you're on a level where you're looking to understand if someone's synchronized or not, then you're gonna look a little bit deeper still. But you know that this whole Black First thing, yeah. Um, so I'm heavily guided by my spirituality, yeah, as a Buddhist, and so I don't necessarily put black first. I put people in society first. And when I say people in society, the people that have been trodden on the most, the people that need the most help, the people that are at the bottom trying to claw their way to their middle or to the top. And it just so happens that that's us, the black people. So that's a form of synchronicity at its best. Like, you know, as a Buddhist, I'm always supposed to help the ones that are less fortunate. You understand? There's no point in helping the guys who got everything. The less fortunate people, as it happens, is us. It's the maddest thing. But I tell you what, it's a trying life though, man. It is a very trying life. Be an example. Tell me what you do in this situation, Kushti. So before COVID, yeah, I worked in a day center for homeless people, yeah, and I was a chef in this establishment, and so I cook food every day for homeless people that live on the street, or for whatever reason they find themselves uh, sleeping rough or in that situation. And so you have a group of like Polish and Hungarians and Albanians and Romanians, all these different groupings of people, yeah. And so imagine there's like six guys. What were they? I think they might have been Hungarian. I'm pretty much sure they were Hungarian, and they were overt neo Nazis. And when I mean overt neo Nazis, they've got tattoos of like Nazi symbolism, iconology on them, and they make no secret of it. They're Nazis, and so when they're lining up for their food, what do I do? Do I refuse to serve these people because they're Nazis? And being in that situation, it's a difficult situation to be in, man. It was so conflicting, but I could only be me in it. I could only
Here's
be
the
me.
thing, brother. Here's the thing,
So
brother.
let me just finish. Let me
Oh,
just finish
sorry,
my
brother.
point.
Sorry, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, and as a human being, I had to check myself and say, listen, man, I'm here because I want to help people, and that's what I do. So I end up giving them the food and feeding all four. There's like four of them, feeding all four of them. And you know what? The maddest thing is they had this. You know they call it plastic smile. They were giving me all the compliments. Yeah, it's good food and blah blah blah. All this plastic smile, something something. But I already know, innit? Well, I know what time it is. But go ahead, Cal.
Yeah, part of the code of conduct, brother, is understanding the political science of the ice people, mountain, and sand people. Right? We use political strategies not based upon how we feel at certain times. So yes, they are, Nazis, etc., and that, right? And in your situation, you had to feed them because part of your job, right? You know what I mean? And you have to help out those who are there. Do you understand? So it doesn't take away the fact of you need to do this to them. Everything's political. You can be polite to non-African people if an ice woman needs help across the road, right? There's nothing wrong with helping across the road. You understand? We deal with things politically. However, at the same time, when it comes to our people, is that we have to make sure we're for the best interest of our people. If you're feeding the so-called Nazis and that, right, then make sure that we're feeding our people too. You see, brother? So it's not a thing where it's like we have to be emotional or because you're known for that and go and punch and kick, etc. Because we don't know your position, brother. That's part of your work. Until I don't know if you got your own business or not, but until that's established, you have to maneuver. This is why we deal with political science. So we can't fault, and I won't fault you for that, brother. I got no right to, because you're making a living. You know what I mean? But we deal with things politically, not emotionally. with non-African people.
No, I hear that, man. I hear that. But you know, it's conflicting because you know I grew up a rebel. I got that rebel blood in me, innit? And it took a long time for me to change my ways and become a Buddhist and embrace that path. And like it was so conflicted. If anything, I wanted to spit in their face, but boy, you know, and I had to check myself. Is that the works of a Buddhist? Is that the what would you do, Kushti? Just out of curiosity, and Kale and everybody else, what would you guys do in that situation?
Or your work? It was your work, wasn't it, that you were doing it for, or just?
Yeah, it was work. Yeah,
I would comply as well. You know what I mean? Because separating politics and emotion is very important. You know what I mean? Right? You will, you know, as I said, when you read the code of conduct, brother, you'll know what I'm talking about, right? It's not about mistreating non-African people. It's not about that. It's about codifying for the best interest of your people. You know what I mean? You may be in a situation where you have to help out. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're not helping out more for them, right, and lessening for your people. You understand? There may be some of us, brother,
100.
will probably
Yeah.
7 days a week. You know what I mean? Some of us will probably, you know, at the 6 days we'll spend on a black business, restaurant, etc. and that. And then the other day you're gonna go to the chip shop or the non-African. We understand these things. You understand? You know what I mean? But at the same time, you put more in your people because the other ethnicities, brother, they're benefiting. You know what I mean? We're not saying exclude them. Like when you read the code of conduct, it will tell you and that. Okay, so that's how that will be befitting. Not to say that you're inadequate, but what we're saying is we just want to help us to maneuver correctly so we don't put both feet in helping those who have been helped too much and forget about those who need the help. You know what I mean? So it's not about grudges and attack. That's why when I come online, you'll hear all these ridiculousness. Oh, Kale hates non-African people. I don't hate non-African people. Do you understand? I don't hate them at all. Politically, I understand you all. I know why you do certain things. I've been raised that way and I get it. You understand? You want to survive for your race.
The
That's
thing
cool.
is, sorry to cut in, yeah. But what I want to come in and say is, how come it seems at least, yeah, I may be incorrect, but how come it seems like it's only us that gets pressure, yeah, for when we want to put our people in first? Because, like I said, innit, the world is a tribal place as far as I'm concerned, and everyone does put themselves first. But seemingly, when we do it, we got coons coming out the woodwork, you know, etc., etc. So I want to know
What do you
about
mean, man? What do you mean, man? Under pressure for doing what? Like
no.
what?
So what I'm saying, Buddha, is
Reggie, click the link. Come up and tell me about my hypocrisy.
Oh
I beg.
no.
what I'm saying, Buddha, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you're probably a good person to speak to about this because I know that you can kind of go in between, you know, the different tribes, as it were, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying that in my perspective, where I am in my life, right, that it seems that when we, as melanated people, speak about ourselves first, the progression of ourselves is problematic. Yeah, you get all kind
Who makes it problematic though?
of people inside and outside.
Okay.
Yeah. However,
But this is, you know, yeah, this goes back to what I was saying about, you know, what I'm saying to you about you don't need to justify yourself to no one. Don't you remember you wrote it down as one of the
one
questions or
second,
one of the
Lord,
things.
it's not about.
Go on.
I understand what you're saying about justification. I do. You get
Mm.
me? But also, Buddha, one thing I also know is that the theory and the practice are two different things. You see what I'm saying to
Yeah.
you? So as much
Yeah.
as you say, oh, you don't need to justify this, you don't need to justify that, cool. I get it, right? But for example, when we speak about Black family first, as an example, there's a lot of pushback. Cool. Now you're gonna say, don't justify yourself, then just leave it. But then a time's gonna have to come where we're like, well, why do we get so much pushback? Because other people can talk about their team first with pride. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you hear me go to the extremes of sort of saying examples that, in some communities, if you don't abide by their rule, you'll be floating down the Thames, right? Now, obviously, it's a little bit extreme, I know, but it's just to make the point, right? So I'm saying, in your sort of estimation, why do you believe that when we, as in melanated people, start speaking about outing first, is problematic? And we know it is, so let's not even go like it ain't.
I don't know, I don't see it. You see, like, okay, if I was to be truthful, I feel like the people that are getting the most heat right now are white people. When they talk about this white guilt and all this type of thing,
From
especially
who, brother?
from the alphabet community, I was gonna say, from
But
the
not from
funny
us,
head.
though.
No, not from you, not from us,
Okay,
no.
so that's the most
But
important thing, right? Not from
right,
us.
right. But this is the point I'm making, right? You see the alphabet mafia and that crew, they're putting a lot of heat on the family structure as a whole. Yeah. So whether it be black, Asian, whatever, specifically the family structure, yeah, we see this all the time. But also they're enforcing this whole white guilt business. And so you find these white people, they're trying to push back and say, why do we need to feel guilty for being white and blah 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 blah. And so I say to them, but why do you need to even acknowledge it? And it's the same thing with what you're saying about us. I don't acknowledge it. I can't think of a scenario where, but you'd have to give me a scenario, because I can't think of a scenario where I feel like I have to justify myself, my words or my actions or the way in which I live to anyone. I can't think of why anybody would criticize anything I do. Like, I do what I do, and
But
that's
you
that.
don't promote, yeah, but with all due respect, you don't promote black love first.
I don't promote black love first.
Right, so then,
What do you
what do
mean?
you?
Well, I don't know. What do you mean by that?
Black woman, black man, black child.
Do I promote that? No, I don't. I don't
Right,
promote that.
so,
I, I
right,
promote.
that's fine.
I can't enforce what I believe on other. I don't think that's
That's
right.
fine.
I'm not
That's
allowed to
fine.
as a no. But let me explain at least. Like, you may say it's fine, but people may hear that and think, and I'm synchronized. But I'm a firm believer of not imposing my thoughts on other people, yeah, or my feelings on other people. As far as I'm concerned, people are free to be individuals and do what they feel is correct within their own lives. I may not feel it's correct, but if somebody else wants to do something else, that's their business. I can't really stop them. You understand? And it wouldn't be right for me to do that or even think that.
Agreed. However, in practice, when one preaches black love first, there's a lot of opposition.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Right. So why do you believe that to be the case? Because everyone else preaches their thing first and they don't get no opposition. Like I said, in extreme circumstances, a girl will go floating down the Thames. Yeah. Why do we get such backlash?
Oh, I see what you mean now. Okay. So on the question of the black love thing, yeah. So are you saying that if a white person turns around and says white should only marry white and they should only be with white, they don't get criticized for that?
Correct.
Okay.
Because that is their tribalism, correct? Wouldn't you say? They may not have to
Yeah.
speak it, but I'm sure you've been around enough tribal people to know a gosso, right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Definitely. I feel like in this day and age, they'd be very silly to come out with that, because they would get a lot of pushback. But definitely, they think it and feel it and practice it.
Which is
And
fine.
why
It's
do
not
we?
because everyone else.
And why do we get that? You say?
Why
Okay.
do melanate?
I
Yeah,
feel
exactly.
I feel like, do you know those guys who date only white women and they only love white women. I feel like those are the ones that are gonna push back because they'll probably feel guilt, or I don't know. You'd have to ask one of them. I don't know. To be honest with you, I ain't
No,
really
but
got
I'm
an answer.
saying there's pushback from within certain melanated persons themselves.
That's what I mean. The black guys that date white women
Yeah,
only, or
the coons, yeah,
I
definitely.
don't know if you could call them. I don't know if you can call them
Well, I'm
coons.
calling them coons because I pay my own bills in it. You get it? So I'm calling them
So,
coons. You
so
lot
hold on, wait.
do, man.
Why is that person a coon? Is it because he only dates white women,
I'm not even gonna
or
go into all of that, man. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like,
No, I know you don't know, and many of you don't know, and that's
can
fine.
can
And I don't really care
can,
about
can
that no more. The point I'm
so
making,
so are you indirectly calling me a coon by any chance?
do you fit the bill?
No,
Well, then it's
but
not
I
you.
have dated. Well, no, I have dated white women in the
Yeah, but
past.
the thing is,
So,
Buddha, with all due respect, we know that
mm,
you're international in it. Like you're legally, you can go anywhere in it. You get me? And I do remember that you're a guy that said at 7 o'clock you can be black, and at 7:30 you can be white in it. So I understand
no,
that you can.
I've never said that in my life.
Yeah, you have.
I've
Yeah,
not.
you have. Yeah, you
No,
have.
excuse,
Yeah, Buddha.
darling.
Let's not.
Listen,
Buddha.
I've never
You
ever
not
in my
said it,
life called.
Buddha. Oh, please, I can't take all this. You may not have said
No,
it in
no.
the words in which I
Oh,
have said it, but you have definitely
okay.
come online and make us know. Say, yo, when you're ready, you can go over Dessa and be like that, and you can come over Yassa and be like this. Like, we're not gonna do that, bro. Please, 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 please.
Yeah, yeah. I think maybe that's your interpretation, but I can assure you, I've never
It's
once in my lifetime. Oh, let me
God.
finish. Never once in my lifetime said that I'm white or anything
I didn't
close
say
to
that,
that.
Buddha. You didn't hear me say that you're white. Like,
No,
stop,
you
stop
think you?
doing that. Like, why is it that you lot don't want to hear what I'm saying? I never mentioned
What do you
white.
mean by? What do you mean by you lot? What does that mean?
There's a certain section of people that do not respond to what I'm saying. Yeah, they just put their own thing in and respond.
No,
So be very specific
no.
in what
But
I'm saying.
when you said that 7 o'clock I could be white, and then that don't I don't really. That's not really. That's not true. That's not true at all. But anyway, continue with what you're
Well,
saying because I'm
okay,
trying to understand what
you
you're
may
saying.
not have said it in those words, but the point that
Yeah,
I'm making to you is that you
yeah,
asserted, yeah, that because of
yeah.
your what would you composition, yeah,
Heritage. Yeah.
okay, heritage, excellent, that you can go in between and represent differently. You see what I'm saying to you? So you see, like myself, Nanifa, wherever I go, I can only
Yeah.
represent as Nanifa. Get me? But you were very specific in telling us that because you obviously are biracial, respectfully, that you
I'm not biracial. I'm multiracial. I've got many
okay,
different
excellent,
ethnicity.
multiracial then, Buddha.
Yeah.
You get me? The point being is that you let us know that if and when needed, you can be a kaleidoscope.
Um. I don't know what that means. I'm not too sure what you mean, Nani, to be honest with you. But I, I think so. What I said before was this, right? I think are you referring to the whole Creole thing? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just
Because
saying what you said. I'm just saying what you said, Buddha. Yeah.
I'm
And this was
well.
about 3 or 4 years ago, and you definitely let it be known that you can be a different person as and when, yeah, because of your composition, and I've got no problem with that.
But that's
You
not
get
true, though. That's look. What I said, and I say the same thing all the time. Okay, amongst white people, I will I will let them know they will refer to me as Creole, not black. Okay, but amongst black people, I am black, and I've said that from the beginning, and I say that today. Okay, I will not allow white people to forget what my heritage is because of them. Yeah, so I'm not black. When it comes to a white person calling me black, I will not accept it. I'll make them understand that I'm Creole. Did you remember me saying this before, Nanifa?
I definitely remember your description of Creole, Buddha, but I definitely
Yeah,
remember what I'm saying to be correct in it because I looked at you like, all right, then cool, no problem, man, I get it. And you're
yeah. I
okay.
think you must. I
No, I
think you
get it.
misunderstand.
Oh, cool.
That's why you got so much hatred towards me. But I feel like I'm trying to make you understand. Like I don't know how I can make you understand better. Like in no sense of the word. In fact, I find it disrespectful and unsynchronized for anybody to refer to me as being white or acting white or presenting as white or trying to pass myself as white. I'm not white in the slightest. Okay, I'm Creole. And amongst my own people, black people, I'm black. But I will not accept any white person or anybody other than my own people to classify me as black only. You with me? Some people are happy and content as being called black. Because you know what? An Italian person can be an Italian person, Chinese person can be a Chinese person, a black person just be a black person. Generic black. I'm not generic black. I'm Creole. So when these whole mulatto conversations started happening, you know, no, I will not accept that. I'm a direct, uh, I'm a direct descendant of those people's actions as to why I'm so mixed, why I have different ethnicities within my blood. But amongst my own people, i.e., black people, I'm part of the diaspora. In fact, I'm part of the diaspora more than other people. But some people refuse to accept me, and that hurts. I ain't gonna lie, that does hurt. But hey, I'll continue doing what I'm doing because I don't do it for recognition. I don't do it for validation. I do it because I try to be a good, decent human being. So I hope that answers your
Oh,
question.
Buddha. Oh, I'm here now. I just want to make sure it doesn't go left quickly. But
What do you mean?
yeah.
It's not
You
gonna
said
go left. I'm just
Nanifa hates you, and I was like, why would you think that? Like, I know you two've always had like a mad kind of
well.
online.
Okay, maybe hate's a bit of a
Yes, it was very
strong word to
strong.
use.
That's why I
I
jumped
apologize.
on.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
apologize if it's strong, but you know, like things like being hidden in the chat, not being able to, all those little
Well,
sly things
apparently
like
it's
that.
happened to Reggie too, and he said that he got blocked, and nobody knows who blocked. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't think Nanifa did though.
Well, I don't know who it is, but the maddest thing is I got the most love for Nynaeva, and you know it's just not reciprocated. But I don't, you know, I don't have no hate. I won't be on her panel if I didn't have a degree of respect and love for her. But I think she tolerates me more than she invites me, if anything.
Nanifa talk man.
I'll be real, Divine. At this point, I don't think I can do right for doing wrong. You get me? Like, Divine, I've not blocked one person.
This
I've
is the
never
madness.
got in my thing and blocked one person, Divine.
All right, Nynaeva, listen, I'm gonna go. Gonna go in the
No,
Nynaeva. I'm
because
gonna
I
go in
want
your
to know my
chat.
feedback. 1 second, Buddha. Right, 1 second, babe. Do you believe me, Divine?
Yeah, I believe. I've never seen
Divine,
you Reggie
I
block.
have not blocked, not me, I've not blocked one
It
person.
probably was EIE, because he's the one that's normally blocking everybody.
Oh my God, Divine. And that's I was saying to one of the sisters before, right? You know when you're behind on your more
Can you
time,
see me
I'm not
writing in the
like,
chat?
huh?
Can you see me writing? Can you see me writing in your chat?
No, I was about to say, Buddha,
Right. That's what I'm
I'm gonna
saying.
describe.
Like
And
Wait,
I got, I'm
free up
opening
our
your.
brother Reggie, please. I'm up here pleading to free up brother Reggie. I don't know who took him out. I know he's very
no, what I'm
unsynchronized.
saying, yeah, and
Got to get him
even
back in the chat.
listening, yeah, when I'm doing a live, right? The StreamYard comes up and I'm on a StreamYard screen, okay? And on the StreamYard stream, you can see certain comments on the right hand side, but you're not seeing the comments like you would do if you're on YouTube. Okay. So for example, if a mod blocks you, I don't know. I I keep saying I'm gonna have to go into my YouTube studio and have a look because people are complaining all sorts of things, but it's not me. And obviously, some of my mods have got, I don't know if they're carrying feelings, man. But Buddha, I can assure you, I've never blocked you a day in my life, bro. Even when you've said
No,
the most whatever things to me that I may have felt a way about, I've never blocked you a day in my life, bro. I don't block
well,
people.
I've never. Do you know what? I've over the years I've tried to contain my issues, and I think some of you guys know that I've got some serious psychological issues that I try to control, and I think I've progressed somewhat over the years. But if I have been disrespectful or abuse, I don't think I have, to be honest with you. I think
You
I've
know what, Buddha?
screamed at you
All
a
I'm
couple.
gonna say is this, yeah.
I was just about to say. I was just
Sorry,
about to say. I've
yeah.
screamed at you a couple of times when you've interrupted me during my conversation. But yeah, go ahead.
No, what I was gonna say, Buddha, and I do apologize for my non-swearing Tourette's here. But there was a time where see you're back in your bedroom, innit? You know them ones. And what we do know is that when man backs man, it's a mazza. And I'll just leave it there.
I don't know what that means. What? When there's a man inside your bedroom, you back man, and what?
Oh, what you see?
What,
You lot
Buddha?
are
What
so
is your brain doing?
you
Oh my
lot are
god!
I don't
dangerous.
understand. Say that again. I don't understand.
You men online are dangerous because you know what it is. If people listen to you, lot, people would think that any man that we speak to online, like how did Beth come into this bedroom? What the fuck?
But say that again, because I didn't understand a word of what you was just saying.
All right, first of all, hold on, Buddha. Let me try a test here. I want to see how deep this really is. Yeah. What did you hear Nine say? Like, what did you hear from what she said?
See, she said something about remember those days back in your bedroom, and then when man backs man, it's a problem, and I'll leave it at that.
Nothing like what she said.
Bedroom, but yo, you know what? That's why I'm coming offline, man, because
Right, Buddha,
man's gonna mess up my whole life out here.
What did she say?
Let me translate. All right, let me translate. When man backs man, that's when you know it's a
Right.
mazza.
What does that mean? What do you mean when man backs man?
Oh my god.
The
This
bro
is
code.
actually funny. This is
The,
actually
the bro
funny.
the bro code. The bro code.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, but what's that got to do with anything? I'm trying to understand. But why would that just a random thing to say? No, like what? Okay, so when a man backs a man, like yeah, what's that got to do with anything?
Buddha, let me
See, I'm
ask you something.
confused.
Do you see?
Yeah,
Let me be a bitch tonight.
no, but listen, you got to understand. I have troubles understanding people, so you got like I'm thick. I may set like you got to help me a little bit. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, Buddha, is that when you was under the spell of certain man in it, you were talking a lot of mess.
When I was under the spell of certain man, I was talking a lot of mess.
Yeah.
Give me an example.
Divine.
Wait, how did I get involved in this? Don't involve me. Leave me out of this.
No, please, like enlighten me, because you know what? I've heard the same shit from other people, and guess what? They're proven to be wrong. But go ahead. Oh, okay, let me give you an example, right? So so I'm assuming the guy you're talking about is Ras, and I still got love for Ras, and I'm still his virgin, yeah. And like when he was doing his whole, what's that thing called? When he does the cartoon meme things and all that kind of stuff, and he was doing it with, I think it was either Real or Jupiter, one of the two, yeah. Guess what? I got dragged into that shit. But you can rewind and play every single video that he's ever fucking made, and guess what? You won't find Buddha involved in any of that. So go ahead and tell me what you surmise me to be have done, Nanifa.
Oh, Buddha, listen, yeah. I love men, I do. Especially when they go into me. Listen, Buddha, yeah, a long time with they in a bedroom. Zin. And there was a time when whole heap of man was under Raspek's spell. Okay?
Right.
And was
Okay.
under that spell. I'm just using loose terminology in it because it's like
Yeah.
7 minutes past 12 in it. So, and was
Yeah.
under that spell, yeah, certain man just moved mad. And I put you under that.
Okay.
Like, you know, it could be
But you
argued that
shouldn't have, because I didn't.
it
I
could
wasn't
be
involved in that.
argued, it could be
Yeah.
argued that there's a similar situation going on right now where you got certain man that's under next man's spell that's just moving mad, saying mad
Okay.
stuff and things like that. So that's what I'm saying.
Right.
But like
So
you said,
I
and I think someone even in the chat, hold on, because I'm sure my sister pushed and said something. Progress has been made, bro. You get me? So that's all I'm saying, bro.
okay,
Truth and
but
light.
listen to.
And if I go back to
I hear you saying.
I'll be talking about it.
Sorry, so I didn't hear what you said. What was that last bit?
If I
Roll
went
back.
to one of my old videos of that time,
Yeah.
I would have
Yeah.
spoken about it then.
Right. So you didn't, because I didn't partake, and
No, I
it's
did.
true that
Listen,
you
I
spoke
did.
about me. No, I couldn't have. Not me.
Yeah, you're a man.
'Cause
See, you lot, I know if you lot don't smoke or smoking too much. But all those things
I
have been
don't smoke.
documented, Buddha.
Okay. Well, listen, Nanifa. Listen, I know
I
that.
remember, listen. I remember
Yeah.
driving to work, right? Going from
Yeah.
South London to North London, going through the city. You get me? And speaking to you
Yeah.
was on live and like asking you what the fuck are you talking about? Like for real. But not telling a lie. But you've come a long way. Some have
Okay.
progressed, some have regressed. Big up yourself.
Thank you. And so I just would like to
Pick up,
reiterate.
brother. Pick up.
And I'd like to reiterate, I do understand that Ras had issues with yourself and Lady Divine. I remember the whole Lady Devil thing and the whole was it Sia that was calling you nappy head hole or whatever the fuck it was, and all this kind of shit. I never partook in any of that, because as much as you may, whatever you may think, I've actually got a lot of love and respect for both of you, Divine and Nyanifa, even though I've never met Nyanifa, but I've got enough love for her.
Big up,
And this is
Buddha.
why I can't. That's why I cannot understand why she's got so much resentment towards me. When in actual fact, sorry. Can may I please finish, if that's okay? Please.
Only if you pour me a drink.
Call you a drink. Okay. What?
She's taking
Go
the
ahead. I
piss,
forgot what I
Buddha.
was
You're
going to say.
taking it literally. She's actually taking the piss. Like, don't pay her no mind.
Let me mute up.
All right, light a candle, Buddha.
Yeah, go ahead. Say what you're going to say, because I forgot what I was going to say.
Have you lit the candle, bub?
I only light a candle for my mum, you know. I don't light a candle for anybody else. I don't know why. Why would I light a candle?
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. You know I don't understand these things, and you just fucking playing with my head now. I
Tell
don't
her
get
to
what you
talk
mean.
straight to you. She does talk in parables. Yeah, tell her to talk straight.
No, but you know the thing is, you know, like Nyanifa's got this
Buddha,
thing about.
why do you believe that I've got hatred for you? Let's start there, bub.
Because the way in which you interact with me is very different in the way in which I interact with every other lady on here. But I was going to say this. One of the things you do is you say something that in my head makes no sense. Like you'll say something, you won't finish the sentence. And I have difficulty trying to follow what you mean, and you don't finish the sentence, and then I'm left thinking, what does she mean by that?
I do understand that, actually, and that's something that I have taken for granted in terms of my YouTube life, whereby I believe that what I'm saying is enough for the person on the other end to understand and take a parity check. But it's also where I've realized that, yeah, we're not all in the same realm, because there was a time whereby, not even there was a time, because, you know, in my normal life, yeah, people just know what I want in it. But I understand that still. But all I'm saying to you is, Buddhage, that if you believe that I'm
Wait, what
on
did you just call them?
Woodage.
Oh, okay.
Big up yourself, EIE. But okay, Buddhist. All I'm saying is, I ain't gonna hate you to. I mean, I'm not a Buddhist to say that I love everyone, but I ain't gonna hate you towards you, Bridget. But however, I'm not gonna lie and say that I don't remember certain vibrations from before. Still, you get me? But like my sister Kushti has
Personally, I feel like
let me finish, babe. Like my sister Kushti has said, you know what I mean? We've come a long way, and now it's 2023, and a lot of things have happened in the time in which, you get me, suspect was about this, that, and the other, man. So if you want to do water under the bridge, then I'm happy to do that still. Yo, as I'm saying that, what's that girl? What's she called? Yo, Jenny, are you about, bab? I don't know if you're in the bushes, Jenny. I feel you might be in the bushes still, but if you are, bab, come and give us a wave, man. You get me?
Wait, who's in who for bushes? Who are you talking
so
to?
both.
I'll come back to you, man. Hold on. I've got Tourette's, Buddha. We say Divine.
Who's in who for bushes? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Jenny, innit?
Yeah, my girl, let me tell you something. Yeah, may I say it in my chest? If my girl jumps up here, me, I come off, come me and that there. Nah, she ain't no panel. That me, I say.
No, but okay, that's fair enough. Oh, that's cool. But I'm just saying, innit? If you are in the bushes, Jenny, you get it. Like, make yourself be known and jump on, because I know I'm hearing like you feel so like we're scared of you or something. I don't know what the fuck, but I'm telling you, Jenny, yeah, if you're in the bushes or if any of your people can hear, you get me? Because I know there's some people that are listening that send message. Tell Jenny 90% when she's ready to jump on. You see it? Like, if you got anything to say, jump on, Jenny.
Yeah, pick up yourself and stop blocking people in the chats, because mine is getting all the blame.
So as I was saying, Nani, listen.
Yeah, sorry, Buddha, that was a little public announcement still.
Yeah, that's fine. And so you've known me long enough to know that I don't hold back my chat. If I've got an issue with you, I will tell it to you loud and clearly, without any reserve. And I think I've voiced my issues with you.
Babe. You did that.
No, but listen, let me finish.
All
right?
Cool.
So you're saying to me that under ReSuLtS channel or whatever it was, I've disrespected you or something like along them lines. Am I correct in what I'm saying?
100.
Okay, cool. So what I would like you to do,
from the same ends, yeah. All right, cool. I'm just putting that.
So what I'm saying to you is this, right? If you could find something, you say you've got archives or files or whatever, please find something where I've disrespected you, and I will apologize unreservedly. Okay, because let me give you an example. Lady D, have you ever heard me speak disrespectfully towards you in any channel or anything? Have you ever heard me go along with this lady devil thing or anything like that?
No, never in online or never in real life. Never. No.
Okay, cool. So if I wouldn't do it to you, why would I do it to 9E for? Yeah, me and 9E had issues before, and then partly because of the whole
softer voice. She might be prettier. She might have a bigger bum. It could be varying reasons.
Okay, and so
wait, Buddha seen the state of me. What are you talking about? Buddha see me real time, real time. Buddha seen the state of me, so he knows that he's not seen a
might not be
picture.
set good, bigger. You get me?
No, but he's not seen a picture online or nothing like. So just behave yourself. He's actually seen me.
So the point I'm making, 9E, is
you might fly right. And then if you listen to all the other people, you get me? I'm Dusty, you're Fly. Could be all kind of reasons.
Nah, I remember I'm the black tower.
No, I've seen a picture of 9E.
What is it? The black bat. Yeah, the black bat. Apparently. Yeah.
Remember,
I've seen a picture of
Mampy.
Manifa. I've seen a picture of you, and I'm sure I've met you, yeah, and you're an attractive lady. However, it doesn't go without saying that we like there's a certain group we used to be in. If I draw your mind back to that, yeah, there was a certain group we used to be in, and from then the whole issue about, I think it was the being of mixed heritage and dating outside my race, yeah, that's where you're kind of draw an issue. I have an issue with you, but I seem to think that you have an issue with me. But that's
Well, it's
fine.
quite
That's the way. Let me finish. Let me finish. So,
so
like I said before, I can't impose my views on you, and if that's the way you feel and that's the way you've got, whatever, that's your business. I can't stop you. I can't, But I have never once been disrespectful or cussed you or anything, because I'd say it to your face. I feel no way. You understand? So if you have this piece of evidence, please bring it.
all right, no problem, Buddha. I'll have to go into the archives because we're definitely talking about like a good 4 years ago when the spell was at its work. But I can do that, no problem. However, a point that you just made there I find very interesting because you said that something about once you found out that something about mixed race and that and dating, sorry, outside of your race, I became problematic. But I want to push back against that. You get what I'm saying to you? Because I know there's several men that feel the way in which you do, innit? You get me? Like, because so for example, from gang days, yeah, I was in gang doing my thing, whatever. People knew me, whatever. As soon as I let it be known what my politics is regarding, black man, black woman, and black child, it became problematic for me. Yeah.
Wait, how
So,
did that
I
be?
don't know why you're saying.
Hold on. How did it become? Because I know Buddha's side, but how did it become problematic for you?
Yeah, because once a lot of the guys found out my politics in that regard, and obviously they were interracial relations or whatever, they span on me.
Yeah.
Did you
That's
see?
nothing to do with me.
Did you
Again,
see a lot of that going on?
I've never been a part of gang, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
I'm
even
just
know
saying.
who was.
Yeah, sorry. The reason why I'm saying that, Buddha, is that I came online really and truly via gang, in it, because before them times, I certainly wasn't on YouTube and all the rest of it. Like, I didn't even have no socials or anything like that. So I can definitely say that. Get me? But I'm just saying that in terms of my thing online, yeah, once certain of the mandem knew my politics regarding Black Family First, they switched on me.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
In that
Mr. Naifa, Sister Naifa,
yes, sir.
All due respect here, beloved, would it be better to give a historical proof why interracial relationship doesn't work out for the black family, and why that when an African descendant identifies himself as mixed race, the repercussion of that, instead of being a little bit too Pacific, with certain events, because you are in your right, beloved, and like I says, we do have a problem with the biracial situation and that, and no one can get angry and attack because it's been used. Although I class them as African descendant due to the Pan-Africanism ideology, but it has been used to oppress the non-biracial Africans. So you are in your right and your truth what you're saying, and I totally agree. It's just that with our people, we need for them to understand historically and be very pragmatic. Does it benefit the community or not, rather than going down that way? That makes any sense, beloved?
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Kel. Yeah,
sorry, but look in the back.
It's not even Kel. Oh, Kel, I've only got one leg left. by the way, Kel. Okay, I'm literally hopping on one leg. Yeah, I'm letting you know that, but I'm still here.
All right,
Yeah. Hey,
all right, Green. All right.
hey, the shoulders, fam, the shoulders. But Kel, it's not even like I came out and ban out the thing in a bedroom. You get me? I just come and let them know my politics. Yeah. So it's not like I was saying, oh, bam, anyone listening in that sort of situation, fire, bond. You get me? The hellfire, you must get swallowed up. I didn't even do that. I just spoke about my politics. You see what I'm saying to you? But for some reason, when Nynefa speaks about certain things, people get aggy, irritated. So that's all I can say.
So, brother Buddha, do you think that the black community shouldn't have a problem with these labels that has been used to oppress them, brother? If you're still there.
Labels. What labels? Sorry, I've missed what you guys were saying. Say it again.
Okay, because we were talking about and we're just gonna codify things. We were talking about that you felt that everything your political stance on being in an interracial relationship, as well as classifying itself as multiracial, that you believe that it was a problem on the other half, right?
I don't understand what you mean. What means?
So
Say
you
again.
classifying yourself as multiracial by letting everyone know that,
Yes.
and being
Yeah.
in an interracial relationship. You were
Yeah.
saying that ever since you spoke about this, that there's been some form of problems.
Some form of problems. Not really. I just feel like Nynefa doesn't approve of those types of relationships, even though I haven't been in one of those types of relationships for a long time. But the thing is, I've dated women from all around the world. It's not like
Hold
it's just
on,
white
wait.
ladies.
When you say approve, yeah, because Kale, I want you to be very, and this is not against you, Buddhist, right? But
Yeah.
Kale, I want you to be very, what's the word? Conscious, yeah,
Yeah.
of the language being used here, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it could be argued that me and you are in the same camp, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Regarding
Yeah.
that situation, yeah. But the politics that I get regarding it and the politics that you're going to get regarding are two different politics. Do you understand? And that's something I want to speak to you about as well, Kel, going forward.
Right.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that 1 second, Woodage, I'm going to come back to you, but because what I'm saying to you now is quite clear, yeah, is that when a woman has a certain political vibration and when a man has it, it's completely different. The reaction is different, everything's different. You see what I'm saying to you?
I do. We spoke about this, beloved, already. Remember, we spoke the historical facts of the Roman Greco culture, how women is being perceived. The thing is, I'll be honest with you, right? I do get backlash from it as well. You know, I mean, I've noticed that if in my life and that, if I don't speak about Pan-Africanism, right, I won't get nothing is going to come my way. You know, God forbid and stuff like that. There's not going to be any problems or talk. There's nothing like that. I understand that, right? But I do notice that when I speak against interracial relationship, I get attacked as well. It's like, huh? And then you'll hear things like, but you are this and you are that. And no, everyone should do what they're doing. So you are right. It's more, I would say it's more intense if a son's sister does it, right? And she has a right to, and I support that, than if a son man does it. So you are definitely right on that. I agree with you.
So let me put my thing forward. So like when there's an individual that believes in uh, black only or not dating outside of their race or ethnicity, that's cool. I support that. That's if that's their belief, and that's cool. I don't have an issue with it whatsoever. In fact, I support it. Um, as for me, I'm a mixed heritage, so you know that alone, some people may define me as not being part of the diaspora. So they wouldn't care whether I dated outside of my heritage or not, outside of my ethnicity or not, because I don't really conform to the diaspora anyway. Um, but you know what? It's a crazy thing, man. It's just the whole thing's just negative as far as I'm concerned. Right? I've always been a proponent of you date whoever you are attracted to. Um, Having children with them is a different story. But if you're dating someone, you date who you want, innit?
Wait. What's the difference, Woodage?
Of what?
You said you can date whoever you want to date, but having children is a different story. What's the difference?
Well, if you're having children with, well, as a man, if I'm having children with a lady, then I'm going to take certain factors into account, like will that lady fulfill the heritage of my ancestors towards the children, towards the child or children, and things along them lines.
So, are you saying that you differentiate between who you fuck and who you want to have a child with?
Yes.
Right. Excellent. And I'm glad you made that point, Woodage. I'm very glad you made that point, right? Because growing up, I used to hear men telling me that. You understand what I'm saying to you? There were certain men that they're telling me that they're on certain vibrations. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. But when you
Right.
look beside them, the vibration that they say they're on is completely different to what's beside them. Okay. Now, some would tell me, "Oh, I'm getting my," and it is what it is today. Some would say, "Oh, I'm getting my own back." You see what I'm saying to you? Some would say, "Oh, it's just a fuck thing." You get me? This, that, and the other, right? But from very young Buddhage, like I said, in it, you know, ends where we come from, right? But from very
Mm.
early, when you can fuck something, you can breed something, and you can breed it, you can marry it. You see what I'm saying to you? So that's why I found what you said very interesting, because I know men in the past have kind of thought like that. Oh, it's just a fuck thing. You get me? But many of them have started like that. It's a fuck thing. They breed it, then they marry it.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's not just a fuck thing. It wasn't, like if I date a lady from, where was she from? South Korea. I think she was from South Korea or something like that. So I dated this lady for a little while. It was to get to know her culture and all this kind of stuff. It wasn't just a fuck thing. It's just to get to know somebody and experience a different culture and how different politics work around the world. So it's never just a fuck thing for me, anyway.
But brother Buddha, all due respect to you, right? If you want to, here's the thing, brother. I'm not attacking in no so way, right? I'm just saying, if you want to know someone's culture, you've got like books, and you can actually kind of interact with them instead of, taking it a step further. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing, brother. There's a problem with the black community, right? Is that we don't understand that we can be salesmen towards a political
Time you
stand.
say black men, you know, Kel.
Say that again, sis.
It's about time you start saying majority black men, man, because you keep saying community when the women are not. There's a few now, but it's not our thing, bro.
But sis, as you know, you should understand
No,
what I'm saying. As when you
no,
speak,
man,
I get where you're
no.
coming from.
I want no. I want to hear you as the synchronized. Yeah, I want to hear you talk the thing straight. It's not we and all the rest of it. It's man, them.
Sis, I have to speak collectively, and you should know what I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna say as a collective, you
Well,
know.
I'm
So
saying man, them. Fuck it. I
as
can't.
I was saying,
Yeah,
beloved,
yeah.
right?
I'm
Uh,
saying man.
brother Buddha, right, is that you can campaign um a stance that can go against the best interest of yourself. So, for example, when I hear like black men, right, they'll say things like, "Oh, I can go out of this race and have this and do this," right? Although it may sound enjoyable, but you're marketing that the non-Africans women is better than the black woman. Do you understand that their, you know, mannerism, etc. And this is very problematic. So, for example, whenever we hear this particular marketing, it's very important that a synchronized black man says, "Well, no, we're not going to celebrate or applaud you for that." Now, as harsh it may be, brother, and it may come across extreme, but as I said to you, brother, if we have to sell the product of being black to our community, then other salesmen that go against the best interest, we must shut them down. You know, what's your views and points on that, brother?
Shut them down how?
So, for example, if it's been promoted, you know, we explain to them, you know, brother, you know, this is not in the best interest of our people because it's marketing that the non-Africans, woman ways, etc., is better than our ways, and we need to collectively unite together because, you know, we have to build up the black family. Now, it's nothing personal; it's just political, right?
Yeah.
That's
Listen, I don't know about that. All I can tell you is I do what I do, and I'll do or continue to do whatever I do the way I want to do it, however I want to do it, and that's the way it is. Um, I've traveled around the world. I've seen things most people will never see in their lifetime. Um, I've can I tell you, man? I was this lady I'm telling you about. So you asked about why can I read a book and all this kind of stuff. I was in a Chinese supermarket. Yeah, I was just looking at noodles, of all things, noodles. And I got talking to this lady who was Korean, and we ended up. She, in fact, ended up cooking me a meal that night with these said noodles, and it progressed from there and there, and it lasted a matter of a couple of months, whatever, and we kept it moving. So I don't see how that's so bad. Yet a woman has to share her husband with the next woman. Like out of the two, which is the most extreme? You with me? If you can accept a woman, uh, if a woman can accept her man sleeping with another woman and procreating and all the rest of it, then why is it so difficult to understand that a man of mixed heritage wants to meet another lady who's of a different ethnicity, get to know her, learn a bit, and then keep it moving? Again, I don't know why I need to justify myself, but because you seem like a nice guy, I'm gonna try and explain it to you. So there you go. That's my viewpoint. And if somebody wants to look into that and feel like I'm doing a disservice to the diaspora by living my life to the best of my abilities, then what can I tell you, man?
here's the thing, brother, right? And of course, it's free will and choice, man. It's just that, you know, if it's mentioned, then you have to expect that there are those who are going to say, you know, we don't support you, and and that's all too. Because I was just listening to the conversation, and you said that you felt like as soon as you mentioned that you're multiracial and you've dated out your race, you know, you felt like there were certain vibes, etc. And you know, it's free will and choice, my brother. I'm still, you know, I still got respect for that. It's just that it's not going to be applaud. So we have to accept that if there are, you know, members from our community that, you know, do not like that because it goes against the best interests of a race, then we have to accept that and say, you know what, that is how it is, and not trying to debate why it's better or not. We just have to say, you know what, yeah, and then just keep it moving. But it's when we start to justify and explain, etc., you know, and you have a right to be with whoever you want to be, but then that goes into political ways now, because it's like, okay, does this work in the best interest for our people? And then that's where it's going to be problematic. But you know, I get it, man. I get it.
You know what, Kel? I look at it on my side, from my perspective, as a little bit of hypocrisy from my side. If I was to say, you know what, I'm only gonna date black women because I'm of mixed heritage. Yeah. When I say mixed heritage, I got French, Indian, African, and Chinese blood in me. Yeah. So, and a spot of Irish, believe it or not. And so, how can I sit here and say, you know what, I'm only gonna date my ethnicity? What is my ethnicity? I'm gonna go and find someone who's as mixed as me. I'd have to go to my island and find someone who's mixed as me. But I
So
live in
now,
the
Buddha,
UK.
because you have them ethnicities inside of you, you have a choice now of who you procreate will decide what the majority of your child would have. So if you want to have a child that has majority black DNA, you'd date a black woman. If you wanted to have majority Chinese, then you'll go with the Chinese woman. And the other one you said, I can't remember. But yeah, so that's your choice, isn't it? So whatever you decide.
Right, but no, that's not what I'm hearing though. It's not my decision. Apparently, I'm supposed to date within my ethnicity, and clearly, my ethnicity is a
No,
multitude.
but you're mixed, so I don't
Right,
think
right.
Nynaeve or Lady Divine would count you as a man that they would hold up to say you need to date black. I think they see that as like, a straight black man. Like,
Okay,
that's why they
cool.
say like,
So,
yeah.
so that's because I'm not accepted within the black diaspora. So that's why it doesn't matter who I date because I'm not black.
No, just because
It's
you're
not
not
about
like you're not fully black. You're not fully black.
Okay.
But if you yourself, like you have done in the past, because remember, yeah, we've been out here for a good few years now, yeah. So you've definitely let us know your mixture and your politics, bro. And what I'm saying is that if you're a person with variations of construction, then you can do what you want and no one can't say nothing, bro. That doesn't mean that you're not part of the diaspora, this, that, and the other. But obviously, we are appreciating your mix. Do you want us to deny your mix?
No, not at all. But this is the whole point I was making in the first. That's the whole point I was making in the first place. When somebody tell me I should only date black women, and I'm like, but hold on, I'm a mixture of many different
Yeah, but you
heritages.
don't hear women
And in
tell you.
fact,
Yeah, I don't believe
sorry,
that. I believe as a mixed person, date who you want. Like, literally.
yeah,
Like you're actually good to go, bro.
yeah. And I would, and this, then when I say about the hypocrisy, I look at it like this. You know, like I think we had this conversation the other day when I was saying who on this panel was completely black, and you'll find that all of us that come from small island are a mixture. We have add mixture within our genealogy. Yeah, when it goes, you'll find. I've met who's that woman I want. I
Regardless
dated
if
this
that is
Jamaican lady.
or not, yeah,
Who is she?
it's not apparent to women.
Yeah, because what is
Like
that supposed
I
to
am,
mean, brother?
so we're not
Tell me what
even
that's
doing.
supposed to mean.
Like
Oh,
I am.
hang on. So I dated a lady from Jamaica whose surname was Singh, as in the Indian Sikh Singh. Yeah, and she was completely black to the eyeball. She was completely black, but she had Indian admixture in her, clearly because of her name. So it just goes to show that these people who believe that they're pure black aren't actually black, pure black. They've got mixtures within themselves, and they choose to only acknowledge their black heritage and not the other heritage,
But
which
you can clearly see who's like
Well, you
all
ain't
black
talking to
compared
me,
to who's mixed.
sorry,
I
two
feel.
people are speaking. Say that again. Two people speak. I couldn't hear. Say that again, miss. Is
go
that
on, go.
Kushti?
Sorry, bub.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's Cotton.
no,
Sorry,
it's
go on,
quite.
Cotton.
Yeah, I said like, but you can tell like someone that's like 100% black person to a black person with admixture. Like you can tell a difference. Are you saying that's
This
not a thing or no?
No, what I'm saying is, so you're going on appearance, yeah?
I'm going by DNA because that's important, because the DNA then shows the appearance. That's why you appear as such, because of the DNA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm
But you know,
saying
that's not. Hold
is,
on, I have to interject here. Sorry, I was quiet. Yeah, but I have to interject. And Buddha, you know that's a lie. And
what's a lie?
if I can, what Cotton just said, and I'm going to tell you
Oh.
why. Yeah. So if you cast your mind back, yeah, do you remember when we put that analogy to the test, and we asked the man? Remember we stopped the African man. Was it an African man? Yeah, it was an African man, and we asked him, "Where do you think you're from? Where do he think I'm from?"
Mm.
And what do you remember?
I
What
can't
his answer
remember.
was?
I can't remember.
Do you remember he gave you African? And what did he? I think he said, what did he say for me? Oh, I can't remember what he said for me now. And I was like, what?
Mm.
And then I looked at you, you looked at me, and I was like, and I'm thinking in my brain, how did he even come to this conclusion? So perception's not always a
Yeah, but
thing,
it's
Cotton.
it could be subjective. But I'm talking about
Yeah.
biology. If you literally have half a white parent or another admixture, it's going to show in your DNA, right? Because that's fact.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
like on
no.
from a subjective, they see you as your appearance. But I'm
No,
saying
Cotton.
your biology is also going to show, like,
Okay, Cotton.
in
So
your
what
appearance
I'm
as well.
okay, so Cotton, what I'm saying is, right? So in my, it's about genealogy. We're not your immediate. If you're only two people, right? So if you got a white and a black person, you're biracial. That is clearly, you can clearly see that, yeah. But with me, because I've got so many admixtures, I'm told I look quite unique, and it's very difficult to distinguish where I come from. Yeah, that's because I've got so many different ethnicities within me. Yeah, so the thing is, I don't deny my ethnicity. That's the whole thing. You know, like if I turn around and said I'm black, I'm sure most people would believe I'm black, but I refuse to do that because I'm denying my heritage. Do you understand?
Mhm. But to be honest, I think I've seen your picture, Buddha. I think I have. But I feel like you're light skin, right?
No, man. I don't
Cotton,
know. Am I
the
light
man said
skinned?
that he thought Buddha was Ethiopian. He definitely gave, I think he said
I,
Ethiopia. He
I
definitely got
thought
the
like
horn, but I can't remember where he placed me, and I don't think it was in Africa. I can't remember what he said for me, but I don't even think I even got into the continent. That was crazy. That was actually crazy.
mad. But so Buddha, are you light skin or dark skin?
I don't know. What would you say, Lady Divine?
Okay, I'll say the image I saw was like a light skin, I'd say more mixed race looking person, but you had just quite a bit of a chinky eye look. That's the
Thank
person
you.
I thought was Buddha.
I don't know, that's a fucking compliment or disrespect right there, but yeah, all right, whatever.
What? Oh my god. Oh yeah, because I said chinky, sorry.
Lady Divine, what would you say? Am I light skin or dark skin?
Buddha's a white skinhead, Irish. Yeah.
You're a funny guy. Yeah. But I don't know. But you see, my vibrations supersede all this trivial
But can you
coloristic.
just answer the question? So are you light skin or dark skin?
Okay, so if you want me to be honest with you, during the winter I'm light skinned. During the summer I'm dark skinned. So
And in the
and
winter,
certain,
do you pass the paper bag test?
listen, I don't play them white games, man. I don't kind of
No,
fucking paper. What's the paper bag?
I just
Fuck
want to
is a
know
paper
if,
bag
if
test?
you're the person I saw in the picture.
What?
I just want to know if you're the person I saw in the picture. So,
I don't know about no
but
paper bag
yeah, you
test.
were light skin, like yellow.
Yeah, I'm yellow. Yeah, cool.
Are you
Anyway,
offended,
listen,
Buddha? I'm
ladies and
sorry.
gentlemen. No, I'm not, man. I'm not offended. I'm just like tired of this whole fucking. My whole fucking life, it's been, yeah. What are you? Where your parents from? And you tell them they don't even fuck you, couldn't even point to it on a map. You understand? And then, like, you know, it's just like tiring out to the point I want to punch someone in the fucking mouth.
Calm down, Buddha, calm down.
No, it's not about calm down, man. It's just, You know, it's getting it from white people's one thing, yeah, but getting it from your own people, it's like, you know what?
No,
The
but
fuck
it's
am I
just
doing
like
this for?
I just feel like that's why mixed race people have their own sect, like their own lane.
Sect, yeah.
But
We're
I
all
had this
confused and
conversation with you though,
No,
Buddha,
I'm not
a
even saying
time
that.
ago. I had this conversation with you time ago, and I broke it down to you to make you understand, and you got it then. So I don't understand why it's still frustrating you now. I don't
doesn't
get it.
frustrate me. It doesn't frustrate me. It's
But
just
you're saying
like
from
it's
your
long.
own people and whatever, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you know people that operate on a different level. Like don't even want to say IQ because that might just sound like I'm calling you dunce, but I'm not. It's like older people, educated older people of color get it and understand it. Right? For instance, who can I? What was that woman's name? If there was a professor lady, she's from America, but she was lecturing in the UK, and she got it straight away. She's the first person in my life come up to me and said to me, "Are you Creole?" She thought I was from like Haiti or one of them places. And I was like, "No, but I'm not, I am Creole, but how did you know that?" And she goes, "She got Haitian friends who look like me." I'm tired of talking about this shit, man. I really am. This whole race and ethnicity and this, that, and the other is jarring. Yeah, we're all. I'm fighting fucking one corner over here for us. Yeah, I can't even begin to tell you the wars I've been in, the riot shields I've had in my fucking head. I got the scars to prove it, and then I'm getting this on the other side. That's mad. It's completely mad. But you know what? I stay doing what I'm doing, innit? It is what it is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna call it a night. It's been a pleasure. Take care, and we'll speak soon.
Big up yourself and don't let it bother you, man.
Yeah, bye,
Big up.
Buddha.
Big up.
Bless up. You know, this is all Nine's fault, you know. Bloody hell. Kel, she's unsynchronized. Get her together.
Yeah, man, it was a good show.
Not going
Very
on a
good
mad
show.
one. It wasn't.
All your fault. See, it's all your fault.
Yeah, and then you
My
went on
finger's pointing
silent.
at
So I'm saying
you.
now I'm taking the brunt for everything. Like he's, you know what I'm saying? He feels offended by me now. Like I tried to attack him.
Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
See, you do it on purpose, don't you?
Oh my giddy
She's
uncle.
out here. She's rattling feathers. She's got man screaming and bawling and crying and bleeding out. Like, what are you doing, lady? Get it together. Why can't you just be more like me? Just chill.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've just come to the conclusion that the best thing I can do online is just not to be online, innit?
Yeah,
For
that's what I was thinking as well.
the sake of some of the man them, I just think the best thing is just for that. And you know the wickedest thing, Kel? I've not been here for about 9 months, you know.
Yeah.
You know that?
I think, the thing is, Sister Knife, right?
Wait.
Yeah.
Do you know that, man?
No, I didn't know that. I thought you've been on and off and, still maintaining and still working. I didn't know it was like 9 months in, didn't I?
Well, one, this isn't a job, it's leisure. But I've only come back in I probably came back when that Pearly thing was really a go on. That's probably when I've come back and been a little bit consistent. And since I've come back, like, it's like they're trying to burn my feathers, man. Like they don't want me to fly.
All right, let me ask Nine. What is it about you that you think triggers a certain demographic of men?
I don't know, Divine.
Come on, do better than that, mate. Come on.
No,
you know what
just
you've been
being
doing.
alive, man. just breathing air at this point, man. Like Buddha said, I'm getting it from all sides, innit? I'm even hearing man like, it's just mad, man. It's just mad. I'm hearing man them saying, "Oh, you're threatening to strike us." I've never done nothing. The only person I've said I'll strike is government.
Wait, who are you threatening to strike?
Exactly, but man saying, "Oh, I was threatened to strike, man." Never done that
But
day
you
in
know
my
how
life.
man are big theory storytellers
I'm
out
threatened to
here.
strike.
You know
Got
how
me
men.
now. It's turned
Why are
out.
you listening to these people? I don't get it.
I
I
know,
really
I
don't.
know, I know. I'm
You
gonna
know when they start getting into their theories, they're telling and the pseudo shit and all that. You got time to be listening to that rubbish? Do you really want to be
no,
dumbed
I
down?
hear you, man, but narratives are dangerous. We know that, man. We've been through it with Suspect, couple others. Like, narratives are dangerous, man. You understand me? Suspect said, "Oh, I know where you work." I'm like, blood clot, here you know. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Madness.
Boy.
The other two saying, "Oh, we're gonna get you to sack if we find out where you work."
Oh
Now I've
my
got this one
god.
saying, "Oh, I'm gonna if you want to go to war, I'm gonna expose you." I'm like, "Oh my good God." So yeah, man, a day in the life of 9E on YouTube, man. Man said, "If you want to go to war, I'll expose you." You know.
Lord Jesus. And I'm not meant for doing them time.
Oh
That
my
them the big age
God.
there. I that them a go away.
Hold on,
I'm a go
hold
along.
on. 1 second, no, Divine. Let me check something. Let me check the temperature. Did you hear that, Kel? Or did that one go? Oh,
You
okay.
know,
Say that.
the naive.
Mm.
Sometimes
I sit
flies will
down and I
flies will always go, and the
wonder
spider's web.
what life would be without
Mm.
you here with me. Oh no, go on, babe. It would
No,
be
I said what I'm gonna say, but yeah, it's all political science, isn't it? It's
nah.
tricky,
It's
man.
not political science. It's bullshit and lying, bro. Don't give it no fucking. Stop giving things pretty names, my guy. Yeah, that's just another exit. Yeah, political. No, it's bullshit.
I think that
You get
annoys
me?
Nine differently, you know. I can hear it
I
in her
know.
voice. I think it annoys her. Yeah, when Kel said unsynchronized,
I know.
synchronized,
I know.
community, them words are triggering for
Oh
Nine, you
no, triggers that
know.
triggers.
All right. All right. You're just a
You
little
see,
too.
you see, Sister Naifa though, she's very clever
I hear
at
you, man, but you
drawing.
know what I
Now
mean? I am a
you are
product
though. Sis.
of my mother and father, Skyworks. You get me? Because my mum ain't no pum pum, and my dad. Yeah, I'm a product of my people, then, bro. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, oh, I heard a man say, "Oh my God, if I saw him in real life, I got to lower my gaze." Oh my God. I got to lower, but I said, "Yo, the entertainer." Listen, yo, Maku, I hope you're getting paid good money for your entertainment. See?
He never said that.
Whatever's you're trying to, bro, I just hope you're getting paid for your entertainment. Because, like
Wow.
you weren't speaking to him, you were speaking to the audience, man. So I'm gonna have to work with that, man. Man said, "If you see me in real life, you gotta lower my gaze." I'm like, Bomba Clut, your name must be fucking rich. Your name must be rich. About lower gaze. Alright. This used to be for Hector, but this one's got a new member. Mad thing. Hold on. Stop all your big chat nines. Bomba. You hear them big chattings there. But yeah, man. But listen, family, man. It is what it is, man. But yeah, like I said, it's entertainment, man. But you know, for the fucking lying cunts out there, Macu. Yeah. The storytellers, the narratives, and all that. This is for you, fuck boy. And if a war you want, a war you can get. Dox me, pussy. Sorry, Kel. Sorry,
Sister,
Kel.
all
I
I'm saying is that
sorry, I don't feel
remember,
safe. No, I
I
miss
know,
my
but
mouth.
remember, sister, this
I
could be done.
apologize. I
It
miss
could
my
be done
mouth.
behind doors, you know, sis. Remember,
Safe.
we're online, and the non-Africans will exploit it and cause more disorganization. It could be done behind doors. You could text him and say, you know, you this, you that, I need
Stop all
WhatsApp,
that bollocks
you
about text. Stop all that. Stop all of that, man.
know.
Stop all of that. Cause yo, bro, you
Yeah.
falling for the okey doke, man. I swear to God, man. But anyway, no problem. Do you remember that film? Not film, the series.
Hold
What
on.
was it called?
So when he was saying, did he say this yesterday, sis? Yeah.
Oh, divine.
So yesterday, if he said this, Kel, was you there when he said this? And what was you saying at the time?
Well, sister, you listen to the clip. I was defending black women.
What clip?
I have no problems in that. So you cannot ask me, all due respect here, what was I
What
doing?
clip? Hold on, I
Now
never
you,
heard
You
no
might
clip.
as well
What clip?
run the clip. Might as well run it.
sister
What clip?
Naifa knows what happened. She knows what was said. She knows my agenda, what I was doing. All I'm saying is it'd be better for the beloved sister to attack him behind doors because it's online. He said what he said, you said, and you're going to get these non-Africans and unsynchronized Africans
Wait, 1 second, okay. Let me ask
the
you a
black
question.
people
What's
want
more
to.
important to you at this point? The non-Africans or my feelings? Let me just make sure I know what's going on here.
Then your feelings were protected, beloved, yesterday when I was defending, right? And you heard very loudly and clear. You know what time it was there when I was protecting and explaining the reality that if you that guard is up, it's because you don't feel safe protected. You know what we're saying? So you cannot, all due respect to say your feelings. I took your
But
feelings
whose
into
guard? Hold on.
consideration.
Whose guard was up? Last time I checked, I was minding my damn business
Sister,
on Veli. Hold on. I was
come,
minding my
beloved.
damn business on Veli's show. Going back and forth with Schiffer about the flipping Bible. So what do you mean the back is up? Whose back was up?
I'm just saying in it, like, you know what I mean? I want the best for the community and that. I'm just saying, sister, it's better to just attack him, you know what I mean? Like on offline.
No,
That's
you
what I'm
just said
saying in
that
that.
the sisters' backs are up, and I'm like, well, who? I'm asking you now. If you're saying the sister, whose sisters are you talking about? Because last time I checked, my back was not up nowhere. So which sister are you referring to?
Not back was up. I'm saying that, well, Sister Knife has brought attention to it, right? It's no secret. I went on General Snipes TV and you know, went on there, and obviously he's reaching a certain age, which I will be in a couple of years' time. And then it got into that discussion, and you know what I mean. For me personally, I believe that you know the black man needs to sort things out in the community, and then it was us going backwards and forwards, you know, where they believe that it's not so, and you know they're being protected, and we have to sort out our own, you know, individual, and you know what I mean. And I was disagreeing with all that, you know what I mean. It was a respectable debate. Well, I won't say the debate, it was a discussion. But then Sister Naif is saying that isn't her feelings more important? And I thought that I was taking consideration your feelings when I went on the show, because I went on there to bad up anyone, things like that. Is to let people know, regardless of what platform I'm on, is that the black woman's safety and protection is very important. But then you're saying, Sister Naifa, is the non-Africans more important than your feelings? And I don't understand why you would say that.
Hello? Is anyone here? Is it just me? Hello?
I'm still
Yes, we are into the kitchen.
Oh,
Yeah, because the reason why I said that is because previously in what you said, you spoke about the non-African. You get me,
right,
and their perception of what they may be hearing.
mhm,
I'm saying to you.
right,
So that's why I asked you, what's more important, the outsider's perception or my feeling?
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing, sis, right? So, as I was saying before, controlling our dopamines, right? When I go on panel, people say things about me all the time. You understand? But it's knowing who you are, because I know the reality when it comes to myself. I don't come on no bad man talk, but I know the reality when it comes to me. You have to have that same mindset as well. You're a very accomplished woman. You know what I mean? You do the work what you do. You understand what I'm saying? And that you got your podcast and your channel, etc. You don't need to get drawn into things that it doesn't really make any sense. You know you're not about that. So we can just ignore it. You know what I mean? And he needs to do the same thing as well, because we're all big people. You understand what I mean? And that, so that is for the best interest of our people. But yet still, you know, you're saying about your feelings. I do take consideration to your feelings. You know what I mean? I've been raised that way. That don't mean that I'm a sucker or an idiot. I'll defend a black woman accordingly. You understand? And that's what how we've been grown to do and be. So I do take into consideration your feelings, Lady D, as well. You know what I mean? And I'm not doing it to get something out of it. I'm letting you know that, you know what, I'm from the collective, and anything that's in my ability, I will help out. You know what I mean? But I'm not on no war thing. I'm in war with the non-Africans. You know what I mean? And that. But I'm not in no war with my people, and that's how it's gonna be. I'm for the black man and the black woman. What the black woman is protecting, and I'll go against all that. And you know this.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Brother Kel, man. You know what it is, Brother Kel? I'm gonna tell you the truth, yeah. I'm gonna try it your way. Yeah. Although I'm gonna try it your way. Yeah. Although I know you were there and you heard the disrespect. You get me? But I'm gonna try it your way still. Yeah. I am. Just for the fuck of it. Yeah. Just for the fuck
Well,
of
she
it.
makes me laugh. She said, "I know you were there. And you heard the disrespect, and
Yeah.
Kel's telling
I
her he
know,
didn't hear no disrespect."
I
This is
know,
funny.
no. Because you know, Sister Naifa, and she should be that way. She's very strategic, and she's supposed to. You understand? I don't fault for that. You have to be in that. You have to find out who is who, and I get it. You understand? But
But
when you're
that's
dealing with your son,
though,
brother,
Kel.
I have to stay on code,
I
beloved.
know who
I
is
have
who.
to.
No, but that's the difference though, Kel. I know who is who.
Right.
Like I know who. I told you this before about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, when you were trying to put this strategy into place, and I said to you, "Yo, brethren, we've been here." Yeah, and I heard the same people them tell you the same thing that I
Right.
told you was told to us
Okay.
before. Yeah,
Right.
because when you say something like "I don't feel protected," what these low IQ motherfuckers here is, we
Right.
ain't got no daddy, we ain't got no man, we ain't got no brothers, we ain't got no cousins, no nephews, we ain't got that's what they hear, because that's what you heard back, right?
Now, sister, this makes no
Is
sense.
that
You
what
see,
you heard back, Hale?
sister, you're
Oh,
getting drawn out with
no,
things
I don't want to
that
hear
don't
about
make no
drawn
sense.
out. I just want to
Yeah, but
hear
I feel, Kel, I
that's
feel
what
you
you heard.
should answer the question.
Yeah, but here's what you gotta understand, Cut and Sucks. Right? Me and Sister Naifa, we spoke about this, right? And I will take into consideration, right, how she feels because of what's happened online. I'm taking that into consideration, right? However, when you look at it carefully, all communities understand, right? You are for my community, so I'm going to defend you no matter what. This is all communities do this. When you start talking about the white woman online, have you seen how all the white man defends them and that? Defends them all the time. That's not his wife. That's not his sister, but he sees her as one of them. So whenever you're hearing, oh, it feels like we don't have no dad, etc., you need to throw that away, because all communities protect their women, regardless if it's on the bloodline or not. You should shun that away, Sister Naifa. It's negative, it doesn't even make any
But
sense.
I don't totally agree with that either, because I don't really see white men like upholding white women online. I see black men doing it there.
I see that whenever the white woman is on code when it comes to the best interest of her race, all the white men help her out with that. I've seen that many times.
Well, I'm saying on like the YouTube streets, I haven't seen it.
Here's the thing,
Can you
sister.
name someone on YouTube?
There's too many. There's too many, but they're
Dave
definitely on
Smith.
code when it comes to that. Definitely on code
Oh,
and that.
right, but Dave
Definitely on
Smith
code.
is like intermediate though, like, you know what I'm saying?
Why would it be
I have to pick him
intermediate
up
when
though.
he
I have to give him credit
understands
where
that
credit's due.
one
Big
of
up
our
Dave
women's
Smith.
been attacked, so we're gonna defend them? You see, sister, when we kind of lessening the unethical code of conduct, it means meaningless, but it's very effective, because the black woman's not going through that. You know, when she goes against the best interests of so-called of the people, etc., and that, right? And she says, "Oh, I don't believe in interracial relationship." Everyone attacks her. So you shouldn't be looking at it as, oh, but that's just intermediate. No disrespect to you, beloved. That's very powerful, because what it represents is when you attack our women who's uplifting our community and that, we're going to interfere, sabotage, we're going to say all these ridiculous things, etc. You know what I mean? You should take that into consideration. But Sister Naifa, we shouldn't get drawn out by things that are not true. You know what I mean? And your feelings are very important, because we're on social media and everyone's listening and etc. But I was there, you know what I mean, to be a spokesman for the beloved sisters. He went to go against the man and attack them. I'm not on no war thing, you know what I mean? But it's to let our community know that our women need to be protected and spoken for. And if anything that goes against that, then we have to speak up. That's what it was. You know what I mean? I couldn't care less what people say to me online and that. You know what I mean? When it's out there, it's a different thing, because I know the reality when it comes to myself. You know what I mean? And you should know that reality too. You know, people want to come and set for you, Sister Naive. I'm sure you're affiliated. You know what I mean? And I know for myself. You know what I mean? You know, but that's not the message how it needs to be. You know what I mean? You know, ever since I've gone on YouTube, Sister Naive, right? I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Every time I have certain conflict, you know, I get my relatives from London and etc. That, and they'll be like, "You want us to do something?" And they'll be say, "You know, we know decent." And I say to myself, "Nah, it's not like that. It's just debating." And they'll be like, "Nah, that's not debating. That's gonna do something." But I always neutralize it. Do you understand what I'm saying in that? Because I know I'm very affiliated. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to Birmingham and London. Some of my relatives left, you know, Birmingham and settled in London and became very known. Do you understand? So we have to kind of understand conflict. We're all affiliated. So let's not use our affiliation on each other. Let's neutralize it. I don't mind if people want to say whatever they want online and that, as long as no one don't come in my comfort zone and try and set for me, except that's when it's going to be another story. But all this kind of you this, you that, and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? You know, we will try and protect the black woman as much as possible. You know what I mean? So don't get drawn out by it. That's what I'm saying, beloved. You got an amazing channel. I'm supporting it. We all are. You know what I mean? And as I said, the best thing that you did, one of the best things, sorry, what you and Lady D did, is allow the black man to critique the black woman. You know what I mean? Do you know how powerful that is? Because a lot of men think that women don't allow them to critique them. You did that on the show. And how many critique properly? So we already know already, and that some weren't being truthful, some was being truthful. But on that show, black women allowed us black men to critique them. And that's powerful, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, Brother Kel, man. I hear you, Brother Kel. I hear you, man. I hear what you are saying, and I hear what you're not saying. But what I'm saying is that I can't promise you that I'm gonna stay on your code, innit? You get me? Because my mum didn't raise no fool, innit? You see what I'm saying to you? But I hear you, bro. You get it? I hear you. But yeah. I hear you, man.
So what's gonna be on
At the end of the day,
series 4? Yeah.
right?
What's gonna be on series 4, Sister Knife? Because you got something powerful going on, you know. You got 3 series already, man.
No, I'm gonna do my thing, and seemingly from my starting my series, you get me,
Yeah.
already that fuck up some man or some people already. But I'm gonna continue to do my thing, bro. You get what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying to you? But like I said in it, whether you want to accept it, acknowledge it on this stream or not, yeah. I know you were there in it. You get me? And you were told, and I know you want me to dismiss it and rise above it and all that. And I will, just for the sake of you in it. You get me? But I'm just letting those that hear and you get me are listening, like I heard in it. Yeah. And what I'm telling you, Kale, is that it was all a lie. And I know you said, well, if it was lies, why are you bothered? Again, I think that's a little bit, you get me? Because your name is your bond, right? Like your name means something, innit?
Beloved, right. I'm old, you know. I don't know how old you are. I think perhaps a bit younger than me and that, right? I'm not gonna kind of say that again.
So what do you say? I'm a bit
I,
younger than you.
I don't know, you're probably a bit younger than me, right?
Yeah, yeah. What, yeah.
What I'm saying is, beloved, is that some of the things what we used to do is the playground. You understand? You remember the playground and that, in the 80s, etc. and that, right? I understand it, but now it's like we have to be responsible for this YouTube, right? And what you have, these platforms, is powerful. You know what I mean? I believe in every time we finish a show, there should always be a slogan or a link of, oh, and if anyone's suffering with mental health, here's the link
Do you
for
think
that.
black women are strong, Kel?
Do I feel black women are strong?
Yeah, do you think black women are strong?
I believe black women, they have been put in a role where in actuality they're very vulnerable and very fragile
Do you think
and
black women are
sensitive.
strong, Kel?
No, I don't know. No.
You don't? Okay. You
No.
think black men are strong?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you, who needs who more?
We need each other.
And that
We need
was
each
the
other,
main
man.
reason, sis, why I gave you that link to play. So
No,
I
I'm not
listened
gonna
to.
keep playing it. I was just
No,
yeah.
I don't think you are though. That's what you keep doing to me. But it's okay. The thing is
Oh,
this, yeah.
okay, fine.
I want to
Come on,
say
don't
this.
do that.
So can I finish what I'm saying? Yeah. So
Please
this is
do.
the thing, yeah. So this sister that you saw on the screen earlier, her name is ThE. Now I've known her for years over the never met her obviously. She's in America. I'm here in the UK. But for years, and it's funny how I actually came across her. So what happened was, she was actually the first woman, sis, I heard speak about the Adam and Eve, and Adam's wives before. She was the sister. This was about years ago. When I say years, I mean a good 12, even could be even 15 years ago. That's how long ago. And she was the first sister I heard her really break down the Bible. Now she was quite active in the conscious community years back. She does spiritual healing, she does work, she's a speaker for black women and stuff, and she's been fighting the fight. She's gone up against cults, she's done it all. Years ago there was another sister as well, I forgot her name at the moment right now. I think it was Sister Sekhmet. She kind of got into some trouble online for certain things that she did online and whatever, and we kind of all saw that went down. So she was around those times there, same as sis Divine Alshay, when her name was Divine Alshay back then. So these were the sisters back then that were quite prominent in the conscious community. So it was interesting when I'm hearing the sisters, like hearing few bits of her words, and instantly it was, oh, it's sad, it's deep, it's kind of it's kind of not knowing her background, not knowing anything about her, but just going by one video, and we don't even get into the middle of the video yet. We only got like a few minutes in, really. But she's a lot of the sisters really appreciate her, a lot of the work she's done in the community and continues to do, and the fact that she's not taking her foot off Carbon Nation's neck. And I'm proud of this sister still. But yeah, she's been in the community for a minute doing powerful works. She'll teach you how to grow food, women. She's really good at, when I talk to grown women that know what they're talking about, not women that sit online guiding pearly gates. I don't want to hear them type of women there, point blank, period. I like to hear women with meaning, story, experience, know what they're talking about, actually been through things. These are one of the sisters here. So this particular video is very deep, sis, because this is at a point where she was going up a particular cult and it was really bad. And then she saw certain things happening within this cult. Hence why the passion, and a lot of her videos, I must say, are passionate like this, where she gets deep. You might see her cry at times. You've got to understand the work she's been doing within the community, though. But yeah, you can carry on.
And Born Rich, feel free to jump on the panel at any time.
Not allow
the females that are coming under me to go through what I am going through. I will not. I will tell them to be as selfish as a man. I will tell them be as selfish as a man. And sister, the first law of the jungle is self-preservation. See, nobody wants us to preserve ourselves because we're disposable. Our men have even told us we're nothing better than Kleenex. The majority of our men, and as much as the conscious men don't want to see it, they even blind themselves to it. Y'all don't like us. You don't even stop your brothers from fucking us over. You won't stop a man in a conversation from disrespecting a black woman.
Yeah, go back a few minutes. And Kel, I really want you to hear the last couple of words that she said. Right? I understand what she's saying and why she's saying this, Kel, yeah? And remember what I said to you previously. She has put in work. She's taken on fear of she's put in work. So I understand when she's talking what she's talking, she knows what she's talking about. She's been up against these fights, yeah?
I will tell them be as selfish as a man. And sister, the first law of the jungle is self-preservation. See, nobody wants us to preserve ourselves because we're disposable. Our men have even told us we're nothing better than Kleenex. The majority of our men, and as much as the conscious men don't want to see it, they even blind themselves to it. Y'all don't like us. You don't even stop your brothers from fucking us over. You won't stop a man in a conversation from disrespecting a black woman. So fuck you too.
What do you think to that comment, Kel? Okay. Well, I was definitely under that vibration yesterday still, 100%. 100%. Should not tell no lie.
Because if you won't stop him, you agree with him.
If you don't,
she said, if you don't,
and y'all can take your man verse and shove it up.
So my girl's saying, if you don't stop it, you're in agreement with it. What did you say to that, brother Kale? It's a shame he's the only guy on the panel still. I'll see your husband in the chat.
Man, whatever.
Yeah, for real. But, you know.
Yeah, he's got 5 minutes left. He said 10 minutes 5 minutes ago. So let's see what happens.
Right. Yeah, man. Come jump on, man. And go live after Born. Continue the thing, man. But yeah, this is, she's in a bag.
Continuing the thing.
A bag of pain, man. It's not an easy listen, but truth and rights, boy.
Up your urethra, fuck your ass. That opens too far. When the transgender community started their shit, who was there for you but the black woman? Who was there for you except the black woman? Because the black man had a stigma attached to y'all sex. You know, when a transgender tells me, oh, Fundi, we must take the stigma off man-on-man sex. Bruh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. They ain't nothing to do with me. That's between him and him. And I was still there for you. And now I'm jealous? I'm jealous? Oh, Mr. Trans. You trying to be me. I'm not jealous of a damn thing. And you know what? We're going to leave you to your shit too. If we're so jealous and we want to so be like you, sir, respectfully, you can have your fight by yourself as well, sir, respectfully. I don't know when the original would ever be jealous of a copy. I don't care how good the copy is. It's still what they call in the art world a forgery.
Did you hear what she said?
I did.
You deeped it, right? Okay.
I just want, yo, Kelly, you there, man?
So when the brothers asked you last time we were on and said that we must stop talking about the interracial things, obviously that's their code word telling us that we're jealous and we need to stop talking about them. And you know, certain eyes people are out here screaming, they're jealous, they're jealous, they're jealous. Did you hear her response?
Of course. Copied can't be jealous.
Okay, cool.
But I just want to know if Brother Kel's there, because she said a lot of things that.
I just had to sort some stuff out in it, but I'm back now.
All right. I'm gonna let it play a bit, but I want you to be listening still, Brother Kel, because obviously it could be argued that this lady is giving you her testimony, and yeah, your team.
No. And I think that's a misconception. Everyone's got it wrong as well. Everyone assumed, and I noticed that earlier when people on the panel speaking as well, they're saying, oh, she seems heartbroken. Oh, she seems like this is her past. She seems hurtful. This is not a personal thing. And I found that very funny that everyone automatically jumped to, oh, she's going through something, or she failed at something. No, she's speaking on behalf of the Black women she works with. That she's their coach. She's speaking on behalf of the women she mentors, and this is what she's dealing with on a daily. So yes, her emotions are very raw, and this is why she's the voice for those women. So yeah.
So what sort of women does she work with, just in terms of context?
Women that have been through it all, she's trying to decult them, she's trying to bring them back to this clean up their energy, she's working with their chakras.
So are these persons that have gone through certain cultish?
Yeah, we've all been through certain sects of the Hebrew Israelite camps and all of that. They all go to her. So yeah, like I said, she does works in the community. Yeah.
Okay. And I think you mentioned what's it called, Nature Boy as well. So
yeah, she's gone up for she's tried to reach help out young pharaohs. Remember when he pulled out the gun and all them something there on her? Like she's in the community when she's seeing these things happen. Brother Polite and his wives and all of that. Like she's in there.
And just because I don't know her, to be fair, but does she attribute their behavior to anything in particular, or?
Oh yeah, I tell you, this is just one video, and at the moment she's addressing Black men in it. Wait till she starts addressing Black women. Just that we ain't playing that one.
No, but I'm asking you, like, does she attribute their behavior to anything in particular?
Oh yeah, she has. Says her list of things that she when she talks about the father stuff and all of that, and women that are growing up in households with the mothers and all of that. Yeah, she gets deep when she's ready, you know. And when she starts breaking down scriptures, that's when she gets deep. She does a lot of
does anything that she has said resonate with anything that Brother Kayla said?
No, because
Right?
Brother Kel's doing community, bringing back the community, and she's doing healing the women within these communities that he's trying to get this community together. But what Brother Kel's not realizing, you know, how much damage black women are in this community that she's having to clean up and fix up and, you know, provide home, teach them how to grow foods and eat healthy and nurse their children that are coming out of some of these sick relationships. Like, I don't think that's ever taken into consideration. That's why I love it when I just keep hearing them saying, it's the black woman did this, the black women did that. But where's the accountability for the black man? But we'll let it slide. It's the black woman's fault. Let her play. Oh, 9, quickly, I'm gonna try and get her to come
And
through.
since
Yeah.
our love is not what you want, our love is what you will take, you won't get my hate, you won't get my disdain, but you will get my indifference. You will get my fucking indifference. My sisters of the other diasporas, all of them. Nobody ever addresses the black woman, but they do shit like appropriate dear mama. For all the women of the world, dear mama is not for you. The damn thing starts off, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. He is not yours. That song is specifically for the black woman's experience, not the Indian woman's experience with the feather, not the dot. He wasn't talking about you. And y'all never talk about us. You never talk about us. So you cannot have Tupac. You cannot have that song. You go write one for your mama. We're tired. And the more I talk to my sisters, the more I realize we're tired of everything and everybody. And the only reason we don't know how to stop is nobody has given us permission. Sisters, I give you permission to keep your prayers to yourself. I give you permission to keep your achievements to yourself. Since the black man wants to be selfish with the little bit that he has right now, fuck him too. Let him deal. Let him deal. Huh? Because we're always there while we're in the thick of shit, right? While we're in the thick of shit, we're always there cheerleading. Yay! All right, yeah! You got permission to sit your ass down, and you got permission not to listen to a motherfucker that tells you you have to stand up. You've been standing up fighting while everybody else was cowering in the corner. We have been on the front lines. We have been on the front lines when the black man decided it was time for him to sit back and allow us to get our heads cracked. Because he was scared. When has the black woman had the luxury to be scared? Black men walk away from their children because they're scared. We don't have that luxury. Sisters, we have a bigger fight coming, and we're going to need all of our strength for it, because most of our men are not strong enough for what is coming down this pike, because they have no spiritual currency. And he has no interest. I watched a brother say that the majority of men feel like Kevin Samuels. Then you can take your kitten boots ass somewhere too, nigga. If you feel like him, then you will be in. When you turn around, brother, I will not be there. Y'all brothers do not understand our frustration because your bile is not directed toward you. Your bile, your vomit, your pus, your infection is aimed toward us. We even get it from the boys who are trying to be girls because they don't know how not to be misogynist. So much so they want to be women that they have to push us out of the women category so they too can be women, because if you use us as the prototype for women, they can't be women. So now we have to be cis women. Well, fuck you, sir. And if I'm going to be a cis, I will always acknowledge your penis. The disrespect is over. I told a parable about a tree and a boy once. Any of y'all remember the parable of the tree and the boy? I'm not going to go through that parable, but let's just say that the boy took so much from the tree that when he needed it most, all the tree could do was die. I'm not going to be the tree. I watched my mom be the tree. I watched my grandmother be the tree. I watched my aunties. I watched my cousins. I watched my great aunts all be these great trees that men cut down without remorse and without care and left for dead. You won't do it to me. You won't do it to me. I am a self-learner. I self-create. I'm not going into that good night with nobody. Here is where I have to say, fuck my slave programming. I don't care. And I hope y'all remember this line from this most wonderful movie. I don't care that I don't care. Now I can pray for me. I have time for me now. I have time to develop me. I have time for my personal relationship with God. And even God told me to rest. So that is the message that I give my sisters. Even God said rest. God rested on the seventh day. And we are tired. We are tired. And for most men who would not give us protection, nigga, you couldn't protect yourself
We never expected you to protect us because you're weak. How can you expect a child to protect you? We protect children. And we know a child when we see one. And we have been protecting this quote, end quote, men like children. Because we know they are. We know they have not developed enough to take care of themselves. You can call it what you want. Kenneth, you can call it what you want. But if me telling the black man I am tired is man bashing, then so be it. I'm not fighting y'all no more. I'm not fighting you anymore, especially when y'all never stop black men from bashing black women. Never. So call it what you want, bruh, because I will no longer be affected. I will no longer give a damn. I guess you didn't catch that I don't care, that I don't care. That's from the Never Ending Story, sir. Look it up. His name was Morla. And he was the oldest being besides the princess. Think about it. Because if I was interested in what you thought, I would care. I am indifferent, sir. I don't even hate what the fuck you said because that would get a reaction. I don't care that I don't care. Oh, now we're going to bring up all lives matter. You know, saying there are good men is like white folks saying all lives matter. How mighty white of you in reaction. Another reason I don't care. The black man has a white mentality. As much as he likes to talk about the white man, you too want to rule his world your way.
Yeah, sorry if I'm just stopping that there. And sorry also I've got a bit of food in my mouth, but I'm not sure. Carol, are you there, bro? All right.
Yes, yeah, I'm still yes, sis. Still, yeah.
Excellent. So I don't know if you just heard what the lady just said, but she's basically saying that man them want to rule the world in the same way as, let's just call it the master, right? For the sake of this conversation.
Right.
And before, I asked yourself, and who else was it that came on and I asked them if you're trying to beat white supremacy or work within it. And I think, oh yeah, it was Asgeti.
Right.
And I think you both said that you're trying to beat it. Yeah, which I think is nonsensical. However, more importantly, what this lady is saying is that you're basically trying to use the same tactics, I believe, to overcome the problems.
Right.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, to be honest with you. And I'll tell you why. Non-African people, Sister Naifa, they're not in power because they're more intelligent or they are more beautiful than us, etc. They're in power because they're more manipulative and conniving, and they will go to extreme lengths in order to survive, right? So when we're talking about this system, it is true that you have to know how to navigate it. However, the black man must work on solutions to try and destroy it, because we can navigate and live amongst it. But we've seen time and time and time again that when we develop our economics and it flourishes more than the non-Africans, which has been happening, the non-Africans say to themselves, how dare you, son people, override us with your economics, and then they start coming off with certain affiliations, and then you know what happens after that. So we've seen it time and time, is that, oh, they don't share power with us. Okay, so something must be done. So perhaps the sister, she's looking it on that term, but the reality of it, in order for things to change completely, right, that system has to go. And men understand this thing, historically, when the North America and South America, when there was that war, it was to unify, to stop the enslaved Africans from overthrowing them in enslavement. You understand? And that war was bloody. It was horrific. But nevertheless, they understood we have to overthrow that is going to go against the best interests of the collective. And that's my thoughts on that.
So are you saying that we need to try and do something that Guy Fawkes himself couldn't do?
Sister, who is this we you talk about? Sister, it's for the men. As I said to you, the men.
Okay,
They've
okay,
got to do
no problem. And I have no problem in refining that statement.
Right.
You saying that you expect the men to do something that Guy Fawkes himself couldn't do?
Now, here's
and
the
the
thing,
IRA and all the other little bits and bobs in between, in terms of toppling this current system.
Right. Okay, so why are we looking at from Guy Fawkes, etc.?
I'm just using it as a benchmark, Kel. Obviously, when one thinks of toppling this system, those are just two examples of person that's trying to topple the system, right?
Well, the best example would be the Haitian Revolution. You understand? And the Nanny Maroon. You understand what I'm saying? We go by successful.
Yeah, but Kel, that didn't happen. Wait. Yes, I hear that.
Mm-hmm.
However, those things happened in the Caribbean, innit? We're talking about here where we are right now, right?
No, but sister, what you fail to understand is, right, Caribbean here, Africa, there is a problem that all African people are subjugated. All of them are. You understand? And we know that in the Haitian Revolution, they understood that we're going to remove this unjust system, and they were very successful at it. The only problem is, sister, is that the other African countries, etc., right, went synchronized to help them. Can you imagine if they did do that? There'll be a different Caribbean state, So I hear where you're coming from, but we go by those who are successful, not by those who, unfortunately, it wasn't that way. And this is the difference, Sister Naifa. You know what I mean? We have the blueprint and we have our ancestors that made it possible. We need to focus on that, not on other things that is irrelevant for us.
Yeah, I hear you, Bob. I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. I guess from my stance, it'll just be interesting to see how you overcome certain obstacles. Because, like I said, what I'm seeing is, you have to just work around the obstacles, innit?
Yeah,
because you can't beat them.
Well, here's the thing, sister. I understand because we've been in a situation for so long, you know what I mean? And I get where you're coming from. Nevertheless, in order for justice and equality for African people, that system has to go. You know what I mean? When they're in religion, they do not submit to no religion. This is why when they hear African descendants talking about, oh, religion and etc. and that, I just use the strategy of, okay, but they do not submit to religion. Their religion is their race first. They don't submit to no organization for women's rights and gender, different you know, sexual orientational rights and different types of political rights and, you know, liberal, and they don't submit to that. Their race is
Okay,
the religion.
but if their race is a religion and they all understand that among their different nations of people, why is
Right.
it black people are not getting it together? Why is it African people struggle with the exact same concept as everybody else? Why is everybody else doing it and exceeding at it, but we're failing at it? What is the crux of the problem, Kel?
Because, sister, the Honorable Marcus Garvey said the greatest weapon used on black people is disorganization, right? If to understand it carefully, sister, look online. I'm saying your brother Kel. I'm saying this. Whatever someone says about you personally, let it slide. Focus on the big picture. What are we doing? We're thinking about our reputation. We're thinking about this and thinking about that, etc. And when you keep doing that, guess what happens? We disorganize. You
But
understand?
nobody, but
Right?
hold on, Kel, you keep bringing it up, and I don't think anyone's thinking about that right about now, but you. All right, let me break it down.
Right.
You hear this sister here. You hearing the pain that she's speaking on behalf of black women, that she's dealing with,
Right.
working with, doing all kind of spiritual works with, doing all kind of healing with, counseling, all these things she does, herbal
Mhm.
remedies, all of them thing there, yeah. Her name is Grandmaster
Mhm.
Fundi Fee. Understand her title, yeah. So I understand she does these things. She's speaking up now for the black women at this point. She's had enough. And then we turn around to like the discussion we had say, a couple of weeks ago when you heard the sister on the panel, yeah, and you had the sister
Right.
have the exact same sentiment she has not right now, but just with less passion and less emotion, but she had the exact same sentiments. How are you telling me you're hearing this, Kel? You're
Mhm.
understanding this is starting to become a mantra amongst black women. You can't deny the polls are telling you black women are starting to feel all like this. You're hearing the disgruntledness in even me, Nanifa's voice, even trying to talk to you now. Are you telling me that you're just turning off your ears to all of this and you're still trying to see through your pearly? Like, I don't understand what you're not hearing here because it's very quite clear to me what's going on.
Okay, here's the problem, Lady D, right? And
Yeah.
um it's to do with the reality of how we need to move, right? I'm saying, Lady D, is that whether we like it or not, revolution never came easy unless you understand that you have to destroy the system. Start small and work your way up towards it. We're never gonna do it. What this sister's going through is the realization that the black man, because he's not sorting things out the way it needs to be done, right? Is that these things gonna happen? So we can speak about it, and we should, but then are we really serious about our liberation? You know what I mean? And we can tell that we're not, because we're hearing things, and then we're saying to ourselves, then we're going back to the back of the line, but we're hearing it
But
back of the
Carol,
line.
with all due respect, how are you even speaking of liberation right now when we
Hmm.
cannot even get when the black woman feels that she can't even put her faith in the black man anymore because he keeps showing her that she ain't worth it. He doesn't. You're not hearing her speaking for those women. Are you
So
hearing her
who
words?
I heard? So who does the black woman put her faith in?
Well, clearly it's not the black man her damn self in it. We've got
Okay,
nobody
so
but
all right,
ourselves.
Lady D. Okay,
Right.
when the black woman, right, put collectively for black women, right, and they form an army and that, right, because that's what you looking to do, right, right.
No one didn't say nothing about no army, brethren. So I don't know what y'all talk about. Why the
Now
fuck
this
is the army?
now
Sorry to
now
come
this
back,
is the
Larry,
problem
but
now. This
why
is
are
the
you
problem
doing
now.
that, man?
Now it's very clear, Sister Naifa. It's clear because if the black woman, right, is gonna put her faith only in black women, right, at this present moment, right, and she organizes herself and puts things in perspective, she's gonna have to fight the non-African people anyway. That's a fact. She's gonna have to do that. Then what?
No, she doesn't. Why? Why does she have to?
No, she doesn't.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? If the
Why does
black
she have to
woman,
fight? Why ain't you doing that?
Now, look what's happened now, Sister Naifa.
Yeah.
This is the problem now, right?
Bare problems, Bedrick. Bare problems.
This is the problem, right? And this is why is that understanding the reality and not being imaginative of saying to ourselves, well, that's happening, there's no hope and nothing can happen, and then going, you have to do it. We know we need to do it. We know this. The problem is, Sister Naifa, is that we as black men are very timid towards our responsibility. We see all this. But nevertheless, we're gonna have to do it anyway. We're gonna
Well, I
have to.
think you need to speak to black men then, innit? You get me? Because like I said, whenever you keep saying we, it involves us. And it doesn't. Yeah? Because like we've already said, we can speak to women and you can speak to men. So you got to say black men. Yeah? You have to separate the two in senior.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah? He's got
The
to be
white man,
us.
the white woman, the brown woman, the yellow, the red is not going to help the black woman. The white
We're
man.
not asking for help, bro. We're
No, but
just
hold on,
saying
sister.
you do
Hold
your
on,
thing,
sister.
innit?
Sister. I hear where you're coming from, but the black woman needs to understand that, though. You see what I'm saying in that, right? So when there are a small minority of synchronized black men that are doing grassroots on the continent, the Caribbean, or gathering information, they've got to understand, right, that it's a small amount. So the small amount is trying to remind a large amount. So when you hear things like this, but there's no point reminding the others because this and etc. And we're saying to ourselves, well, it can't be that because it's not going to work. That's for the man to do. You see, because the more army we have, the more we can go against and bring justice and equality. And that's what it's for the man to do. We just want the women to be a fallback and make sure that they're nurturing upon the code of conduct for the children, etc. And then we have to do the rest. That's the solution. We're not asking. Me as a Pan-Africanist, we don't believe that the woman's supposed to be doing certain things anyway.
Well,
On
this
the
is why
battle,
you're hearing this sister and many
right?
other sisters, like you heard on the panel live, Kel. Like, we're not
Mm-hmm,
going to deny this. We are tired. Stop moving from that
mm-hmm,
point. The black woman's telling you, stop giving us things to do, stop telling us to do. We're tired. We're sitting it out. Deal with it.
mm-hmm,
It's just that
mm-hmm.
simple. Like, why are you not getting it? We're tired.
Yep.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple at this point, because there's no point doing this whole back and forth, the whole what can we do to solve? There's no solving this at this point. It's
What then?
tiredness. The
What
black
then,
women are saying they're
sister?
investing in their black femininity. They want to be
Mm-hmm,
women. They want to be treated as women. They want to be
mm-hmm,
seen as women. Hence why I asked you
mm-hmm,
earlier, do you even
mm-hmm,
think black men even see black women at this point in time in the day and age we're living in as black women?
mm-hmm.
There's reasons why I ask you certain questions because I know where I'm going to go with it later on. Do you understand? So when you're hearing women, and these are grown women that are working with younger women and guiding younger women, telling you that the
Mm-hmm.
sentiment is black women are tired.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the communities, they're cleaning up, they're nursing, they're being doulas, they're doing all these, they're doing the works, and they're telling you they're tired. So
Mm-hmm.
at what point is the other side going to pick up their slack? That's what she's asking, really and truly. When's the other side picking up their weight? When are they going to carry their burdens at this point? Because they're tired. That's what they're telling you.
The thing is, sister, is that revolution never came easy, and we have to be realistically with the numbers, right? And the synchronized African men are small. So what we're saying is that the women who do not feel safe, who do not feel protective, and they do not help the black man in ways that goes against their femininity. Let's see if the black woman can really do that. That's the test for the black woman. Not getting involved when it comes to what the man's supposed to do. I'm not saying abandon little things that they need to do. But when it comes to them things of the black woman has to do everything, let's see if they can say, no, I don't feel safe, I don't feel protected, I'm falling back. You see, this is the test for black women. If black women collective do that and they keep doing it and they hold their ground, right, then something will have to give. But we'll have to see though. But we're not putting the pressure on the black woman, lady, because the thing is like, I already know already. You see, we can have these discussions, and we can interview all different types of men, and you're gonna hear things like, oh no, they must do this. I know already, Lady D, right, as a man, right, the black man must take charge. There's no other way. Do you understand? No other way in that. So I know this already, and a lot small of us know this. So the small
Yeah,
amount are gonna have
and
to
the
sort it out.
ones with and black women who know this too. And that's why they're telling you they're tired. If the black men must do this and have to do it, then do it. Stop telling us you're gonna just do it. I think that's what I think her sentiments is. She's tired of hearing what's gonna happen, what's in the plan, how to get. You see, like how when you see the sisters getting frustrated, especially I was getting frustrated myself. I can't lie. So let me, and I don't really mean to do this. So I'm not trying to put him on blast or anything, but it's just an example I'm giving, right?
Mhm.
So when I'm hearing a brother like a IC3 speaking, and no matter
Right.
what we're trying to talk about when it regards black women, you see his brain can't take it. He
Mhm.
instantly has to go into codes and white supremacy. And that's frustrating. That's what causes the sisters aggravation. Do you not hear their voices when they start, or do you not see what they're typing in the chats?
Mhm.
This is annoying. So when we're telling you black women are tired, you are seeing it. You're just
Mhm.
choosing not to hear it. And that's the problem. That's the frustrating part.
Yeah, and the sad thing about it is that there's more unsynchronized black men. And I said to you before is that there is definitely a stigma of how dare women stand up to us. You see, we got to understand, and you know it already, and that the body language and mannerism. You see, and I'm very observant of it as well. I know that when the black woman um speaks her truth, right, is problematic. I know where all that comes from. We spoke about this already. You know what I mean? We spoke about this already. We know this, right? So the only way for us to do it, sister, is to focus on the synchronized black men. We don't feel safe, we don't feel protective. Can use that, sort it out, and we're not getting involved. That's the best thing to do. You know what I mean? That's the best thing to do in that. But the moment you start, seeking and etc., what you're doing is you're allowing the black man to have an escape route. Oh, she'll always be there for me and that. You see, this is the problem. You know what I mean? Oh, she'll always help out. Oh, she's gonna be there. You know what I mean? If I say this is gonna make her psychologically confused, uncertain, and then she's gonna go to my way. All these things, I know all these things. That's why when a man's saying, Lady B, I don't feel safe, I don't feel protected, you put the block on. The block's been put on. So it's like a man's knocking the door, let me in, and you not even answering the door. But the black woman, unfortunately, right, because of that, her nurturing essence which she's had, right, the dopamines of, well, I shouldn't be restraining from these men. I should go and support them. And that's the problem. You know what I mean? You have to let us be, Lady D. You have to abandon. When it comes to anything to do with uh, community work of going against the system and that, you have to fall back. You know what I mean? Because the black man needs to stop relying on the black woman for this particular help. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? It's as sad it may be, because I read the comments. You know what I mean?
Okay,
And
so all right, let's stop, pause right there. So when you're seeing those comments, yeah, and you're seeing even what like sis Kushti has to jump on the on or unmute or whatever to tell you
Mhm.
look, to get back on track. You don't see that as a sign of frustration, no?
What do you mean to remind us to synchronize?
Yeah, to you. So I'm saying, even trying to get yourselves together to deal with the situation at hand, you lot are incapable of doing it. It's on display, Kel, to the
Here's the
point
thing.
that.
Yeah.
To the point that Sis Kushti has to come on and tell you, look, hello, I know
Mm.
you lot are going off on your tangent, whatever, but can we bring it back? Like, are you not hearing the frustration, or are you
What,
choosing not to hear it
what
at
do you
this
mean
point?
by, what do you mean she has to come on me? But
She has
is
to
it like,
remind you lot that you've gone off, you've gone into all again. You lot don't even realize when you're doing it. See, for the fact that you have to ask me now, even though it's happened
right?
twice now, you
Okay.
have to remind 2 shows consistently it's happened on, and
Right.
the fact that I have to remind you again, and we're on a
Mm-hmm.
whole that this happens. We will be trying to be on subject. To
Mm-hmm.
you that are talking about white supremacy, codes. I see
Mm-hmm.
this and I see that. Why are you replacing? What was the one he brought up last time? Why are you replacing the codes with ICE people? Some people. That's nothing to do with what we're trying to get to the bottom of. That right
Mm-hmm.
there, you see the sisters now start going whiling out in the chat saying that they're frustrated. You see them casting saying they're not even coming on the panel because it's frustrating. Are you telling me that I'm imagining all of this?
So what is wrong with Sister Kushti reminding us
No, not
to be
there's nothing wrong
synchronized?
with it. It's the fact that she
Okay.
has to shows your lack of concentration that you lot can't even stay focused at hand.
Here's the thing, Lady D, right?
Yeah.
There is nothing wrong with the Sun sisters reminding of, oh, brothers, you're being a bit unsynchronized. You know, what? There's nothing wrong with that because we are prone to make mistakes now and then. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what the problem is, though? The problem is this: if we decide to indulge into, oh, you know, you've got to save or you've got to do, that's when it's problematic. But remind it, how many times have I made mistakes, right? And the sisters, you know, this is unsynchronized. I don't have a problem with that because if I'm doing something which I'm not aware of, I want someone to remind me. I don't want them to kind of leave me with that. That's cool. But when it comes to the
But that's the
grassroots,
point, Kel, right? That's is the problem. The fact that you
right?
have to be reminded, key point there. The fact that you have to be reminded, stay
Right.
focused and get to the solution at hand. That right
Hmm.
there's a problem. Who you not trying to lead? If you can't even carry a conversation, realistically,
No, but that will happen. No, Lady D,
it's
that is prone
annoying.
to happen. You will. You see, when we're dealing with synchronization, right? You will go off on synchronization. The problem is if you're not aware of it and there's no remembrance. That's what the issue is. Do you understand? That's what the problem is, and that's what I said. Right? There's nothing wrong if we go off code and someone says, "Oh, you know what? This is unsynchronized. Man. We have to get back." Cool. Now we're back to the what's in it. Oh, now we realize what happened. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? It's if we completely dismiss, right, completely that, oh, if we make a mistake, then, you know, it's not for the black woman to remind us of that. Or no, the black woman, she needs to do this and help out, etc. This is where it's just like, you know, it's going off the cliff because I'm trying to explain to the black man, he's relied on you up too much and he knows you're going to be there for him. And that's what I'm trying my best with strategies to let the Sun sisters know, right? No more helping out. You notice what I told the brother? This strategy is to keep the focus off the sisters and for the men to deal with it. Very clear. Because that way, you like are doing your thing and we're doing what we're doing. You know what I mean? While you're on mute, you can be reading a book, you know what I mean? Or you can be thinking about things or something. We don't want you like to be indulging in things where you're going to get exploited. Because I can see. So it's like, let us do it. You know what I mean? Let the black man compete with the non-black man. You see what I'm saying in that, right? But when it comes to our sisters, it's like we don't want to hear them getting attacked. So this is the strategy. And you have to practice this because, you know, if you don't, then the black man's going to rely on, or she's always going to be there. You know what I mean? I can't make this particular money. So if you can do this and you can do that, and nah, you know what I mean? That has to stop, man. You know what I mean? That's all we're saying.
Okay, I got nothing. I gotta leave you and
You
your
know what I mean?
strategy together. We're gonna see how it works. Yeah, I will check in 6 months and see how far this strategy got. But we'll see. I'm
Well,
watching.
sister,
I watch you
I'll,
from the
I'll,
bushes. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, sister. We have to be optimistic with these things. Anything that is for the best interest of our community, we have to use it. I'm saying, sister, right, is that going toe to toe with the black man who is not understanding certain things is not the best option. You know what I mean? And we are trying to protect the vulnerability of our women because we know our women are
Oh,
fragile and
we know it's not
sensitive.
the best option. Hence why we've told you that we're sitting
Okay,
back.
then what would be
Hence
the
why
best
you've
option
not
then,
heard
Lady
any
D?
response. Wait. Hence
Go
why
on. All
you've
right.
not heard any responses. You've
Mm-hmm.
not heard anything. Like I said, we've sat
Mm-hmm.
back, we're resting, and we're sitting it out. We're watching you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're not
Okay.
understanding. That's what Nanifa's been telling you all day. We're
Mm-hmm.
watching you, and it's not looking good. Literally.
Okay, not looking good in what way, sister?
Did you not see what the sisters were writing in the chat earlier, Kel?
Okay, and what
Right.
do you want me to? Okay, so watch this now, sister. This is what I'm saying about political science and that, right? By her saying that, is that supposed to throw me off my game?
I don't know what it's supposed to do. I don't even know what
You
you lot
see,
are doing. At this point, I'm just sitting back. That's all I do know. I know what
right?
I'm doing. I don't know
You
what
see,
everybody else is doing, but I know what I'm doing.
and this is the problem. Like someone in the comment, don't you understand that our ancestors, especially in the UNIA, they were look at Philip Randolph, right? He was the one who went to the United States government and accused the Honorable Marcus Garvey of him doing this and him doing that. Him, this man there, do you understand? Plotting and why? Because he understood that if this movement works out, I'm not going to be able to rely on the non-African people. Don't you realize how people do these things? They'll say certain things to throw us off from the optimism, etc. You know what I mean? Don't pay them any attention. But the problem is what we do in that anything negative to get out of the reality, we're quick to do that. Do you understand? I didn't even have to say anything bad about
So
this.
wait, do you think that sister was being negative, or do you think that sister was giving her opinion from what she observed?
She was being very negative,
I don't think
very
she was. I
negative.
think she was just giving her opinion from what she observed.
Nah, I'll tell you why. Because I've made it perfectly clear on platforms and I do not care or show interest in anything that goes against the best interests of our people, right? So the fact that she's carrying that information, bringing it on there, look what it did. It stirred conflict and animosity. So that is definitely unsynchronized because it was not needed to be said. Because I went on the panel, I defended the sisters for the best interest of our people. Do you understand? That is what the reality was. But then for some reason, no, this is needs to be happening. And what is it that I need to be doing? And that to suit people's feelings, I know shouting, cursing, etc. Why am I going to go on panel, Lady D? Shout, curse, your mum this, your dad's that, do
I
this
don't
and
think
do that.
that was her point. I think her point is, I think
Right.
I'll tell you my point anyway. I'm thinking,
Hmm.
okay,
Right.
I'm listening to you talking to Kushti earlier, and I was listening to you when you was talking to Nanifa earlier, innit? And I'm
Hmm.
listening to you, and I'm saying to myself, okay, cool. We've already been told what to do. We've already agreed what to do. So we already know what's what. We agreed that from last week on the other panel, right?
Hmm.
We already know this. So if we know this and we're doing it,
Hmm.
clearly you can see it. Even Paul
Hmm.
Nanifa last night, well, the night before last, you get me, where all that madness was going on. She put that into action. She really did. Yeah.
Hmm.
Cool. What are we supposed to do now? Because you're saying you're doing something, and the sisters are saying they ain't seen what you claim, that you're telling us not to go, not to respond, not to do none of this, not to do none of that. So we're doing that. But
Right.
meanwhile, you're going over there. So what are you trying to do? Convert the unsynchronized to be synchronized? What's your purpose of being over there?
Okay. So here's the thing, right?
Right.
If you're on about why I was over there, right? That's what the issue is now,
Yeah,
right?
that's what
What?
Nine was asking earlier. Yeah.
Okay. So as I was saying, right, I was in the chat, we was talking, and who was it? Um, I can't remember who it was, and was it? I can't remember who it was. So I went up on there, and we was talking about, he's becoming he's 50 now. In a couple of years, that's going to be me. And then it moved on to the show with Bourne. I think they've done an assessment. Bourne done an assessment on his channel, and they were reviewing it, and basically it was on the lines of, we felt like you were simping. Okay. And then from there, didn't take it personal on that. So we were discussing, and my rhetoric and stance is the black woman needs to be protective. And then they had their opinion, like, well, this is this is that. Okay. But my stance is, you know what I mean? Men have to create an environment, right? So I'm trying to understand is by me having that stance, right? And they're saying what they're saying, how does that mean that I've been humiliated and destroyed? That's what I'm trying to understand from that standpoint, what the sister was saying,
I
and
think
getting
she was saying
dragged, etc.
basically you made it,
Mhm.
it became a mockery, and the fact that you're even over there entertaining it made it even more of a mockery. That's basically what I'm taking from it. But if
How
I'm
is
wrong,
it
if I'm wrong, sister,
right?
like just type in. I forgot which sister said that, but if I'm wrong, just correct me. But
Right.
that's what I took from what she said. Yeah.
Well, you're very wrong in that, because as I said to you, right, here's common sense, right? Common sense is this: whatever environment you are, why are you changing your perception of the reality? The reality is what it is. Do you understand? I could be in whatever situation that I can have a conversation, but then the moment you say something that goes against the best interest of people, I'm on cold. You see? And I think that's what a lot of people fail to realize, is that a mockery and, this, etc. No, you have to be on code all the time. Do you understand that, right? I speak to non-African people. I don't really connect with them in my everyday life. Do you understand, like that? But online, I understand I got to share platforms. Do you understand? But that don't mean that if they say something that I'm not going to go back on, oh, okay, this is unethical code of conduct. It's only a mockery, sister, because what it is with our community is that they love negativity. They love it. You know what I mean? If your mum's not getting spoken about, or your dad, or any shouting, right, it pleases them. It suffices them. Do you understand? Now, if you want to go by all that, okay, that's very destructive. That definitely is not for the best interest of our people, because non-African people, they love it. They love when we go on different platforms, argue, shout, scream, this and that, and then they clip it, and then they're laughing, etc. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is that there must be a better way of dealing with things. So when I went on there now,
But what is
they
there to
felt like,
deal with exactly?
what do you mean? What is it to
Well,
deal
what
with?
is there to deal with if you're saying
Right,
certain people are unsynchronized, yeah, and
right,
we just have to leave them where they're at, or whatever the case may be. If they're unsynchronized, yeah, cool.
right.
Well, why are you over there then? Are you trying to make them synchronize? That's the point I'm trying to ask now. What is your
Um,
purpose of being there? Because if you're saying that it's unhealthy, it's this, it's that, then what would be your purpose?
my purpose is to spread the message, sister. It's always been that. It's
Okay.
always been that. Do you understand what I'm saying in that? I am race first. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to understand. Do you understand?
So you're
I'm
gonna
race
spread the
first.
message to people that are unsynchronized.
I'm going to spread the message of those who come on that channel. Because
That's
I
like
said to you,
me
there are a
trying
lot
to
of people.
convert Reggie into being a Muslim. That's never gonna happen.
Well, here's the thing. He may not become a Muslim, but there are those who are listening that may become a Muslim. And that's what you need to understand. When I go on panels, sister, I'm not going on for vain like that. It's always about, let's synchronize and be on code, because you can waste time and talk about certain things. And then the day's gone. And like, we could have just been organizing and sorting out and getting our projects. And that's what a lot of people fail to realize when it comes to communicating with people, wasting time. You know what I mean? What are we doing? Have we organized this project, etc.? No, we're just talking and wasting time, vain talk, which leads to disrespecting one another, right? So when I go on the panels and different panels, right, then that is what I'm about. I don't go on the non-African platforms like that. There's no need for me, like but at the same time, my people's in all these platforms, so I'm gonna go on and blah blah blah, this and that. That's the reality of it. You know what I mean? I'm saying is that if I'm having a stance on something, right, and you know, people are going against that stance, right? They're supposed to, because they have a stance of, We just want to be individualists. Okay, cool. I'm for the collective. That's what you always hear. Why is this we all the time? Or why is it that, why do you always speak collectively? What about individually? You have your own wife, you have your own kids, you have to take care of this, blah 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 blah. We're good at taking care of our own family. We're just not good at taking care of collectively each other. You understand? And that's the problem. You have to socialize in communicating with the community to let them know that we're moving as a collective. You know what I mean? But people love arguing. Okay, cool. If that's what you want to do, but I won't be doing that though.
Dime. I don't know if you wanna. Yeah. Hi, Brother Kelda. Hi. Yeah. Like I said, I'm watching.
It's tricky on these platforms is because you everyone is capable of being exploited, and it's a shame. You know what I mean? Like, it is a shame, but at the same time, it must be used for good. And I try and use it, for helping to organize. You know what I mean? But we have to kind of remove this pettiness, and he's saying it's because it's just going on this and going on that. We shouldn't be listening to the audience like that, whatever they say. Because a lot of them don't want the best interest for our people. You can clearly see it's always individualism all the time. You know what I mean? But when the black woman's being attacked or the black man, that's when you're gonna learn. You know what I mean? When you go Africa, you know what I mean, and people exploiting the resources and non-African people, they're waving at you, that's when you're gonna learn. You know what I mean? Gentrification is happening in London now. You know what I mean? A lot of us are getting pushed away, those who don't have any houses, etc. And who's coming in there? People who didn't build up UK. So when people are laughing and ramping and think about when the non-Africans are plotting and using strategies to push you away, but nobody thinks that way until it happens. So it's that's the thing with us as a people, ADD. That one thing for sure, that the non-Africans never change, and they will let you know we're never going to change, and we're going to surprise you with our unethical code of conduct, whether you like it or not. Is Sister Naifa there, or she gone?
No, I'm here, man. I'm here.
You gone, yeah. It's good you
No,
could
I'm
answer
here,
that, yeah.
man. I'm here. I'm listening, man.
Yeah.
Like, I know Nanifa. Nanifa's listening, and she's just like, yeah, whatever. She's not trying to hear none of this. Just like, this is what I'm trying to show you, Kel.
Yeah.
She's not trying to hear none of this, and none of the sisters that was listening for the last 2 weeks were trying to hear that neither. They're tired, and I don't think you're receiving it, no matter how much I repeat it. They're tired.
So, sister, what is your solution then for all this? What is the solution?
The only fit solution I've got, sisters, is just rest. Rest, sisters. You got permission to
Rest.
rest.
Okay, what does that mean, rest? What does that mean?
Kind of like what Buddha gave when he put that thing on the list about you don't have nothing to prove, you don't have, just rest. It's kind of along that same sentiments.
Just rest. And how is that going to be done from a female's
Preserve
perspective?
your energy for the children. Just let the men handle the men, sisters. That's the only thing I can advise. Let the men handle the men, and you just rest and cater to the children. That's the only thing I can say at this point. Until I see what's happening. Remember, I don't know, but when we'll see, innit? I'm not trying to say it will never happen. I'm trying to be more optimistic than Anifa. I'm saying, yeah, I'm not going to say yay or nay. I'm just like I keep telling you, and I'm going to stay in that
Right.
way until I change, until I've made my decision. I'm just
hmm
watching, Brother Kel. That's all I can
So,
say. I'm just watching and resting.
so we're gonna be on the fence.
Well, we have our next board meeting to see how things are panning out. I will let you know the update of my outcome then. At the moment, I'm checking boxes, yeah, and writing out little side notes, yeah, to put together in my final report. And then I will submit it to the Black Committee, and you will have my answer.
Yeah. Fair enough. I understand, man. I understand. And you know, it's we do have to prove ourselves to our women because, you know, so I get it.
Look at this.
And I
Look at
think that,
EIE in the chat. Hold on.
yeah.
EIE, for someone who has not a clue what we're actually talking about right now, you need to
Mhm.
refrain from typing because you're just typing away and you don't know what the hell we're actually talking about. Just stop. But yeah.
Mm. But yeah, man, as I said, Sister Naifa, man, like you doing so the colonization series 4. Any ideas what that's gonna be about? I got an idea, Sister Naifa. Let's see if you're daring enough to do this.
What are you
So
up to, Brother Kel? What are you up
I
to?
I believe series 4, right, should be about the interracial relationship with the non-African woman. How do you like them apples? What do you think, Lady D? Hmm? Link, our brother Born. Brother Born wants to come on. Brother Born.
Yeah, it's still my Sabbath. I need to go and pray once he hits that link, yeah?
Okay. I hear that one. So what's your views and points on that, Lady D and Sister Naifa?
Bro, listen, I told you already. Like,
Mm-hmm.
we're not gonna make any assumptions. You've heard the sisters. You've heard, you've even heard like even how sis Mel. You've heard the sisters. So we're just watching and just gonna see like if you lot can implement the plan that. Just remember, always when you're engaging in these things, then Kel, just
Mm-hmm.
remember football. You should know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Just remember football. And that's just all you
Mm-hmm.
know, that we're watching and we're
Mm-hmm.
observing. That's all.
Right. So series 4, or I came up with an idea. It doesn't have to be doesn't have to go forward, but perhaps the interracial relationships with the non-African women. How do you feel about that, or is that a bit too extreme?
No. It's not EIE. It's something that's been set in place.
Mm,
So yeah, we're just watching. So when you hear me saying that we're sitting in our feminine energy and we're not doing nothing, of course you're
right.
gonna hear that. That's what you want to hear, EIE. But no, there's a reason. There's a reason why we're saying what we're saying. Brother Kel knows what's up. Yeah.
Yeah. So is Lady is Sister Naifa? Is she gonna send the link, or is
I
it?
don't know. What's she doing? I hate when she does this.
I mean, it's up to you, Lady D. I don't mind. If you don't feel safe or comfortable, we can just keep it with us three. You know what I
You know,
mean?
it can come. It can. Yeah.
Right.
I don't feel safe or protected around it, but yeah. I know. You know what, Brother Kel?
Yes, sis.
Football. Just remember that football.
Yeah. Should I put the link in?
I
Or
did it. I think I did it. Did I?
oh, you did it, yeah. Okay.
Did I? Yeah.
Yeah, you put the link in there.
Okay.
Oh, the Moorish brothers here as well.
Brother
He's a
Moore.
good brother.
This
He
is
is, man.
one
Good brother.
brother that I really appreciate him,
Yeah,
you
man.
know. Oh
Brother.
gosh.
Yeah, man.
Big up Brother Moore.
Yeah, man. That Moorish brother is cool, man.
And
Sisters.
Brother Riggs. Oh, so I don't think have you met Brother Terry Riggs before?
Yeah, the Pan Africanist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm ready for him, you know,
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah,
guess what? Summer's
yeah,
coming
man.
and he knows it's museum time. He knows it's
Yeah,
touring
yeah.
time. He knows it's the football time. I'm ready to go this summer, yeah, T. So understand, you know what to do. And I did try to hit you up a few weeks back and I don't see no response. You're bright. I don't know where she's at, you know, Brother Moore. I'm 9.
You sent the link.
I,
They can,
but even if I send the link, how's she gonna let them? I can't let them onto the thing. 9. Get it
oh,
together.
you can't let them. Is she sleeping?
No, I think she's quite disheartened at the moment. You got to
Okay.
understand. That's not a thing you don't understand. So
Yeah, she's
yesterday, okay,
right. Do you want to
God,
talk about it or?
no,
Hey,
All
hey,
right.
I don't feel
salute,
safe or
salute, family.
protected.
Salute, family.
Big up some brother. Born.
Yes, sir. The nine. Can you move that the words out of the way? You know what I mean? Salute, Sister Nine. Salute my baby lady D and my son brother, Dope Black Dads. Dope
Big
Black
up, man.
Dad in the building.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Go ahead, Nine. You can make it big. You can make me big. Make me big. Yeah, Dope Black Dad in the
Yeah,
building.
man.
Dope Black Dad in the building. Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
man.
Nine, come on now. What are we doing? What are we doing now? Yeah, dope
Yeah,
black
man.
dad in the building, man.
Yeah, man.
Black dads matter, guys. So
I like that. I like that. Yeah,
salute to
man.
yeah, salute
Big
to
up, man. Big up, big up, man. Big up,
how
man.
y'all doing? How y'all doing this evening?
Can I
Yeah,
just
man.
ask Brother Kel before we get started? Do we get any
Right.
refunds on any degenerate black people out here, or do we just have to, you know, take one for the team?
No, there's definitely you know,
Sorry,
we
I was wrong.
forfeit and
Unsynchronized
repercussion.
is the word. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry. Take
No, no.
degenerate away and use unsynchronized.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, most definitely, man. There has to be penalties, you know, repercussions. Brother Born knows, you know, that, you know, whatever affects, you know, some of us affects of all, brother. I mean, the
Yes.
African continent, I hear where you're coming from. We're in different tribes, but because the continent's not sorted out, its children won't be sorted out. So we have to be very mindful when it comes to these things. So, you know, as I said, brother, I do understand your opinions, brother, and I know that, you know, in your everyday life, you're doing a lot for our people, you
Yeah.
know, over in America and that. However, we have to be very mindful on these panels, brother, especially when it comes to the black woman, brother. It's ridiculous how, you know, I'll be honest with you, they just don't trust us no more. And it's weird, you know, like they're losing their faith in us,
Not the
the hope.
collective. I would say this though, brother Kel. Not the
Right,
collective. The collective
right.
is not losing faith. Like you're married. Brother Orthodox Moore is married. The
Mm,
the sisters that I deal with in my real life, they're not
mm,
really. They're not losing trust in us. They still have the same trust in us
mm,
that your mother had in your father.
mm,
That my mother had in my father. They still trust us. I mean, no, like I said, it's the loud minority, right? The
mm,
loud minority is the
mhm,
ones that saying we don't trust black men. We should divest from black men. We should abort black babies. That's just the loud internet
mm,
minority, right? But see, the majority of people, everything is everything. He has a black wife who hasn't given up trust in black men. So, what I would say to my black brothers is, listen, man, it's black women out here who still have trust in you. They trust you, they love you, they want to support you.
and they know that you're a dope black dad, you're a dope black man, you're a dope black father. You know, you're dope. So we have to focus on those people. Now I know the internet. Don't get me wrong. The internet is something that we enjoy in our spare time. But when I close my laptop, I don't hear divest from black men. I don't hear black women saying they don't feel protected when I close my laptop. I only hear black women saying I don't feel protected when I open up this laptop and I engage in this internet world, brother Kale. I mean, if I'm being honest, though.
So, brother, the sisters put up a video, a very beneficial video of one of our finest in the community that helps out the black women. I don't know if you ever watched it before.
Is it Shahrazad Ali?
No,
If
no, not
yeah, that's what I'm saying, brother. So
right.
when you're saying it's somebody who really really talks about our black community, if it's not Shahrazad Ali, then I don't
Right.
know what other woman you could be talking about, brother. But go ahead.
But this woman here, brother, heals the black women. She's there for them, etc. She's doing grassroots, brother. So this, she's definitely part of one of the finest, brother. And she made it quite clear the pains and facts of how black women are feeling. And we have to take that in consideration because, all due respect to you, beloved, you were saying collectively they don't feel that way. And she's not a YouTuber like that. She's doing grassroots. So,
What's her name, brother Kel? Because I never heard of her.
I can't remember her name, but the sisters, if they could
Oh,
type
that's
it in.
crazy. But do you understand, Kel, how that's crazy? That you don't even understand her name. So how important is she really to hold on, Kel? Let me land. How important is she really to you if you can't even call her name? You heard how I said Shahrazad Ali? Like black women, hold on, brother. Black women that I see, hold on, brother, please. Now, black
No, I
women
didn't say
that
that.
I
I was
see
just
on,
listening, bro.
I know, brother Kel, and you're still gonna keep talking. But
No,
brother
I was
Kel,
just listening, bro. I didn't say
but you
anything. I
see
was
how
just listening.
important? No, listen, black women that's important that I think is grassroots and important to the black community that really gets out here and she has boots on the ground or heels on the ground, you know, for lack of a better term. I know her name. I know her by name, Shahrazad Ali. I could point her out in a lineup. If she walked down the street today, I would say, "Oh my gosh, that's Queen Mother Shahrazad Ali." Let me give you another example, brother Kel. You know our dear Empress, dear great mother Frances Cress Welsing. See, we know these queens by name. If I ever ask you who wrote the ISIS papers, you would never tell me, well, I don't know, brother. You got to Google it and go do research. No, we know these queens that's grassroots that's really out here doing work for the black community, brother Kel. That's all I'm saying, brother. But if you could tell me the sister's name, I will look her up, brother Kel.
Okay, so you do understand, brother Born, that there are those of us who are in the public eye, etc., and there are those who are not. And this sister here, brother, is that it came to light to me that she is known for giving holistic restoring for the mind of our sisters. And I'm going by her actions. Perhaps if one of the sisters could give her name, because I didn't know who she was, but I recognized these actions
Is it
of her
Queen of
doing these
Four?
things.
Are you saying Queen of Four? Is her name Queen of Four? Like I don't know. I'm just giving you black sisters that's ground. You say grassroots and that's really speaking to the collective of black sisters. Those are the only. These are names that the names that I'm saying is names that I know who really is grassroots, like Queen of Fua, Shahrazad Ali, our dear great mother Frances Chris Welsing. Like I'm giving us names, brother Kel, but it's crazy that you can't name the name of this sister, but you're willing to tell me what she said. Like you're willing to spew her rhetoric, but now you don't even know her name. So is she really, is she really that important, brother Kel?
Yeah, she's very important. It's just that I forgot her name.
And what's her name, brother?
Um,
Look, I got my phone right here, brother K.
I
I'm ready
forgot her name.
to
So
look it up, brother K.
Kel, can we establish before you go any further? Is he here to entertain the crowd or is he here for a conversation? That's all I want to know.
And you see
yeah,
what
I'm going back in my feminine energy and resting in my feminine.
right.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, my sister, my feminine sister. If I told you it's a brother who wants to hold black women accountable, and I love the things that he say on YouTube, and you say, "Hey, brother Born, what's his name?"
mhm,
And I say, "Well, Lady D, I don't know, but he's ground roots, he's grassroots, and he really holds black women accountable for the, and he wants to see black love, black families, and all of that shit be prosperous, but I don't know his name," then Lady D, you would say I'm a motherfucking fool. If I'm honest, Lady D, you would call me a fool. But you know what I'm saying? So it kind of just sounds weird. It sounds weird to me if the brother can't give me a name. But that's all
well,
I'm saying.
here's the thing, brother Born. Right.
Yeah.
It went from collective. Not all collective women are doing that. From your statement, and then as soon as I mentioned a sister from the community, right, that's come to light to me that does grassroots.
Yeah.
Automatically, you demonize and thought, well, because we don't know her name, how do we know she's doing it?
I
You see,
didn't say
but this
that.
is
I never once said that,
but,
brother.
but,
I
but
didn't say that,
brother,
Kim.
but
I
brother,
said,
you
I said,
said
I
that
said,
it's
sure.
not important, brother. You,
Do you
you
know what I
understand
can
what I'm
do?
saying, brother?
You know what I can do to even one better, Kel. I'm going to
What's
actually
that?
bring our sister Fundi over and he can speak to her personally. Do you mind passing on that message to me, please?
Okay, so the son sister who's remaining in the naturalness, right, has given a message that the sister will be coming over. So unfortunately, brother, you're not going to be able to win this one because this one is doing grassroots.
I'm not trying to win, brother Kel. I'm not trying to win, brother. I am willing to
Mm,
do my research and do
right.
my due diligence and really research this woman. If she has content on YouTube
Mm,
that I can watch, I'm willing to
mhm,
watch it. See, when I say Shahrazad Ali, brother,
mhm.
and
Right.
grassroots and black women
Mhm,
that's doing great work for black men and women in the black
mhm,
community, you can
mhm,
Google these names or go to your
mhm,
YouTube search bar and type in these names. When I say Francis Chris Welsing,
mhm.
brothers and sisters, we can go to your YouTube search bar and type in these names, brother Kel. That's it.
Mhm,
I am not trying to neglect. You know what I'm saying?
mhm,
The work that this sister has put in, this
mhm.
anonymous sister's work
Right.
that you're telling me about. But right now,
Yeah.
she's just an anonymous sister. Now, if you tell
Yeah.
me the name, I'll
Mm,
go. I'll gladly go to my YouTube and my Google search bar, and I'll search it.
right.
Yeah, that's all
So,
I'm saying, brother.
so her name is Master Fundi Fee, right? And you know, you can research it.
Yeah,
And as I said, brother Born, um, when you do research, one of the best things we could do, brother, is remain in our masculinity, because you do understand that we as men, our women are going to express themselves and say certain things. And if we can't remain stoic and calm, brother, it may trigger us up. You know what I mean? So I hope
absolutely.
that we bear that in mind, brother, that we do that when it comes
Respect
to
that, brother.
hearing out
I
the sister,
totally agree. I agree,
Yeah.
brother. Bill. I think I always remain stoic and
Mhm.
firm in my masculinity. You feel me?
Yes, my brother. Mm.
Yes, I always do. I try my best to do that, brother. I actually pride myself on remaining firm in my masculinity. Yes,
Big up,
absolutely,
brother.
absolutely.
So, brother, I just want to ask you some questions, right? So,
Talk to me.
we've interacted with women all of our life, right? And
Absolutely.
there is a stage now where men are becoming very confused that when a woman expresses themselves, especially when they feel very vulnerable and not feeling safe in situations, right? That we're becoming very emotional. We're mimicking their behavior or the mannerism of what they do. So my question is, brother, like, what solutions would you say we need to do when our women express themselves?
I would say listen, right? So what I try to do in my life is I try to listen, right? But I also have to treat everyone equal to a certain extent, Brother Kale, right? Because even me in listening, right? Practicing the art of listening, even when I'm practicing the art of listening, I also can't just listen to bullshit. You understand what I'm saying, Kel? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that with black women. I wouldn't do that with black men. I wouldn't even do that with white supremacists, right? Now I practice the art of listening, right? Some of the sisters get mad and they say, "Hey, you share the panel with people who we deem to be white supremacists or suspected white supremacists." And I practice the art of listening. But once I hear something that I deem is bullshit, I have a rebuttal. I have a response. I have a few questions to ask. That's it. So I think we have to practice that all the way across the board, Brother Kel. You know what I mean? If Brother Kale is telling me something, I'm going to listen to Brother Kale. But when I deem something to be bullshit, then I have to stop Brother Kale and I have a few questions or I have a rebuttal. When I hear my black sisters telling me something, I'm practicing the art of listening. But then when I hear something that I deem to be bullshit, I'm going to stop my sister and I'm going to ask a question or I have a rebuttal. When I listen to white supremacists, I practice the art of listening, but when I hear something that I deem to be bullshit, then I have a rebuttal, or I have a, or I have a argument. So that's just it. That's it. Yeah, I mean, Brother Kill. And I think us as humans, we all do that, right? I think Lady D, like Lady Divine right now, she's on mute. She will listen. But Brother Kill, when I say something that she deems to be bullshit, she's going to unmute her mic and say something. You understand what I'm saying, Brother Gail? And Nanita the same way.
Supposing if you were to do that and they didn't respond that way, then what?
Then nothing. Then I'm gonna keep spewing my quote unquote bullshit, right? If I say something that these sisters deem to be bullshit and they don't stop me and correct me when I say something they deem to be bullshit, then I'm going to keep spewing my bullshit. The same way if you're in a conversation with a man, woman, or a black man, black woman, or white supremacist, they're going to keep spewing their bullshit.
In what manner would you say that a man needs to have when he's correcting women when they become
good shit,
when they become unsynchronized? In what way?
Good shit. Good now. Good shit. I can't speak for all men, but I tend to deal with them with what we would call kid gloves. Kel, you know what kid gloves are, right? Kid
Vaguely,
gloves,
bro.
right? Because if I deem if I think a man is unsynchronized, then now I may use profanity or I may my ego may get involved. But if I think a woman is being unsynchronized, then I'm more reasonable. I'm more reasonable with that sister, right?
Right.
I can be more reasonable with that sister if I feel that she's being unsynchronized. So I think that's the way we should deal with them. Be reasonable and deal with our sisters with kid gloves. Now that's me, Brother Kel. I can't say my homie that's back here in my house. He may not want to deal with them sisters with kid gloves. He may just all of a sudden jump off the deep end and treat her like he would treat a man that's being unsynchronized. I can't speak for all black men, but me personally, I try to deal with them in a reasonable way. Yes, I have a little bit more patience with unsynchronized black women than I do with unsynchronized black men. Let me ask you this, Brother Kel. Do you agree with that? Do you have a little bit more patience with unsynchronized black women?
Yeah, I have. I try my best. Yeah, man, to have patience.
Because you were raised by black women, Kel. Like us being raised by black women, it's natural for us to be a little bit more patient. I think EIE is the same way. I've heard the way EIE talks to what he deems as unsynchronized black men.
He's calling them fuck boys and pussy niggas and that. But he would never say that to the sisters that he deems unsynchronized.
Well, I would say we're not correcting them or reprimanding them correctly. You know, I've seen a lot of things, man, like the profanity that has been used on our sisters, man, especially in front of the non-African people, is disgusting, brother Born, man. You know what I mean? And as I said, brother, like, I don't know if you've got daughters and, you know,
I have two
etc.
of
and
them.
that.
I have two of them,
So,
brother.
so you know the reality in that, right? And mine are like, they're old now. So sometimes I remember when I was a bit younger, they'll behave a certain way. You know, they'll be very, you know, this happened today. They'll come in the house and then I have to calm them down. But the way how I would calm them down, it's not mimicking sorry, their energy or feeling like they're taking advantage because they need to express themselves. And I believe, like, as men, we don't seem to give women that right, is that their mind is not the same as ours, brother. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna say, lash out certain things. It doesn't mean that they have the right to do that. However, understanding the gender is very important. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I
Very,
was
very important, brother.
I will say this though, brother. Now, you say that, brother Kill, but we have to
Right.
understand every black man is not a monolith, right? Every black
Right.
man don't know how to deal with that. They don't, because Kel, we can never lose our masculinity. We are men. I ain't
Mm,
gonna lie, brother Kel. You know how we resolve issues. We one of our first go to things is violence.
yeah, I
It's
know.
violence.
Exactly.
Let me
Yeah.
give you an example. A woman can call us a bitch, and we would say, "Hey, sister, you need to chill out," or we may
Mm,
call you a bitch back. Right now, if a
mm,
man call us a bitch, we automatically go to violence because that's
right.
how we're built as men. So we can
Mm,
never. Now, of course, we can try to calm that down when it comes to our sisters, but people have to realize that it's in us. It's in us. Violence is a thing. It's only so many times you can call me a bitch, or so many times you can get in my face before, as a man, I resort to violence.
mm.
To men, that's just what we do, brother Kel. It's in our nature.
I'm glad
Yeah,
you
I
said
know.
that. Kel, can you ask the
No, Lady
unsynchronized
D, you
one?
can ask me. Stop, Lady D.
Nah.
Stop. Let's stop doing this. No,
Kel,
let's don't do
I'm
this
not
charade.
talking to
Brother
you.
Kel. See, Brother
All right,
Kel,
the
this is
dolphin
what I'm talking
means.
about. Brother Kel,
Yeah,
this
but
I
yeah,
know, brother.
but
I know I got you, brother Kel. I know you want to go. But this is what I'm saying, brother Kel. I can't
mm,
do this. I don't like, as a man, men,
mm,
we don't like this. It's no way that you could be in a presence, me, you, and another man could be in a
mm,
presence. And that man
mm,
says, "Hey, brother Kel, I don't want to speak to brother Born. So, hey,
mm,
can you ask brother Born a question?" No.
mm,
And how are we going to get, hold on, another thing. Let me ask you this, brother Kel. How are
right.
we going to get to a real resolution if this sister is not willing to talk to me? She's willing, she wants to go through you to talk to me. We can't, as black people, we can't
Mm.
really get to any resolution if this sister wants to play this silly game, which we can agree this is a silly game, Kel. We're all
I,
40. We're
nah,
damn
brother.
near 40 years
It,
plus.
it, but the thing is, brother, it's that they don't feel safe or protective. It's a very serious game, brother,
But don't
because
let me on the
because
panel.
yeah, I know, but brother, they let you on the panel because we, as a collective, brother, we can speak on our issues, but at the same time, if they don't feel safe, brother, and if they feel like they're going to engage in a conversation and things flare up and things have been said, then that's going to make them, you know, go against the guard that they need. So she's
All right,
definitely
let's
being
get
very
there.
serious, brother. You
No,
know what I mean?
I understand, brother Kale,
You
but
know what I mean?
Lady D, let's
Mm,
get there. I'm not going through Kale to talk to you, Lady D. Like, Lady D, me and you, we talk on Discord. Like, we talk behind the scenes. We actually talk. Like, I can call you directly if I want to get off this panel and call you directly, Lady D. So why are we doing this?
Okay, try it and see if that works. But
I
anyway,
know, but let's don't do this
Kel.
weird shit. See
Okay,
why?
Kel.
mm,
So when you're talking to these people, yeah, Do you ever ask them, do they think we don't have male members as well when they're talking all this violence talk? Are they delusional or something?
Now, this is a good question, right? I was speaking about this before, brother Born, right? I want you to hear me up on this, my son, brother, right? Is that I've noticed myself, brother, you know, on these panels, um, it's very strange, man. Like people, they're shouting, they're loud, etc. And they really believe that we don't have a form of life or some form of protection affiliations, right? And this is the issue of comfortable with people or with the women who are affiliated. Now, this is not attacking you, brother, obviously, but the point is that if the women have that ability to call man up and do things, and they're restraining from that, and then you get in men, not on about you, brother, shouting and saying all these things to them, etc., right? That's gonna make them say to themselves, well, I'm being violated as a woman, right? Because this man is not married to me, etc. So perhaps I'm gonna need other men to deal with it in a different way. You see, and you know, in America, brother, these things happen, brother. You know this.
You're right.
Look what happened. Look what happened to what's his name? Oh, I used to watch him, man. When I used to come home from work in the early '90s, man. Merlin Santana. He used to be on the Steve Harvey show.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, man. And look what happened. Unjustice. You
He died.
understand? But
Yeah. He died. Visiting a woman, right?
well, he got set up, as we know.
He got
But
set
the
up by a
point is,
woman.
yeah. But the point is that they always have men, and some women will go down that path, or someone will say, you know what, I'm not gonna go down there because it's gonna cause this. The point is, brother, is that she's right. Is that we need to be very aware how we speak to black women because they're affiliated. The black women in America, they are affiliated, brother. You know this
No,
in
I
UK.
understand that. I'm gonna tell you this, brother. What
Go
I'm
on, brother.
never gonna do is I don't disrespect black women, so I should never get set up. If I ever get set up, family, then you better know that I was an innocent participant in the setup. So I don't know if Lady Divine is trying to set me up or if she wants to set me up to get killed. I don't know. Like I don't know what the sister is trying to do. But I am always going to be an innocent. I'm never going to say anything that's so disrespectful to where you want to set me up to get killed or set me up to get harmed. I just want to talk to my sisters. That's it. I do. I try to talk to my sisters. I don't know why sisters want to talk around me. And I'm happy you said that, Brother Kel, because when I hear sisters talking around me, it sounds like setup talk. It sounds like my sisters want to set me up to be killed, be murdered, and I don't want that. I wish my sisters wouldn't do me like that. When I want to speak directly, that's how Merlin Santana got set up because the sister wasn't willing to speak to him directly. She wanted to go through another man to speak to him, and that other man just happened to be a killer. So she set him up. So Lady D, I love you. I hope you wouldn't set me up to be murdered. I got love for you. So please don't set me up to be murdered. I don't know if it's that serious. So like you said, Brother Kel, some women will set Merlin Santana up. I don't want to be the next Merlin Santana, Brother Kel.
And we don't want that, brother. But I'm sure you understanding it is that we have to be very mindful because remember, it's someone's daughter, someone's brother, etc. And this is what we have to be careful because we have daughters, brother, right? And you know me, brother, I'm not on no bad man vibe. You know what I mean? But myself, the family where I come from, we're affiliated. So if my daughters were to be in form of danger or a man taking advantage, you know what I mean? God help that person because I won't be able to stop certain family members, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that we have to be very mindful, brother, you know what I mean? Because we have to protect our women online. We cannot promote them being disrespected because, as I said, it's someone's daughter, man, someone's
No,
sister,
that's a
and
fact.
they will say
And
things,
all I
you know
try
what I
to
mean?
do is protect our dear sister, Lady Divine. Right? That's why I call her my wife, my baby, because I want to protect her.
every day. I wake up. That's my life. My livelihood is to protect her. But I don't know. Somewhere along the line, she feels like she's not protected by me, right? And I just don't ever want her to flip out and think that, I'm not protecting her. So hey, let's set him up. Let's set him up to be killed. Let's set him up to be murdered. Let's let him be the next Merlin Santana. That's my thing, brother Kel. I don't want to be ever put in that position when I think all I try to do is protect her. I think communication is key. If she thinks that I'm not taking the proper steps to protect her, then she should be able to verbalize that to me instead of setting me up.
But the thing is, brother Born, they do verbalize, and this is what I was saying, brother, is there a lack of understanding when our women express what they're going through? For example, we done a show, right? It was a brilliant show, man. And the sisters, for the whole show, allowed for brothers to critique them, right?
Did they really?
Well, here's the thing, brother. As a man, you would know, brother, that we're supposed to lead the situation. And even if it may appear to be going left and right, we have to at least bring it back to the center. So if we're indulging in certain energies, which they felt to be, incorrect. For example, tonality. I can critique a woman, right? But if I'm critiquing her with a different tonality, right, that is hectic. Because it's like, okay, where's that coming from? Do you understand what I'm saying about tonality and how we project ourselves, right? Now, that day, brother, right, and big up to you, bro. You're a great host, etc. And that I've been on your panel. What I could say, bro, is that day I perceived it as we're gonna get you back. You know what I mean? There was a little bit of critiquing and certain tonality and and then trying to set up and these things. Yeah.
And these, like, what panel was that, brother?
When we was on, well, the Sister Naifa show, the critiquing, the black woman,
the black woman under the microscope.
Yeah, and I believe that we as men, we weren't really being serious. We were indulging, because you got to understand, brother, that it's not easy for a woman to be critiqued. Brother, that's not easy. So
why is it not easy though, brother Kill?
Because here's the thing, right? I said this before. Our logic and their logic are completely different, right? So the fact that they're being critiqued and there's no form of safety and guard, right, with that critique is very detrimental, especially if others are there listening, etc. and that, right? There's a vulnerability, so they need to guard themselves.
Let me say this, brother Kill. I think the internet is what's new. Right, brother Kel? Because let me tell you this, brother. I am cut from the cloth where I used to ride with my father on Saturdays and Saturday nights. Right? He was riding with his homeboys, and all of them complained about their wives.
Right.
Which is a critique, right? All of them critique their wives. The thing about the internet is now when those brothers are having those conversations, we're on live stream critiquing our wives. You see what I'm saying? But you know what all of those brothers did? My fathers, my uncles, when they was or when my father took me to the barbershop, there's a bunch of men talking about, hey, my wife does A, B, C, and D. And these men, they gave advice, they critiqued, they gave advice, right? They were building. It's a building session. And now you can take all this criticism and or all this advice, and you can go back to your home, to your wife, and now you and your wife can have a discussion. The problem now, brother Kel, is all of this shit is online now.
Right.
So critique the black woman. I'm not only doing that at the barbershop, I'm doing it in front of my UK brothers, my Birmingham brothers, my brothers from Virginia, my brothers from Florida, my brothers from New York. And I don't know how the sisters like that. The sisters don't like that.
Here's the thing, brother Bon. When we, for example, I've always said that the female logic and the male logic are completely different, right? So when we're critiquing our women, right? Yeah, we have to correct them. However, it must be dealt with reassurance afterwards. What am I talking about, right? That it shouldn't be an intending of to humiliate them or some form of to, obliterate them from their being. Rather, it should be a thing where it's like, okay, you did that. Um, doing that's going to lead to that. And we have to be, teammate in this, right? Oh, I don't like what you did there, but it shouldn't be to humiliate. And women are very clever at these things, brother. They can suss and know when we're intending to go in a way that is not done correctly. And the sisters definitely sense that. Now, for me, brother, as a man, you know what I mean, and that, right, is that what I noticed, the topic was very serious and there was a lot of jokes and, sarcasm when critiquing. And that could be perceived as, oh, you're not taking us seriously, which will lead for them to say, okay. And then their guard goes up and then that happens. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that, because I'm a man like you, my brother, right? And I was critiquing them. I said some things about and I appreciate them still keeping it written down. For example, I don't like when the black woman supports the LGBTQ. Any especially that particular movement, and it goes against our rights and etc. And that the reality of that. And I don't like when the black woman takes advice, relationship advice, especially the married ones, from non-married black women. You know what I mean? So definitely these things that I put forward. But then if we're going to critique them in a sarcastic way, etc., they're very intellectually, emotionally intelligent to understand that, oh, this is not critiquing me correctly, this is an attack. And that's what happened.
Brother Kel, what are you? Hold on, Brother Kel. What? Brother Kel, you are not critiquing me correctly. Let me tell you this, Brother Kel. Us as black people, we are passionate people and we are ego-driven people. No one likes to be critiqued. So it's no correct way you can critique black people. Like, Kel, what is that, brother? Like, for real, let's be honest, bro. Like, how many times? I ain't gonna lie. Hold on. If you put 10 black people in the room, right? 5 women, 5 men, and you critique every last one of them, it's going to be 7 black people in that room that's going to tell you you did not critique me correctly. So I don't even know what critique me correctly is. And black people, we love to say this. Well, it's a way, it's a time and a place to tell somebody. It's a way that you can say, it's a way that you can tell me what I need to do better. Like the black people, we have all of these sayings. Them sayings don't mean shit. When you say it, you say it, Brother Kel.
But it must be done properly, brother Born, because if you go to a man on the street, brother, and you start saying things like this, what the hell you do, man? In a tonality and that, brother. He may take that offensive, and say, who are you talking to? You understand what I'm saying in that, right? Or shout in his comfort zone, etc. and that. There may be a punch in the mouth. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to our women, it's not good to mirror their energies, because our gender is different than theirs, and there's a way how we're supposed to correct them and put them in their place. You understand? And it can't be in a way that's going to humiliate them. Yes, sometimes we're going to be a bit harsh, or sometimes they may not like, oh, you can't do that or go there or whatever and that. But it must be done with intention for the best interest. If it's not done in that way, brother, then that's where it's like they're going to get resistance, and then they're going to start behaving away, and then fighting comes, punching, kicking, etc., and penitentiary or even worse. So all I'm saying is there's a way how we critique or reprimand our women. You know what I mean?
I fuck with that, Brother Kel, and salute to you, Brother Kel. I hate to cut this short, brother, but I'm watching the damn basketball game, brother.
Right.
I gotta roll. I gotta roll, Kel. Matter of fact, before I roll, I don't know if y'all gonna keep the show going. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna go on mute for probably about like 10-15 minutes to watch the end of this basketball game. If y'all still here, then we can continue the conversation. If y'all not, salute. I respect all of this. But yeah,
Yeah, man. Big up,
gotta
brother.
watch the rest of this the basketball game, man. I got family over
Big
here.
up, brother.
Salute,
All right,
salute,
my brother.
Good
I
shit.
got to salute off myself anyway. Yeah, big up, brother. Big up. Yeah, Son says I'm gonna have to get off now, man. So if you're awake or not, big up to the show, and looking forward to series 4. Night, night.
No, I'm done here too. Bless up, bless up.